The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The momentum shifting at the Super Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. Javokhir Sindarov is playing spoiler, taking down frontrunner Vincent Keymer to grab his first win and shake up the standings. A sleeping giant has been awakened with Fabiano Caruana defeating last year's champ to catapult into a three-way tie for first. There's a trio at the top with 2 rounds to go. Day 8 of amazing chess. Coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to Day 8 of the 2026 Super Classic, held here in Bucharest, Romania. We're coming off an electrifying round in round 7, where the leader, Vincent Keymer, got dethroned by Javokhir Sindarov, and right now, he's tied in the lead with one of the players that he will be meeting today. He's facing Fabiano Caruana in this chair with the black pieces. Will he be able to hold off the pressure that the American will certainly deliver, or will he crumble under the pressure? Let's go to the studio and find out with Yasser, Peter, and Nazi.
We're into the championship rounds in the beautiful Romanian springtime. Things coming to the boil nicely with only 2 days left. With half the field still in contention, there is everything to play for as we begin our coverage of round 8 of the Super Chess Classic, Bucharest. The setup is absolutely perfect. We have a 3-way tie at the top, and 2 of the leaders are about to face off in their battle for supremacy. Welcome to our round 8 show from the beautiful St. Louis studio.
Hello everyone and welcome to our show. I'm your host, Nazi Paikidze, and I'm here with my wonderful co-host, Yasser Seirawan.
Nazi, a pleasure. It's hard to believe we're already in round 8.
I know.
And the championship rounds are coming up. Hello everyone. As you know, sadly, he had to withdraw from the event. I'm talking about Alireza, of course. He withdrew in round 5, which means he passed the halfway point, and his results will count before his withdrawal, but Firouzja's opponents, his last 4 opponents, are all going to be awarded a full point, forfeit by, if you will, in the remaining matches. That really messes up our standings, but Nasi, please do your best to tell us where we stand as we get ready for round 8.
After round 7, this is the current standings. We have a 3-way tie for first place. Fabiano Caruana, Vincent Keymer, and Jorden van Foreest are all sharing first. Half point behind the leaders is Anish, Giri.
And Wesley So with 3.5 points is going to get a forfeit bye, which, as I said, kind of messes things up. Tell us about the format for this Super Chess Classic.
It's a 10-player round-robin event. Players are not allowed to offer any draws. They have to play until the end. It's a regular scoring system with 1 point for a win and classical time control.
And not much left in it, but tell us the schedule.
Only 2 days left. Today players are back for round 8. Tomorrow we'll see the final round. But if there is no clear winner, we'll see some fun playoffs.
Well, let's drill down on that and tell us about the playoff format.
If it's a 2-player playoff, we'll see 2-game rapid match. Time control will be 10 minutes with 5-second increment. If it's still a tie, then an Armageddon game. If 3 or more players are tied for first, they'll play Blitz round robin. Time control will be 5+2. And if they're still tied, an Armageddon will decide who's the champion.
And because of the possibility of a playoff, our coverage will start 2 hours early for tomorrow. And Peter, we have a trinity at the top.
We absolutely do, and let's take a look at the standings as they are right now and then talk about all 3 of our players at the top. Here is how things have shapen up until round 8. We have a 3-way tie with Vincent losing yesterday and being joined by both Jorden van Foreest and Fabiano Caruana. And let's take a look how they got here and what awaits them in the last 2. We begin with Jorden van Foreest, one of the rookies of the tour, who won a very nice fighting game with the black pieces against Bogdan-Daniel Deac in round 3 and got a forfeit win yesterday against Alireza, bringing him up to +2. And he has 2 very interesting games ahead of him, starting with today he is playing the white pieces against Javokhir Sindarov. Never an easy game. Javokhir is going to be playing sharply, I think, with either color, now that he is back to 50% and finally won a game. And then he is black against one of his co-leaders, Vincent Keymer, in round 9. Next up on our screen is going to be Fabiano Caruana, who won 2 games here. He actually did win both of them. He won a makeup game against Alireza when Alireza was still in the tournament. That game was played on a rest day. And yesterday he beat Prague in a very sharp, very interesting game with the black pieces, bringing him up to +2 as well. And his final 2 pairings are, today he is white against Vincent Keymer, and in round 9 he'll be black against his all-time friend and colleague Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And then finally we come to Vincent Keymer, who until yesterday was frankly coasting to the first place in this tournament. But that shock loss to Javokhir Sindarov in round 7 has brought him down to earth a little bit. He has 3 wins, one of them is a forfeit in round 6, but 2 very nice wins with the white pieces against Bogdan-Daniel and MVL in round 4. And he has a very, very difficult road ahead of him, the most difficult of all, because he's actually playing both of his co-leaders in the next 2 rounds. Black against Fabi today, and then white against Jorden tomorrow. But to drill down further on all of these details, and to speak more about the matchups, we go to our Romanian studio with Anastasiya and Cristian.
Thank you, Peter, and welcome back, chess fans, to day 8 here in Bucharest, Romania. I have to say, yesterday was an absolute game changer in terms of the standings, in terms of the dynamic of this event, and today we have so many exciting matchups. Which one is your favorite, Anastasiya?
My favorite matchup definitely is the match between really exciting players, Jorden van Foreest and Javokhir Sindarov. Jorden is leading right now. He's tied for the first place, and Javokhir is 1 full point behind him. So you can see from their head-to-head stats that Jorden is doing quite well. He managed to win 1 game against Javokhir and never lost any of the games. At the same time, the dynamic is really interesting because Jorden comes as the leader to this game, and I'm wondering if he would like to keep his aggressive style and stay true to his style, or he is trying to play solid, try not to lose his position right now in the tournament. On the other hand, we have Javokhir Sindarov, who is 1 full point behind, and he wants to change the situation, the tournament situation. It's his last chance probably today to try to play for win. At the same time, with black pieces, it's easy to say, hard to do. But I am expecting full fight today and from both sides.
I think this is the perfect matchup for both of these players. Javokhir needs to win if he wants to have a chance going into the final round to take the title. And of course, if Jorden wins today, tomorrow he's facing Vincent with the black pieces. That's not an easy pairing. So definitely it would help him a lot. I think he's going to stay through his style, and we're going to see a big fight in that one. Now, a big clash and the marquee matchup of the day, I might add, is the one between Fabiano Caruana and Vincent Keymer. Fabi is obviously riding a high wave right now, coming off a victory with the black piece against Praggnanandhaa. And look at that head-to-head. 2 victories, no losses, and 3 draws between these players. It does seem like Fabiano has the upper hand going into this one, and he will have the white pieces. We know there's going to be a lot of pressure coming out of the opening. We know Fabi and his preparation, how strong it is and how difficult it is to fight against that. But Vincent is such a well-prepared player. He's here with his coach, Peter Lecco, who I might add we will have on the show tomorrow. So definitely this one is going to be a big, big clash. This one and many others, guys, will be here to give you all the updates throughout the round. For the moment, back to you in St. Louis.
Thank you, Anastasiya. Thank you, Cristian. And Nasi, do the honors and tell us the pairings for all the players in this round 8.
Let's have a look. We start with on board 1, Praggnanandhaa against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Bogdan-Daniel Deac against Anish Giri. Then players were tied for first. Jorden van Foreest playing Javokhir Sindarov.
Big matchup.
And of course, our marquee matchup will be Fabiano Caruana against Vincent Keymer. And as we already mentioned, Wesley's getting a free point today against Alireza Firouzja.
Scriptwriter's dream to have the players tied for first playing against each other. They're fighting hard, and they're fighting for a big prize fund.
Yes, the prize fund is $475,000. This big prize for everybody. And they're also fighting for the Grand Chess Door points. If someone wins it outright, they get 13 points. After playoffs, it'll be 12.
Exactly. And an innovation for this event is a bonus pool of $125,000. And this is only dedicated to victories in the tournament. The end of the tournament will determine how much per win that the victor will receive. Please note that forfeits will not be included in the calculation. And thank you to our sponsors as we take a look at the playing hall. Beautiful, beautiful building. Romanian Central Bank.
Historic landmark in Bucharest.
Absolutely, with those archways and marble columns.
9 wins so far, not counting the forfeit, guys. So what do we
9
think?
wins.
With 8 games of chess still to be played, how many do we think we end up with?
I'm going to say
2
13.
more? 2 more?
4 more.
4 more? Wow.
Let's be optimistic.
I'm going to go with 2 more out of the remaining games.
That's lowballing it.
Lowballing.
I think we actually are heating up quite nicely. I think 3 is the absolute minimum.
Okay.
4 I think is not unrealistic at all.
And here's
We'll see if that.
co-leaders facing each other today, and we saw in the head-to-head, Fabi has +2 score against Vincent. Always nice to go into the game
With that
mindset.
positive,
Yeah.
exactly. And there we have Jorden and Foreest with the white pieces against Challenger.
Sindarov, who defeated the leader yesterday.
Is it a
Vincent.
Burberry shirt?
Looks like it.
I don't think I've ever seen.
And we have some ceremonial first moves today.
Ooh.
We have one professional former soccer player, I believe. Marius Nikolai. And it says professional footballer, but I'm going to guess it's soccer.
I don't know. Could it be rugby?
Well, then it would say rugby.
Pretty stout guy.
And he's made a D4.
Not bad.
Knows how to play chess.
What do you think, Peter?
I'm
footballer.
I'm googling.
Footballer. Didn't he look?
No, it is soccer.
Of course.
It is soccer.
It is soccer.
Okay.
He's currently the sporting director of the national under-21 team.
Oh, nice. Yeah, soccer is huge in Romania.
Across the whole of Europe.
They're making final announcements before the players begin.
Talk about butterflies in your tummy. These last 2 rounds are going to be nail biters. With Fabi and Vincent, these 2 players fighting for first, it's got to be our marquee matchup for today. But that Jorden game with
It's going to be very interesting to watch as well, yeah.
Now for Vincent, this is his 2nd black in a row. And
Coming off of a devastating loss yesterday.
it was pretty brutal indeed. He played very well, and I thought that Vincent actually got an advantage, remarkably enough, with black out of the opening, but Sindarov won his first game. Now, Fabi, on the other hand, he's such a fabulous theoretician. Vincent is going to be
Look at
challenged
that.
C2,
Surprise.
C4.
C4.
Yeah,
E5.
not unexpected.
You're opening, Yasser.
Yes. But
Three.
knight c3, Michael from Romania, the grandmaster from Michael Marin, he devoted an entire book to the English, and he was suggesting the second move, g2, g3, on move 2 in the English against e5. Now, queen b3, I know that Fabi has dabbled with this move in the past. I'm not a particular fan of this move, Peter. What has he's done it before? So what draws Fabi to this move?
Honestly, I'm not entirely sure. This doesn't feel like it should be refuting anything, and I'm not I would like to see how it goes from here. By move 3, I think answering your question is going to be very, very difficult. I would like a little bit more data
Okay,
here.
so well, let's take a direct approach. You attack my bishop.
Knight c6 seems very logical.
I defend the bishop.
And we
By
can
the
see
way,
after 3 moves, there's only 414 games in the database, and knight c6 is the most common with 246.
and yeah, knight c6. And by the way, it comes with a slight possibility of playing the move knight to d4, because let's say you play g3 here. After knight d4, you might find that the queen is going
You have to
back.
go back to d1, yeah.
Like, and so
That's not what we wanted.
And it's like a very funny moment on move 2, because as I was saying, Michael Marin devoted an entire book on the English with g2, g3, explaining why you shouldn't play knight c3 and blah, blah, blah. And the next point is, it's a very strange move, bishop b4, because aren't you invoking the knight to go to d5 with
Peter,
the
is
tempo?
knight d5 the most common response?
No, I don't think so. Although, no, actually it is. Yeah, knight d5 is the most commonly played, and g3 is second. Queen c2, queen c2 third. Knight d5 does seem very logical when black plays bishop b4. We are sort of, if we think about it as a Rossolimo with colors reversed, the fact that there is no knight on f6 because white is doing this with an extra tempo is quite significant.
Right.
But against bishop knight d5, there's a number of things black can do. Bishop b7 is playable, bishop c5 is playable, a5 is playable. I would still suspect that knight d5 has to be, quote unquote, correct in as much as such a thing exists in chess. But yeah, Fabi clearly has his own ideas, and also I think in part, even though if you tell me he's done this before, my next point is somewhat invalidated. I wanted to say he's mainly trying to get Vincent to not play the positions he's clearly intending to play, because I think if you play bishop b4 move 2 in the English, you are expecting knight d5 to be the response. But yeah, queen b3 does seem a bit off topic, because the best case scenarios appear to be you just switching to kind of well-known positions. If eventually black takes on c3 and you take on c3 with the queen, there will be some positions which via different move orders could get us into known territory.
All right, queen b3, and Vincent's taking a pause, which is a bit of a surprise for me, because once again, I have seen Fabi playing these positions with queen b3, and I wouldn't have imagined it come as a surprise. Let me just check in on the game between Jorden and Sindarov.
Another year opening, yes. So we have a Catalan.
Another,
well,
wow.
our opening.
Yeah, Catalan. But this is a very, very surprising move order by Sindarov for me. Okay, so we have a Catalan, and essentially, I've always thought of the Catalan as posing, black has an option. He can play what I call the open Catalan, where you capture the pawn on c4, and you aspire for equality with the move c7, c5, or you can play what I call the closed Catalan, yeah, which is you say, I'm putting my pawn on c6, I'm blunting this bishop on g2, and I will develop my bishop either to b7 and or to a6.
And there are even some ideas of knight d4, f5.
And there are even, switching to a Dutch stonewall, as you say, with knight e4, f5. So, great. Now we know. We have an open Catalan. D takes c4, and you immediately play c7. So that I don't quite get, Peter.
You want to play both open and closed at the same time.
Your revolving door, tell me what's going on here.
Well, I think we were discussing this, I remember, on air with Jan Gustafsson during the candidates, that there are currently sort of 25 declared ways to equalize against the Catalan, and yet people are not satisfied, and they're introducing new ways of doing that.
Trying to equalize
into the bloodstream.
Right.
Weyi did something completely fresh in the candidates to make it more or less forced draw against the Catalan, against Anish Giri, I think, in the first half of the candidates. C6, b5 has existed for a while. It's not new exactly, but it's, compared to a6, is very, very unexplored. But it has a decent reputation, and it's been played by strong players in recent years. I see on my screen young Krzysztof Duda played it a couple of times. Arjun played it in 2022, Hao played it, Andreikin, and so on. It's very fresh, though. Most of the games on my screen are sort of post-COVID or just in the run-up to the 2020s. Mainly, I think, because people just, like, why would you do this when you have a6?
Right.
It's not that this is bad. It's just that you have this option, which is supposed to just safely equalize. Why would you not do what is quite obviously strong and good? But it's playable, yeah. Queen c2 already played by Jorden, bishop b7 by far the main move here, because you do want to finish development. And I guess your plan is just to push for the immediate c6, c5 as early as possible. You're trying to play knight b7, rook c8, perhaps queen b6, and push c6, c5. And if you achieve that in the Catalans, you're rarely much worse, and often not worse at all.
You will equalize, which begs, obviously, if you do play bishop b7, and he has, in fact, played bishop b7, if it's a fight for the control of the c5 square, I can imagine knight d2 as being...
Knight d2, this is Caruana Karyakin from 2018, knight b7, knight b3.
Yeah.
But I think after queen b6, even 65 might be playable in some of these positions, but I think queen b6 is the main move here. And if you play bishop e3, we have knight d5. So you're not going to be able to establish full control over the c5 square. And I am about, I guess, to push c6, c5. Obviously, the game continues, and it's not as straightforward as all that. You can include knight e5, as Yasser is showing on his board, let's say in this position. But
trying desperately to control...
yeah, my suspicion is, once again, like, if you look at this with the engine for a while, it probably does equalize.
Right.
And it's just yet another line which we are seeing against the mainline Catalan, which is probably just fine with good play.
26th line.
Yeah,
but
line 26.
It's just that there are so many of them that which one you choose ends up really maybe the most relevant question.
Right. Line 26. All right. Thank you, Peter, for that insight. Like that, I mean, for me, the combination of d5 takes c4 and c7, c6 don't fit.
I know what you mean,
You
yes.
choose one, choose the other.
Whenever I prep it with black, I choose one or the other,
Yeah,
not
exactly,
both. Usually.
not both. I want to go back to Fabiano's game just to see what Vincent did play against queen b3. He chose to play the move a5. That's a bit of a surprise for me, because after a3, he's really justified this queen sally. We've won the two bishops, and we haven't gotten the double pawns. So it would almost resemble a bit of a Nemzo Indian.
Yeah, I think that's the closest comparison here.
For me, if I have my choice between b4 or b3, I'm generally choosing b4. I would have probably played b4 myself, but after b2, b3, is clear what Fabi intends, which is to blast open the long diagonal. It seems very compliant to me, Peter, what Vincent has done. Nothing wrong with his choice.
It's fine still, and I wanted to ask you, how do you feel about playing c7, c5 in this types of structures?
I think it's a very good idea, actually.
Just to stop d4?
Well, yeah, exactly, to try to...
you fight against d4, you fight against b4 as well in some later scenarios. And,
right.
And then you develop the knight to c6. Once you trade off your dark square bishop, I think that structure becomes a lot more logical in a lot of spots, and yeah, I like it. Exactly. Vincent begins with knight f6, but I am expecting him at some point to play c5, knight c6, honestly. I think it's very logical here.
Once again, how did these two match up, Nasi?
Yes, let's have a look. Fabi has a +2 score, 0 losses and 3 draws. Maybe he beat him while he was still young?
Yes, I think that must be it. But now I'm trying to think of where events that they might have played together.
And yes, so let's check how
please.
Anish Giri is doing against Bogdan. So Anish is half point behind the leaders. If he wins today, in the last round, he can be going in sharing first as well.
Exactly.
But he has black pieces against Bogdan.
So an old friend, the Queen's Indian, b7, b6. And this used to be, you know, if you go back to the 80s, 90s, this was it. This is what everybody played. Today, d5, and the Rogozin with bishop b4 is dominating the action. But after g2, g3, bishop a6, b2, b3, and this was an introduction of Grandmaster Andras Adorjan. He liked to play the move b6, b5 here, which is like really quite a remarkable move. The idea is to remove the pawn on c4, trade the pawns, so that when black plays the move d5, your Catalan bishop, the c4 pawn isn't, breaking open the structure. Perfectly playable, bishop d4.
Including the check.
Also a remarkable move by Jan Timman, used to be to play like this. And then the idea was that
Play a5.
Yes, exactly. And you've kind of drawn the bishop away from the b2 square. And it was very, very awkward, if not impossible, to get advantages with the white pieces. But knight c3, d5, takes, and let's just catch up with the players, because I'm sure we're on hallowed ground still, aren't we? Are we not, Peter?
Well, let's take a look. There are still about 20 games reaching even this position, and unsurprisingly, the name I was expecting to see here is on my screen, because at some point it felt like at the top level only Karakin was playing the Queen's Indian. It became completely unfashionable and nobody else did it. Although there are 2 games, somewhat shockingly, by Nodebek reaching this position. Nodebek I don't associate with the Queen's Indian necessarily, but it looks like he has been dabbling in Queen's Indians recently. And those are not online games either, they are
legit.
They are legit games. He lost to Fabi from this position and beat Vidit.
Wow.
These types of positions, they are extremely sturdy for black. You are going to be very, very solid, but you are somewhat passive. The knight on d7 is going to need to find a job somewhere. I guess in a way of active counterplay, yeah, you probably return the bishop to b7 at some point and play c7, c5, or maybe even keep it on a6 for the time being. The main move statistically appears to be rook e8, which is also very logical. There is a semi-open file in the center, so putting a rook on that semi-open file is always going to be a reasonable idea.
Yeah.
White after rook e8 goes knight e5 mostly, but rook c2, bishop f4, rook e1 all have been played. Statistically, this is, as is often the case with the Queen's Indian, it's pretty level. There's not a lot going on just yet, but these are very intricate positions, which I personally, for instance, don't understand at all. And I'm curious how they will play them.
All right, we'll keep an eye on this
But
one.
I'll mention one more time that Anish is kind of a must-win situation if he wants to play for the first place.
Exactly.
He is outside looking in, half point behind the leaders, and of course they're
And
also
there's
playing.
3 leaders.
And there's only 1 round left.
Yeah. Somebody can stumble, but not all 3.
Not all 3,
Yeah.
especially considering 2 of them will be playing each other as well.
Exactly.
So if he's fighting for first, he has to win today.
And
Exactly.
I think the Queen's Indian, surprisingly, is a good weapon for that. Not because you're, like, this doesn't look like a position with winning chances for black. But what it does have is a lot of pieces on the board, complicated strategic struggle, where there will be difficult decisions on every move, which against Bogdan in particular is very good, because it gives him plentiful scope to think.
Right.
And this is what you want. He's as we know, he is a very, very good player, but time management could become a problem somewhere down the line.
Thank you, Peter. I'm going to go to our 4th game between Prague and...
I've been waiting for this.
and MVL because...
Yeah, and this is, I've been waiting for this to eat crow, frankly, because this Prague, and the fact that I even worked with the young man is maybe making it even worse. He's actually done something on move 7 I have never seen before.
Never.
I don't know if I'm sure all the moves exist, and yeah, there are 2 games reaching this position, and maybe 3. But bishop f4, I can explain it. I can actually fully explain why the move is being made, but it's so funny to see a proper novelty in the absolute central position of the Greenfield on move 7. And in order to explain it, we need to go back a couple of moves. Let's switch to my board, and I'll give a bit of a lecture. So I'm not going to talk about all the possible moves in this position that white can make. There's like there's 15.
Let me just prep our audience. We're going to get a master class on the Grunfeld. This is going to be good.
On a very specific slice of the Grunfeld.
Okay.
But, bishop f4 is an attempt to improve on the move bishop g5, which in itself is very rare. But bishop g5 actually makes sense. It was played at some point by very strong players. Ruslan Ponomarev played this, I think, a couple of times against me. It's a decent move. And eventually black settled on the idea of meeting it with c5, rook c1, castles. And if you play d5, either here or in the position after knight f3, bishop g4, and d4, d5, black basically reacts by playing queen d6. And the point is, we eventually are going to be taking on f3 and then going knight d7, perhaps going b7, b5, and expanding on the queen side. And the queen on d6 does a number of things. It prevents white from pushing e4, e5 easily. It gets unpinned from the square on d8 if you put it back on d8. If you play knight d7, I mean, it's not a threat yet, but you have to kind of constantly contend with the idea of d5, d6.
Yeah.
In some positions, it will become a problem. Not here, but in some positions. And queen d6 is just very comfortable for black. For instance, after bishop e2, you take on f3, and you can even play b7, b5 straight away, and then you play knight d7. Black has full counterplay here. Black is just not worse at all. So bishop f4, c5, rook c1. If MVL castles here, I'm guessing d5 will happen either immediately or after knight f3, bishop g4, d5. And Pragg is making an argument that
no queen d6.
Not attacking the pawn on e7 is less important than denying queen d6. This is very curious, and I'm very like, it brings a smile to my face despite me not knowing this, because I very much understand the thought process behind this. And I'm sure this doesn't refute the Grunfeld, but it's a very good idea for one game, because it's very fresh. MVL, despite being, by this point, I look up to MVL as a Grunfeld player more than I think he looks up to me. He is a fantastic Grunfeld player, but I'm pretty sure he has never seen this before as well.
Right.
And it's just very, very nice to see absolutely fresh twists on well-established ideas at the top level.
I might say the Grunfeld lives. It's alive.
As early as move 7, too.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
I mean, if I could go back for just a moment to this position. Again, just as Peter was mentioning, this is like the central core of the Grunfeld. And it was always felt that black was ready to play c5, knight c6, and pressure the pawn on d4. So everybody quickly braced themselves for this attack that was coming on the d4 square by putting their knight on e2 and their bishop on e3 and saying, as many times as you can attack d4, I can defend d4. And it was all about defending d4. Later, what developed was an extraordinary idea of allowing the pin. This was always considered really bad form to put the knight on f3 where it would get pinned. And again, it was all about defending the d4 square. I'm completely with you, Peter. I played against the Grunfeld, I'm going to say 20 tournament games, if not more, and it never crossed my mind. Bishop f4, just it wasn't on the radar whatsoever.
It's one of those ideas that you only come to after going through everything else, and realizing that there is one idea for black which you can deny here, and if you do deny it, maybe black at least is met with new challenges. Once again, I'm really, really certain this does not refute my favorite opening, and I've been looking at this. I'm assuming castles is critical. d5, e6, this is where you would like your bishop on g5, actually. I'm pretty sure the idea is to play knight f3 first, wait for bishop g4, and play d5 here. And now black has two very distinct ideas. You can still play e7, e6, after which white has all kinds of options. d5, d6, now that the bishop on the 4 is supporting it, is playable here. You can go bishop e2, but bishop e2 is, I think, for Pragg in particular, he lost yesterday. He actually is playing his second white in a row, but he lost one yesterday, bringing him down to 50%. Right. He badly needs a win today. So I'm willing to bet whenever there's a kind of a fork in the road, he's going to choose the sharper option. And in this position, I think the sharper option is d5, d6, with the idea of them maybe going for some h4, h5 gambles. Or you can play f7, f5, which my screen doesn't refute. Whoa. But if you've never seen this before, how confident are you in playing f7, f5 and playing positions like, not rook f6, of course. Rook takes f5, white goes bishop g3. And the suggestion is to go king h8, and just to say everything is fine, d5 is hanging, I have counterplay.
That's scary.
Yeah,
Scary.
that is not easy to do, I think,
No,
against somebody who is very clearly still in his prep.
Right.
So yeah, this could be very fun.
Wow.
Great.
Now I'm anxious to see what's going to unfold. We've reached that part of their show, our start, where I got to ask you, statistically speaking, who's going to win this thing?
Let's have a look at the pie charts. We know pre-tournament favorite was Javokhir Sindarov, Fabiano not far behind, and Anish in third.
Okay.
Then we had 5 draws first day, so nothing changed much. After day 2, there was a 3-way tie for first place.
And my money's on Vincent.
There's Vincent, Keymer, Praggnanandhaa, and MVL. Then Anish Giri also won, so he jumped up front with 24.3%.
My money's still on Vincent.
After day 4, it's been Vincent's pie since then, 43.8. Giri in second, Foreest in third. After day 5, Vincent maintains the lead. Fabi jumps to second. Then after day 6, I believe, is when Vincent was a full point ahead.
I'm claiming victory and I'm leaving.
70% for Vincent, Foreest at 13. But look at that, Yasser. After day 7, Fabi caught up with Vincent, and now Fabi is the favorite at 37%. Keymer not behind, and Foreest 23.
Well, essentially, Fabi and Vincent playing each other, and they've got all the chances between them.
But today's game also Fabi against Vincent, yes.
I know, that makes it statistically the crucial game. That's it.
Absolutely.
You could almost say if there's a winner in this game, they will win the tournament.
Statistically speaking, yes.
Statistically speaking, yes, indeed.
There's been a lot of games, a lot of moves in Foreest and Sindarov's position,
Let's
so
do it.
let's check
Again,
that
that
Catalan.
was the strange open-closed Catalan.
And C5 still came.
Bishop b7, rook d1. I thought there was going to be a fight for the c5 square. I had expected Jorden to play knight d2. He played rook d1. Well, there's no c5 when the queen's on d8, but queen b6 is coming, and now we can't stop c5 at all. And Jorden said, well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to press in the center, maybe combining with the idea of e5 and knight g5 as well, c5, e5, and I don't think there's any choice, right? I have to play knight to d5 here. Or
What else?
knight g4?
No, then H.
No, you have to play knight d5.
Yeah,
Knight
it's
d5.
forced.
You absolutely have to play knight d5. And there's a very fun line I just clicked through.
Please.
I don't know how forced it is, but some of it appears to be borderline forced. In these types of positions, I think if white has nothing on the king side, if I add h7, h6 to this position for black,
h3,
I start
h6.
preferring black.
Right.
Because I think black has achieved more in the center than white achieved anywhere, and it's very comfortable. But jumps to the g5 square are incredibly critical in all of these positions.
Exactly.
And I think the central move here is bishop c1, g5. And now, shockingly, the only thing that doesn't give white a large advantage is a move knight d5 before. I mean, the move is actually kind of obvious because we are attacking the queen and we're introducing the idea of bishop takes f3. What is shocking is that there's nothing else that comes close to equalizing. Because otherwise, let's say you make some kind of a normal move here. I don't know what counts as normal. Nominate a move.
Rook e8.
Yeah. White takes on d5, takes on e7, goes knight g5, +2.
+2.
+2.
Damn.
Just straight up bad, yeah. Very, very bad for black. The center just collapses. The reason it's +2 is actually just very prosaic. You're just going to end up in an endgame where you will drop both d5 and then b5.
That's bad.
Yeah, that is very bad. So you have to play knight b4. Critical move is, I believe, queen b1. Okay. Black takes on f3, white takes on e7. Now we take a minor capture. Bishop takes d1 is slightly worse after queen takes d1, but we can take on g2. Because if bishop takes f8, we just drop the bishop all the way back to b7, create the idea of queen c6. This is very scary for white. Even though it says zeros on my screen, I have a feeling it just hasn't reached enough depth. I think it's not zeros. This looks lost, frankly, to me. So we go king takes g2 instead. And here, rook f8 is playable, but seems like rook fc8 is slightly more precise. And then there's very nice geometry. White has knight e4, using the pin along the e7 before diagonal to attack the pawn on c5. Only move that doesn't lose is queen b7. White goes a3. We go knight d5. White seems to win the pawn on c5, but we have rook takes c5. Winning the pawn back, because if you take on c5, you get mated after knight f4. Very nice discovered double check, followed by either queen h1 or queen g2 mate. So you play something like king g2, g1, black goes rook c7, knight d6, queen b6. I guess you prefer white a little bit, but these types of positions with one open file, I think black normally holds. I'm not saying we will see all of this, but it is very logical. Like many of these moves appear to be logical and almost the only choices available. So kind of a very interesting idea. I'm pretty sure Jorden still knows all of this. How much does Sindarov know is less clear to me, but he's also playing very, very quickly.
I hope we get those fun positions.
Exactly.
And yes,
the night before. I just wanted to say, in that variation that Peter was showing us, it was one of the most unusual looking pins I've ever seen. This bishop g5, and knight b4, queen b1, bishop takes f3. This is the line Peter was showing us. Bishop takes e7, bishop takes g2, king takes g2. Now just stop for a moment here. After the move rook c8, the knight on b4 is pinned.
Yeah, you normally don't pin going backwards.
Exactly.
Quite rare, yeah.
Yeah, that was a very, very
Jorden
nice.
has played bishop g5. It's on the board.
And check it out. How deep did their preparation go as bishop g5 just on the board?
Yeah. That look up by Javokhir, I think he's going to go bishop knight b4 without thinking.
Yeah, the files.
That little bit of a look up was very, very recognizable tale of somebody remembering. Yeah.
Exactly. Who's our special guest today?
Yes, I want to tell our audience to stick around because we're going to have a special guest today, Ivan Saric from Croatia. He's the top Croatian player, two-time champion, and I believe he will be the wild card in Zagreb.
Many times in Zagreb, played in our Rapid Blitz and other tour events as well. Looking forward to interviewing Ivan, and that will be coming up top of the hour?
I believe so.
Okay.
So definitely stick around.
We'll keep an eye on that. Where would you like to guide us, Nasi?
Well, let's go to our marquee matchup, Fabi and Vincent.
Exactly. And who has gotten the edge here? Okay, when we left it, a very unusual line of the English, where white has played an early queen b3, won the two bishops, and Fabi just dropped his queen back to the c2 square.
We're on move 9, Yasser, and that queen has already moved 3 times.
I feel Yasser's scholastic chess.
Yeah. The coaches once again are in a bit of a pain. Why, Peter? I would have thought d3, knight f3, bishop e2, Sicilian.
I think in part we're fighting against a5, a4. In part we're maybe hoping to go knight e2, knight c3.
Okay, combining the move queen c2, you're saying we're fighting against
sort of.
a4, and we're making room.
It's also the top line of the engine, and I suspect Fabi has actually seen this position before, despite its somewhat random nature. If you are playing queen b3 to meet bishop b4, I think black made 8 very natural moves. So it's possible you have seen this before. I looked at this a little bit while we were discussing some other positions. I think black is completely fine if he just castles and goes rook e8. I actually quite like this for black. I was a little bit surprised it's not better for black than it already is. Let's say queen c2, we castle. Knight e2 appears to be best. We go rook e8. Now knight c3, knight d4, you're straight up wars. Unsurprisingly, I thought queen d1 and what's the matter? But after queen d1, it throws in bishop f5, waits for you to go d3. And now there's a bunch of very strong moves. d6, d5 is very strong. a5, a4 is very strong. It's just not a good position for white. You're basically never threatening to take that knight. Even if the piece does not get one back, your position will be so cramped you will not be enjoying it. This is just not good at all. So after rook e8, the engine suggests going knight g3. And now there is a number of options available. You can go bishop e6, you can go h7, h5 actually, which is not stupid at all. But also you can simply play a5, a4 now, ba4, queen a5, with, I think, a very comfortable position for black. I don't see why this would be any worse for black at all. Probably not worse for white either, because white has the bishop pair, and the slight weakening on of the queen side structure is not that telling. But this looks very comfortable for black. I don't know.
Yeah, I genuinely don't understand what white has achieved. Again, a lot of queen moves by white. And I'm still not even sure what I'm doing with my light squared bishop, by the way. If I do put my knight on c3, I can understand why I might put my bishop on d3. If I put my knight on g3, similar story, I might want to put my bishop on g3. I'm a little bit confused by the position.
But yes, sir. Can we question the man who's currently #2 in the world?
No. Fabi, thanks to his victory yesterday, it's something that's very common for him.
This is the live FIDE ratings. He's, where is, oh, okay. This is the live ratings, including just the current players. So I was like, where is Hikaru? But yeah, he overtook Hikaru, and Fabi's behind Magnus Carlsen at 27.93.2.
Right, that extra point too.
Then Javokhir Sindarov is currently world #5, absolutely incredible for a 20-year-old. Anish Giri #6, Vincent at #7, Wesley at #10. Wow, that's just incredible.
Yeah, great field, and congratulations, Fabi. Fabi spent most of his career, it feels like to me, behind Magnus Carlsen. Not a lot of people can say that, but Hikaru of late has been actually jockeying for that position #2. The inside joke here in St. Louis, of course, is that Fabi's my most immediate neighbor. He literally lives next door to me. And I like to say that when I was a young man, I was very ambitious. I wanted to be a champion of the United States. That was, my goal. Today, I just want to be the highest rated player on the block.
Hard to do when Fabi's your neighbor.
Exactly. So I told that to Fabi, and he said, but yes, sir, I'm the #2 player in the world. And I said, so I have a chance. Is what you're telling me.
Also, yes, sir, Livon doesn't live that far away either.
Exactly. So actually, Fabi encouraged me to move one block over, and he said, well, we'll move over to West Pine. I said, I can't do that. He says, why? He says, Livon's living on my block. He says, well, move over to Foreest. Can't do that either. Why? Ray Rups is down
Lanier's also
Lanier. I mean, I'm surrounded by
too many super GMs in St. Louis.
That's it. By the way, do we have rook e8 on the board? I think we do.
No, Vincent still hasn't even castled after queen c2. He's thinking.
Yet. Okay, but yeah, it's a. Yeah, I live in a tough neighborhood. You think you got problems? Bishop g5 on the board between Jorden and Sindarov, and
Sindarov's still thinking. He hasn't played knight before quickly.
Yeah, I thought he was going to just blitz it out, because it really did seem like he was just trying to remember what the file says, and maybe he still will do it quite quickly. But yeah, I honestly expected it to come instantly.
Peter, and just going down that whole rabbit hole that you were talking about, because.
You're going to ask me why not rook f8, or?
No. I thought it was all very good. What was the line? It was knight c.
Knight e4, queen b7 only move.
Knight e4, queen b7 only move, and king g1.
No, king g1. I think we're allowing knight takes e5. I think is the point, right? Maybe.
Because
I think that might be the reason queen b7 is needed and not queen c6.
Gotcha. So
which is why a3.
You kind of unmasking an attack here.
Yep.
And I wanted to go, in this case, there's rook takes e5.
Yeah.
So if I draw your rook out first, and I say, okay, put your knight on this terrible square, because you've got to keep the king, you've got to keep the pin.
First of all, knight d5 transposes to our line. Secondly, knight c2 wins on the spot. There are many things wrong which aren't great about this.
So it just means that I do have to play a3.
You have to include a3, and then knight d5, and we take. And also, curiously, after bishop takes c5, I think if we want to be fancy, we can go knight takes e5, d, rook takes c5, taking a larger piece on c5. Instead of 2 trades, we can make 2 sacrifices.
Nice.
Same position,
Nice.
though.
And again, as Peter was mentioning, knight takes allows knight f4, double check with a mate to follow. And we were looking at king g1, rook c6, and as Peter was saying, both sides have good knights. Maybe white's a little bit better. And this is all basically forced. And I
Borderline
just saw
forced, yeah.
Sindarov there was reaching for his knight.
Yep,
Yeah.
he played knight before.
And he after, well, for Sindarov, he's actually spent some time, 16
Yes.
minutes on his clock.
Mm-hmm.
What's wrong with him? And how do these two match up with each other, Nasi?
Let's see. Not too many games. 1 win for Jorden. That was probably in Tata still. And 2 draws. Is that
Impressive
right,
by
Peter? Was
Jordi.
it Waikidze? You
Let
think
me
that
let me
was
look it
the
up. I
win?
looked up something else, but not this.
That's an impressive record for Jordi against, I mean,
mean,
the
he
world
is
champion challenger.
About 6 years older than Sindarov, so they could have
Okay.
played
some
young junior tournaments.
exactly, exactly. Well, first of all, it surprises me that knight b4 is completely forced. Like anything else, and you just kind of get a bad position. Knight takes c3. You didn't mention exact. Rook e8. I understood why that went south. Knight takes c3. Again, the engine just loves this for white.
I think
What
just
have
b
I-
takes c3 in the position is
B
bad,
takes
maybe,
c3.
No, actually, that's a mistake.
Yeah,
It's,
because I wanted to say after bc3, rook e8, I didn't understand why it was so bad.
bishop b7, knight g5 is still going to be annoying, but I guess bishop takes e7 is very strong, right?
Followed by knight g5,
Followed by knight g5 in some position, yeah.
probably this position.
Yeah, and as for the previous, Javokhir, Jorden actually beat Javokhir in the Nerflot Open in 2019.
2019.
Yeah, they were very young, both of them.
Well, probably what's Jordi 20 at the time?
Well, I
and
mean, Javokhir was
14.
14, and Jordi was 20, yeah.
Beating while low young. Yeah, exactly. By the way, we do have knight b4, queen b1 on the board. So the players are definitely going down. And again, bishop takes f3 looks forced.
It does, and this is
anything-
very exciting, but I just caught a glimpse of Maxime's game, and he did play f5 against
Not
Prague
in
a
the same
different
position, but yeah, he did go for some version of f7, f5. And VL knows that you can't really wait for too long in these types of positions.
Okay, I'm going to switch from, because I was expecting a flurry of moves to come in the game between.
Yeah, let's bring it over to my board and take
Yeah.
a look at what's happening in Maxime's game.
Okay.
So after the expected knight f3, bishop g4, d5, e6 was very playable. I was kind of very curious. I was checking it in a separate window. But MVL went knight g7, h3, bishop takes, queen takes, very understandable play from white. And now if black plays queen a5 here, you just give up the pawn on a2 for positional compensation. And I was looking at those types of lines. You can play bishop e2, queen takes a2, castle short. And this is actually a lot more threatening than it might appear, because if white at any point manages to push e4, e5, despite having an extra outside passer on the queen side, you very often are in a lot of trouble in these types of Greenfield positions. It appears to still be holding after knight e5, knight c4, but it's tricky. Instead, MVL goes f5. Best move appears to just be, we badly need to finish development as white. You have to play bishop e2. Black probably takes and goes knight f6. Luckily for white, we have queen e6 check, king h8. And in this position, best appears to be rook d1. And once again, structurally, white is much better. If white finishes development here without losing any material, and in particular, if the queens stay on, I think white is significantly better. But after queen b6, maybe black survives. Black would very much like to trade queens, so we probably play queen e3. And in this position, the engine suggests maybe you have to play c5, c4. Once again, for black, it is vitally important to continue challenging the queen and to continue challenging the white center. If you go, let's say, rook a d8 and allow even this position, we've won a pawn here with black, but we are still fighting for equality, and I'm not sure if we're equalizing. The bishops are very strong. The king on h8 is very, very unsafe. White has a very strong initiative in the center. Bishop coming to f3 will be putting pressure on the entire black position. It's probably salvageable, but you're struggling despite seemingly being a somewhat healthy pawn up. So this is very, very concrete. I'm expecting Pragg to continue blitzing for a while yet. MVL is almost down to below an hour. So you count this as a success with White, but of course, as I mentioned, even if perhaps what MVL has done is not the best, he is still doing very sensible Grunfeld things, and he shouldn't be doing too poorly.
Thank you, Peter. You know, the move f7, f5, to my eyes, is an exceptionally risky strategical approach by Black in the sense, as you've just described it, the Black king. If I get a queen on e6 check, the structure isn't very, very nice. Why didn't MVL earlier, after knight f3, first capture on d4, Peter?
C takes?
The idea is, at least I'm keeping queen a5 check in my pocket, so that after bishop g4,
We play d5 anyway, yeah.
And you're not afraid.
Those endgames are just going to be very unpleasant for Black.
So if I take,
I think I might even be
takes,
taking g takes f3 in this position.
or even g and queen a5 check, you're not giving
I'm very
me the
happily
pawn?
playing queen g2.
And you're
I
not
think these
giving me
endgames
the
are going to
pawn.
be rough for Black, frankly.
And knight d7,
Well, a move of some description, bishop e2 maybe.
just bishop e2. Huh. Feels like f5 starts looming. Interesting. Okay, so I would have thought that the inclusion of c takes d4 would have been useful. And finally, I just wanted to ask, has anybody tried a different approach, b6, these positions?
You're really not going to like how this comes out. I've played these positions all my life occasionally, in particular against the bishop e2 rook b1 lines,
Right.
when I didn't really want to engage with these like full-fledged theory, which ends at move 30. But even the very, very best versions of this don't equalize. And this is not a particularly good version, I don't think.
Yeah, I'm just saying, you know, the bishop on f4 is not on
Sure.
the comfortable squares
I mean,
g5
specifically
or e3.
here, bishop c7 might hurt your feelings quite a bit, actually, but followed by knight e5, perhaps. You
Or start with bishop b5 and then...
Or start bishop b5, bishop c7.
Trap my queen.
Yeah, like specifically here, the bishop on f4 is actually positioned very nicely.
Here I'm trying to exploit the poorly positioned bishop, and you're trying to prove
I think it's on
how
a good
beautiful
square.
it is, actually.
I think it's on a good square, actually, yeah.
All right, so none of this happened because what MVL did do was he gave up his light square bishop.
As expected, Pragg is not thinking yet. Pragg is just showing what the file says so far.
1 hour, 28 minutes. He started with 1 hour and 30 minutes, did Pragg. And, well,
Lifetime between those two.
How did they meet? How did they
Even though
match
they're
up?
from different generations, I'm sure they've played a lot of games. 7 draws and only one decisive game that favored Maxime.
Wow. Wow, 7 draws. Somehow, Maxime being ahead by +1 isn't egregious. But you think it might be 3-2 with a few draws because their styles are so aggressive. You know.
There's a big time difference, of course, because Pragg came so well prepared, 28 minutes already. Peter, I actually want to ask you that. How does that feel, like when you prepare something and your opponent walks right into it and you have extra 30 minutes after 10 moves?
It's pretty good. I don't think I have a lot of experience with that.
Have you been on the other side?
Well, yeah, the other side is other side is much more familiar to me. But it's a good feeling, of course. And even if you know what you're doing isn't really that groundbreaking, it's still very good to be in that spot, of course, and to just know that you're in charge and you got your idea in, and at least you're challenging your opponent to find the best moves. But I mean, 30 minutes is not that much. I don't think Pragg is feeling particularly bubbly. This is sort of the expected. If you play bishop f4 against the Grunfeld, if you're not up half an hour by move 12, I think something has gone badly wrong. 'Cause people are supposed to think there.
Right.
By the way, Maxime captured on e4, so they may be going into the line that you prescribed, Peter, with queen takes e4, knight f6, queen e6 check.
And an interesting deviation in Jorden's game against Javokhir, by the way. Let's switch to that for a second, because that's a game of one of our leaders. And also, yeah, he is showing very, very good homework here. Instead of bishop takes c7, which is what we were covering, he included d takes c5. And now knight takes c5 is the only thing that doesn't lose. If you take with the queen, which I thought was completely fine, you actually lose to bishop takes f3. And the point being that if you take on g5 here, white has bishop takes a8, and d7 is also hanging, you just end up a lot of material down. Yeah.
Right.
So you have to take with the knight. White will take on e7.
Yeah.
And now if you take on g2 and white takes on f8, compared to the position I was showing, there's already a knight on c5, which means that if you play bishop b7, which is what we were doing in the previous one, white gets to escape from f8 with a tempo. Queen takes c5, and white has rook d6, denying the black queen the c6 square. Queen takes e5, queen d1. This still honestly doesn't look unplayable for black, but the machine is telling me black is much worse. Knight d5, knight takes b5 specifically, with the idea, I guess, of playing queen d4. This looks incredibly shaky. I would be panicking. If this is not your home analysis, I think you're panicking with white, because your pieces are standing on air.
Yeah.
The rook is on a very strange square. The knight can be attacked. But the idea of coming up with queen d4 against pretty much anything apparently works out for white.
Huge.
And black is struggling to equalize. Although probably after something like h7, h5, you end up making a draw, but you end up working for the draw. So what you should do after bishop takes e7 is to take on d1. White will take with the queen. You play rook to like any square. Let's say e8, forcing white to take on f8, and we get this position. And this position is fine for black. But there are some pitfalls along the way, is what I'm trying to describe here, is that Jorden clearly decided that by including d takes c5, he is creating more of an opportunity for Javokhir to go wrong compared to the positions after bishop takes c7.
Thank you, Peter.
Wow.
Let's remind everyone that very soon we're going to have Grandmaster Ivan Saric joining us. We're actually seconds away from that.
Yeah, we're just making sure that we have Ivan on our Zoom connection.
The two-time Croatian chess champion, and he's been the wild card on the Grand Chess Tour many times, and he will be again this year in Zagreb.
Yeah, great competitor. Wonderful to have him joining us.
Absolutely.
So that I think in some ways Jordan's preparation for this game has just been absolutely excellent. I mean, he seems
prep master.
Yeah, he seems very conversant with the position, and it's so shocking what Peter's saying, that the narrow path to equality that Sindarov has to follow, like any single deviation. This is terrible. You're just losing. This is losing.
Yeah, very narrow path. But let's say hello to Grandmaster Ivan Saric. Hello and welcome to our show.
Yeah, nice to be here.
Where are you, Ivan? Where are you calling from?
Currently at my home in Split. Bit relaxing after some bad events, in which I've lost 30 points of rating in last month. So I could not play worse than I did, and hopefully I'll be back on track in the future.
Well, get rid of all the blunders now before the Grand Chess Tour event in Zagreb, where you'll be playing in front of your adoring Croatian audience.
And here's our schedule coming up. So Ivan, you'll be joining us for Rapid and Blitz in Croatia.
In July,
yes.
July 1st.
And you've played it before many times. How was your experience in previous years?
Different. I think last year was okay, kind of. Some years I played better Blitz, some years I did better in Rapid. So currently I'm trying to get back in my shape, at least to play in the same level I've been playing last year and not like in last month. So that's my goal, and also some rest before the event, which probably is the crucial thing.
Ivan, one of the wonderful things about the Grand Chess Tour is you get to play Blitz, Rapid, and Classical. Your perspective on this one, the Classical in Bucharest?
As I said, honestly, I've been resting a bit and trying to do my chess work at the minimum levels. I've been following some games. It has been a really interesting tournament. It's a pity that Alireza had to quit the tournament. Although, yeah, I would like to play in the same conditions, like from the bed. That seems like a dream, dream conditions for a chess player. You know, you're just combining enjoyment and chess at the same time.
Which
No
we rarely
pressure at
get
all.
to do.
Exactly. Yeah, well, the commute to work isn't so bad, right? You know, you just stay in bed and the game comes to
Ivan,
you.
I'm sure you've been following the event. Any player stood out to you? And we're just showing once again how the situation was when Alireza was
Alireza is
playing.
doing well in last few games. Also, Jorden is keeping up with a great form, and which he has been playing for the last few months or even longer. So, yeah, I'm rooting for Jorden.
In fact, there's two rookies joining the Grand Chess Tour these days. There's
Jorden, Vincent.
Jorden and Vincent. It's
Javokhir too.
And Javokhir. What do you think about the young players of today, Ivan?
It's hard to say that Sindarov is a rookie since he might become the next world champion soon. So, yeah, I wouldn't categorize him as a rookie. Yeah, and Keymer, Vincent is kind of like, I have a feeling he's playing every single top event tournament these days. So he has established himself as a top level player already for a couple of years. He's especially good in Fischer random, so I guess his understanding and tactics are up to level, and without the openings, he might be one of the best in the world in that sense. So he's a really good player.
Absolutely.
Definitely. And since you mentioned, Ivan, that you're rooting for Jorden, let's pull up that game and tell us your opinion currently, his game against Sindarov. What do you think his chances are like in this position?
Just let me check the game.
Yeah, it comes out of a Catalan, open Catalan, with the unusual C6 and B5 instead of A6 and B5.
A very sharp position with the three pieces hanging at the moment.
Usually he's pushing some h4s in the Catalan, so I'm a bit surprised not to see it here, but probably the position, he couldn't make it work somehow. It seems equalish, I would say, but very complicated. I think next couple of moves are probably crucial to see if White's going to get something out of it, or it's just going to be equal after, you know, with the symmetric pawn structure and so on. I don't see any attack here for White, so I guess Black is fine here.
All right.
I don't know. Maybe these bishops.
Maybe these bishops with the bishops.
Yeah, bishops. Unclear what's going to happen with the bishops. So, Ivan, do you have any tournament coming up before Rapid and Blitz?
Yeah, I'm going to play in Kazakhstan at the beginning of the June in October. Strong Open. I'm seeded around like 3rd, 4th place. So, hoping to gain some rating back, or at least to play some normal chess there.
Ivan, thank you so much for joining us, and good luck in getting the rating back, huh?
The form is important. The rating will come and go, as doesn't matter so much, but to get back in the right shape is the most important for me now.
All right.
We wish you best of luck, and thank you so much for joining us and sharing your time with us.
Thank you very much, and goodbye.
Bye-bye. Peter, pick up on the games between Jorden and, in particular, Prague and MVL. Any crucial developments going on?
I was going to bring us back to the game between the two leaders, actually, because there's not been any real developments in the two you mentioned.
Okay.
But Vincent chose not to play rook e8, which I thought bishop e6 is absolutely a very healthy move, and you can definitely play like that as well. But I thought rook e8 was just so logical, making sure the knight doesn't go to c3. He played bishop e6 though, and now after knight c3, I guess the intention probably is to play g5.
Absolutely.
White has to take. We will take with the knight, and now White probably goes bishop c4. This is fine for Black, frankly, but I would have preferred the other one. I thought there was no reason to even give White this kind of development. You take on c3 here. If bishop takes e6, we actually somewhat happily do this to our own structure, because after bishop takes e3, queen d5, castle z5, e4, it appears that White has absolutely no pawn breaks, and this is quite healthy for Black despite the slightly ragged-looking structure. So I guess White just goes bishop takes c3 here. Black plays queen d6. White castles. We will probably play not b5, of course, b7, b6. But White does have some play with f2, f4 here. The engine, of course, says it's completely equal, but optically, I am probably picking White a little bit, even though it's not very much. Black goes f7, f6. Black is incredibly solid, but I think if I had to pick, I'm picking White here.
Yeah, it feels like a nice Sicilian structure.
Reverse Sicilian?
Reverse Sicilian structure for White.
Absolutely crucial match. This is battle for the lead and possibly battle for the title.
Absolutely. Two of our three players tied for first are at it. And before we do take a break, I'm rather surprised that Sindarov is frozen. He's played. It took a while to play knight b4, and then boom. Isn't knight takes c5 forced?
Maybe this was a kind of a sideline inside of a sideline in the file, and he looked at bishop takes c7, or at least he had seen bishop takes c7 on his screen, but not d takes c5. He'll work it out. The other moves are bad. Right. He is very good at calculating.
Yes.
He'll work it out. But I'm guessing he's sort of out of book by this point.
And it's so rare to see him down a half an hour on the clock.
Extremely rare, yes.
I mean, are we sure we're looking at Sindarov's game here?
So Jordan's prep definitely worked out, but yeah, if Sindarov finds all the right moves, still his position is absolutely fine.
Yeah, well, you've got to ask the questions of your opponent. And as we take a break, do we have something prepared for our viewers?
Actually, we do. As we go to break, they ask the players what classical chess reveals about a player that Rapid and Blitz doesn't. So let's find out. Let's take a listen, and we'll be back shortly.
I think in general what I always found the most fascinating and tough to achieve is deep calculation. You know, sometimes I will think for 15-20 minutes, and generally that's where I reach my ultimate calculations, and then whatever more time I spend, I will not find any real new idea. But some players, most famously I would say Sasha Grishuk, but also Fabi, who is playing here, they can think for 30-40 minutes and then up to 1 hour, and always find something new in their calculation, and that would prove useful later in the game.
I think your ability to hold your nerves over many hours, and perhaps also your level of patience, because in Rapid and Blitz, you don't always need so much patience, especially in Blitz. But in classical, you need a lot of patience, and this is a difficult quality to develop. It might even be something that you just have or you don't have, and it's difficult to really work on it. So yeah, I would say those two things: your ability to withstand the nerves of a long game, and also patience.
Classical chess reveal about the player understanding. In Rapid and Blitz, we can see more about player speed and about his tactics, but not a lot about his understanding.
I would say to perform in classical chess, it requires a lot more like hard, painstaking work, which is not to everyone's taste. For example, the opening phase is super important, and analyzing and remembering so many lines just takes a lot of effort. So if you're able to be, if you want to be the very best in classical chess, you have to be willing to do that. Also, one thing people usually say is that in classical chess you have the ability to calculate very deep, but in Rapid and Blitz it's more down to instinct. So in classical chess you can maybe mask if you don't have some instincts by being able to calculate very accurately and deeply, whereas in Blitz you'll see someone's natural instinct come more to light.
Yeah, Rapid and Blitz needs like different skill sets sometimes, but classical chess is the one that is most testing the player, because you need to be alert throughout the game. I have to like focus and give your best at every moment of the game for like 6 hours, while the other two formats doesn't need so much of alertness throughout the game. Like, I mean, you need alertness, but like for a short amount of time. So that's a big difference, and I think, yeah, this one requires a lot of energy, a lot of. You also need to push yourself throughout the game. So I think this one is more testing.
Well, I guess the depth in which you can think, because in Rapid it's basically calculating the most necessary lines is very crucial, while in classical you need to go a bit deeper. It has a bit more detail to it, so a deeper understanding is rewarded.
I think classical is still the basis of strength. It shows that players are really consistent and really strong, and not just relying on time. Also, yeah, teaches consistency, and yeah, I guess it shows what your real chess strength is, I think.
Yeah, I mean, in general, like in classical chess, you always have a time to find best moves. Also, in classical chess, probably most important thing, your opening preparations, which is in Rapid and Blitz not so important, but also important, but not that important like in classical chess. I mean, these two factors is extremely big than Rapid and Blitz. I mean, there is a lot of small things also, like time management, small tactics, but these two, what I told you, I think is probably the most. But I don't know, it's very hard questions actually, because there is a lot of players who can play classical much better than Rapid and Blitz, and also a lot of players who can play Rapid and Blitz like better than classical, so it's hard to explain to me. But if you work a lot of your classical chess, then it's always very hard to play Blitz and Rapid tournaments. But if you work same as well, the three formats, then very hard to improve your classical chess. So it's very hard to say something. Yeah.
It's a really good question. I think classical chess, it has maybe two big differences compared to Rapid and Blitz. One is that the role of the opening preparation is quite different, because usually you have a full day to prepare for just one game, which makes massive impact. And you also have the time to recollect something that is not at the front of your memory, but also not too far behind. So there is a point, and I know that as a professional player, there are certain things that I just remember right now. There are things that I will never be able to remember, and there is something in between. And very often, after 10 or 15 minutes of thought, I recollect certain things. And that changes everything, because in classical game, then you try to recollect, and most of us succeed. And in Rapid, you don't even try. So in Rapid, you either remember on the first, your RAM, whatever, the active memory, or you just don't even try, because trying is just bad. You try for 10 minutes, you will recollect the move, but you lost 10 minutes, which is not worth it. So I think this prep is a big difference, but also there is another difference, and many people don't realize or don't talk about it. And that difference is that some players, they are better than others at using the time to produce a deeper thought. Because you have a lot of players who have great thoughts after first 5 seconds, 10 seconds, maybe after a minute, and then it pretty much stops. And after the first minute of thought, the next half an hour of their thought is so incredibly inefficient. But you have players who are able to go deeper and deeper into the position, and 5 minutes in, 10 minutes in, 20 minutes in, and some of them even utilize more than half an hour. And because you see that, you know, sometimes I work with some players or I play the games, and then afterwards they show me what they saw. And sometimes as I work with certain players, and we solve some positions, I also see that they see more as the time goes on. And this is a skill that is very much underappreciated. And of course, we have some players who are really good at blitz and not so good at classical, because simply after a certain time they still try, but the utility is very small. So after 1 minute, 80% of their thought is formed. And for the classical player, after 1 minute, from a half an hour, just 20% is made up. So I think there are some big differences there.
Fabiano Caruana was born in Miami in 1992 and raised in Brooklyn, where he discovered chess at an early age. What began as a childhood interest quickly became an extraordinary talent. By 14, Caruana had already earned the title of Grandmaster, becoming one of the youngest Americans ever to achieve it. Seeking stronger competition and training, he moved to Europe, where his disciplined approach and deep strategic understanding helped him rise through the international chess ranks. Calm under pressure and known for meticulous preparation, Caruana built a reputation as one of the most precise players in the world. His breakthrough came in 2014 at the Sinquefield Cup, one of the strongest tournaments in chess history. Caruana shocked the chess world by starting with 7 consecutive victories against elite grandmasters, including several of the world's top players. The performance instantly established him as a serious contender for the World Championship. In 2018, Caruana won the Candidates Tournament, earning the right to challenge Magnus Carlsen for the World Chess Championship. Their match became one of the closest in modern history, with all 12 classical games ending in draws before Carlsen won in rapid tiebreaks. Beyond trophies and rankings, Fabiano Caruana helped inspire a new generation of chess fans through his intelligence, consistency, and competitive spirit. His career stands as a testament to dedication, preparation, and the pursuit of excellence at the highest level of the game.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of round 8. Tournament almost over. Let's take a look at the standings after round 7 to see who the leaders are and who's playing for the first place.
There's a trinity at top.
Yes, there are. Fabiano Caruana, Vincent Keymer, and Jorden van Foreest are sharing first, but Anish Giri is only half point behind the leaders. We could say it's a 4-horse race.
And the pairings really focus in on those 3 players at the top, because guess what?
Exactly. We have the key matchup is between Fabiano Caruana and Vincent Keymer. The leaders facing each other. Also, very interesting game between Jorden van Foreest and Javokhir Sindarov. Every game on every board is exciting.
Indeed.
And of course, a reminder to everybody that Wesley has a day off today. He gets a forfeit win against Alireza.
And we have an innovation at this event, and that is our $125,000 bonus pool. I believe they have 9 victories thus far. And so
not counting the forfeits, yes.
Exactly. And to show you how it works, here we go. Once again, $125,000 will be divided by the total number of wins, and the victors will get a bonus for each win that they make. Forfeits are not included, but at the 9 game mark, Peter, what is each game worth?
If it ended today, Fabi and Vincent would be splitting 27,778, and the rest of the players who have only single wins, they get almost 14,000. Not bad for one win in the event.
Well, I was about to say, those prizes, 8, 9, it reminds me of my open days where I'd get a check for $266.66. I'm wondering who I tied with. But yeah, Vincent had actually won 3 games.
Yes, he was +3, but then...
So I didn't quite understand it.
Well, one of them was forfeit.
One was forfeit. It didn't count. So both him and Fabi have won 2 actual games.
Yes. And Fabi having won the 2 games. Vincent did end up playing the D6, D5 move
Yeah,
that
Bishop
you
E6
prescribed.
was telegraphing it quite strongly, and we are exactly when we were expecting to be with CD5, Knight D5, and Bishop C4 on the board.
Right.
And as I mentioned, Knight takes C3. You might feel a little bit icky allowing F takes C6, but the fact that the queen lands on D5, I think, is more relevant. I think Knight takes C3 is a playable move in practical terms. If you don't want to play it, you play something like Rook C8, I guess, castles, and you play, I don't know, maybe H6 or B6, just continuing to stabilize. But if White gets time to do it, maybe you entertain the thought of swinging the knight over to the king's side and then playing F2, F4 and having more pieces where you hope the action will be. I think taking the knights off the board makes a lot of strategic sense. It's just a question of whether you will get spooked by the idea of spoiling your structure like that, but I don't think you need to be. I think it's fine.
Peter, from my days of playing the Sicilian, if I got positions like this, I oftentimes found myself actually on the black side, but you understand what I'm saying, ending up playing the move Bishop D3. I was trying to coax a move like G6 or H6 out of my opponent, and then playing Bishop C4.
They're not bad, but I think here specifically, Knight B4 works.
Yeah, even though you can take on H7, it still works.
Yeah, even though we're giving up a full piece because White has Bishop takes H7 with check, eventually, after everything settles, I will play F7, F5, and the resulting positions appear to be very, very good for Black. Let's say Queen B1, F5. Bishop G6, Queen G5. You will have to give up that bishop. And Black is just doing really well here.
Did I win a pawn or did I lose? You took it back on B4.
Just neither, yeah.
So
equal material, but the knight will land on D3, and Black is doing
excellent,
very nicely here. Yeah.
So essentially, I just simply Bishop D3 just tactically
would
work.
have been very much a play. If Black plays H6, maybe you've gained something, but Black has Knight B4 straight away, and
Knight B4.
Yeah,
wow.
So Bishop D3 appears to not have been playable at all. So yeah, we have this position after Bishop C4, and Vincent has been thinking for a while. One thing that is going quite well for Fabi here is he is almost an entire half an hour up on the clock in a position which is not very complicated in terms of immediate calculations needing to be made, but you do have to make decisions. They're not very obvious, I think. Even the immediate choice in front of Vincent, do we take on C3 or do we play with the knight on D5, perhaps allowing the knight to escape the trade altogether? They all require time, they all require precise judgment, and having an extra half an hour there is definitely not nothing. So yeah, I think this is a decent outcome of the opening for Fabi, in particular because I thought the other plan, the plan with Rook E8 and A4, was just very comfortable for Black and easier to play as well.
Exactly.
Where are we going to go?
Just to stay with the Vincent game for just a moment, because you were talking about Knight C3, and you use the word icky to describe Bishop E6 and Queen D5. But if he plays a normal move, Rook E8, so he wants to recapture with the Rook on E6.
Yeah, not the knight goes somewhere. We go Knight E4, I think. We wait for you to play B6 and we castle.
Knight E4, B6, and castles. So essentially we are playing what looks to be a Maruxi bind.
Yeah. No, Black is fine. You can play, let's say, F6 and then Rook C8, King H8, Bishop G8, maybe even to make sure nothing is hanging on the king's side. But yeah, it's a position, and this is what I mean. Black has choices. Black definitely has options to weigh and to assess which one he likes most. All of them seem fine, frankly. None of those options are bad. It's just a personal preference. And I think the most important and the most immediate question Vincent has to settle in his mind is, does he want the knights on the board or not? I think this is what he is trying to figure out. Because there's not much difference between rook e8 and, let's say, b7, b6.
Right.
All of those kind of allow knight e4 or knight e2. We can lump them together as one kind of a bag of positions.
Gotcha.
And the other one is knight takes c3, which you have to assess.
So option one, you capture on c3, or you maintain the tension.
Thank you for those analyses. Let's go over to Bucharest to hear from Anastasiya and Cristian.
Well, I do have to say, guys, that I think both of the players that we sort of discussed at the beginning of the show with the white pieces, Fabiano and Jorden, did get what they wanted out of the opening. And they did get that pressure, but more importantly, they got a position that they definitely looked at home. So there's some pressure on their opponents. But before we go into the analysis, we do have some quite interesting footage, actually, that we received today.
Yes, it's a nice footage because, first of all, we've seen Alireza Firouzja today at the breakfast, which already are good news. He actually had high spirits, and I think he was smiling and he was in a good mood. And now we see him signing numerous amount of the chessboards.
That's a lot of chessboards right there.
Exactly, yes. And his girlfriend Zana is helping him to move those boards. Alireza, of course, is still part of the tournament, even though he withdrew from the event due to his injury. He is still part of the event, and he will come also for the closing ceremony, and he will be invited to the stage. So he's around. And as I told you, looks
Actually,
good.
I'm quite curious to see if he would be able to walk on the stage. Obviously, his injury is very serious, and we've seen from that footage as well. But he is taking the time to rest here in Bucharest, obviously still helping with the event and being very cordial about it. And then probably, from what we understand, he's going to move on directly to Norway after this event, rather than go back to France and then move on to his next event. So it's great to have him here in Bucharest.
He told me that he feels better, and I really hope so, because I mean he's very young still, and I hope he will recover very, very soon, and will be able to show great chess also during Norway event. But as you mentioned, Cristian, before, Javokhir got really interesting position against Jorden.
We can definitely start with that one.
Did you check the time? He spent like half an hour more than his opponent, and probably it's due to the fact that Jorden was well prepared today.
He has an hour and 20 minutes.
Yes.
I assure you, he's seen this position before. So there's definitely a lot of preparation at stake, and it's one of those positions in which it does seem like Black has quite a few options. Exactly, or at least extremely similar to the one that Peter and the guys in the studio did show up in the game between Fabiano and Vincent. Exactly that type of position where your opponent has a lot of options, and he's going to have to spend a lot of time to figure out which one is the correct one. And that's going to give you the time advantage as well. That seems to be the case in this one. And by the way, great preparation. I mean,
and by the way, Javokhir normally plays so quickly. And remember yesterday's game where he really didn't spend much of time. Here, he clearly needs to think about it. Yeah. He already has style, Javokhir. You know, he likes to come at the last moment. He's running usually on the stage while before the start of the round.
Chess players are creatures of habit. I can tell you that. And if something works and something does work, it worked for him in the candidates as well. He was coming the last one in the playing hall also. And he seems to be doing exactly the same thing in this one. But right now, from Sindarov, we've seen him play so fast. Yesterday as well, he was putting a lot of pressure on Vincent. Right now, he's on the other side of the equation. Right, and how is the position after Queen D1? Which rook are you going to
This
save?
is what I'm thinking about. Yes, like it's hard to understand like which move to make, and probably which rook is like more dear for you, like which one you value more.
I do think, and it's a very good question, because you're going to have to get rid of one of the bishops, right? If you move this rook, you're going to get rid of the dark square bishop. If you move this rook, you're most likely get rid, from Black's perspective, of the light square bishop. And both of them seem to be quite important for White.
Can I win at tempo by playing rook d8 at least?
rook a to d8.
In case if I'm losing the rook in any case, can I do it with the tempo?
But I'm not forced to take it. That's the thing. Because
That's a
right
good
now I'm
point,
starting
yes.
to look at ideas of checkmates with bishop to f6. So for example, if you try to save the exchange, I think resignation is coming. And this is the very typical pattern of getting to the h6 square and then getting to g7 and delivering the checkmate. There is no way for you to come back in time.
It's a good point, actually. Yes. So after, you should be careful even in this position, like rook d8, like very obvious move can lead to big trouble after queen g4, right?
Exactly.
So, and I think it would happen perhaps the same if I move the other rook as well. Yes. So
to my eyes, the most obvious move in the position would be to go rook to e8
and try to get rid of this bishop. Yes. So like if you take on a8, then I take
now I
on
will
e7.
maybe take on e7.
Yeah.
I really don't like leaving this bishop on e7. Also because this d6 square looks so nice, and always these ideas of queen to g4 and starting to look at your king via the dark squares, it just feels so threatening to leave that bishop on the board.
On the other hand, we keep on the board this crazy bishop, which also looks quite impressive, you know. At the same time, I'm not sure if white has enough to create any attacking chances.
It's unpleasant,
yes,
Anastasiya.
it's still unpleasant.
It really looks unpleasant to me from a practical perspective. I understand you can see it on the bar.
I think I should immediately run
right, on the bar.
maybe to the center, but you see, even like obvious move like this, yes, it loses the knight. So yes, I mean you have to be careful.
You have to go
don't
back,
have time. And then yes, white can get.
I can continue attacking with rook to d1. I can take on c6. I have all sorts of ideas, and again, your pieces are very loose. So with an engine, it's easy to understand that the position is most likely equal. But with the naked eye, you see so many of your pieces being loose. This pawn on b5, potentially a target. The knights don't have outposts in the position.
But I also want to take on e5 right now. But it also can be dangerous after queen g5. You have to still check the lines. You have 6. Like,
it's all about the practicality.
Yes, many different things are happening.
Look, Jorden got the best that he could have asked for, and despite the fact that this position is still objectively equal, I think Javokhir is going to have some difficulties defending this one.
Now we can understand why he's spending so much time trying to get what's going on in this position.
And what about this one? What's your take on this one, Anastasiya, the one between Fabi and Vincent?
First of all, I always check the clock, and I can see again half an hour difference between those two players. As we mentioned, seems like Vincent had to think for too long at the opening stage after this queen b3 move. And right now, Fabi is thinking after knight takes c3. Yes, at the very beginning of the game. Yes. After this was exactly the moment when Vincent first started to think for the first time in the game on move 3. So after all these moves, we have interesting setup, and I just wonder like why Fabi spends time right now trying to figure out probably if he needs to take this knight or the bishop first, or. So
that's a very good question, actually, right? Because you can take on e6 and say that, you know, I'm going to mess up your structure right now.
And now, again, it's a good question. If you take with the queen, I was also considering to take with the pawn. I mean, like try to open up D file. Yeah, I think there are too many options. Perhaps all of them are fine. Maybe all the options work for Fabi. He's just choosing the one which looks more interesting for him and gives more chances.
Look, this is super appealing to take on e6 and mess up the pawn structure
and C5
for black like this.
Is also like can be a target.
But apparently it's not the correct option.
Yes, which one is better?
Apparently after this, queen to d5, it does seem like it might even give the advantage to black.
Wow.
Because you go castle and then I go rook to d8. I have a lot of pressure down the d file.
So what do you think? Queen c3 is not the best? Like you had to take with the pawn?
It seems like we just have to take on c3.
Right away, yes, without... Because the difference is that now, if let's say bishops, like black doesn't have queen d5,
bishop
right?
To c4, bishop takes c3 seems to be the best.
Yeah, if you take on c4, then we take with the pawn, and it's completely different story. You have this d5 square and b5.
I think the b file is very unpleasant right now, and in fact, as you just pointed out, this d5 square is no longer possible for you to bring a queen there. Yeah. So it's, I have to say, very intriguing games in this one, and obviously we're going to see a lot of fights.
Yes.
Both of these games are not going to peter out anytime soon. I think these ones will go late into the night here in Bucharest, and I do believe we're going to see some exciting games. Guys, back to you.
Thank you so much, and I'm so happy to hear that Alireza is doing well, feeling better.
I like the autograph
signing
session there with all the chessboards. I'm sure they're up for auction.
Well, what I got from that segment by Cristian is that my beard trim appointment is in danger. Late into the night, he says.
Late into the night. Yeah. Peter, what caught your eye during our break?
We've been ignoring the game between Bogdan-Daniel, Deac and Anish Giri for a bit, and let's return to that and talk about that game for a second. The current position is a kind of a very typical position in this line. One thing to highlight, I guess, is that for me it's always one of the most critical questions, and one of the questions I find I struggle with the most with white, is what do I do with the bishop on d2? The most natural square for it appears to be a 4. But then maybe after c7, c6, or maybe even c7, c5 in some cases, it doesn't really do very much. And Daniel decides to put it on b2, which is seems like it's not doing a lot on b2, the way the center looks right now. But his next move, which is queen d1, c1, I think gives us a bit of a hint of what he's intending, because I think bishop a3 is somewhat on the cards at some point. And then black will have a choice. You either allow the trade of those bishops, which I think white would very much like. The bishop on b2 is quite passive. The bishop on f8 looks actually quite decent with the structure black has. It's mostly on the light squares. So trading away the dark square bishop and leaving the one on b7 on the board, I think it makes a decent amount of sense. And if black ends up playing c6, c5, then the center maybe will open and white's position will start breathing. And Anish, very understandably, after rook d1, plays a7, a5, and one of the potential reasons for this move might be that we want to meet bishop a3 with bishop b4, and tell white, if you want this trade, please improve my structure, please knock your own knight from its perfect perch on c3 and so on. So I like a5 as a response. But an important thing to say about this game so far, I mentioned that Anish playing the Queen's Indian was maybe intended to create a situation where Bogdan thinks on every move and kind of lags further and further behind on the clock. He's ahead on the clock. He's doing really well in terms of time management so far.
Remarkable. Yeah, I'm looking at this position, Peter, and white's playing against the Queen's Indian, and I'm forcibly reminded of how difficult it was in my day when we were analyzing the Queen's Indian to get an advantage for white. Because if you look at white's position, all of his pieces are basically on the first, second, and third ranks. I mean, if you put a knight on e5, you have some concept of what you're doing. You want to leverage that knight to go somewhere. Here, you know, you're like a fish at random position, and does white have an advantage?
Well, the same applies to black. The thing is, both sides are playing deep within their own camps, right? And I would argue white has a slightly more harmonious structure. Daniel now played e2, e3, which I think is pretty much always a useful move here. We might at some point want to play knight c3, e2. For instance, let's say if black plays h6, we can now play bishop a3, bishop b4, and maybe we go knight e2 in this position, sort of sidestepping the... Eventually, we might actually want to take on b4 and maybe go knight f4, knight d3, and try to make an argument that this pawn is a weakness. And just generally, I also like the idea of putting the bishop on h3 at some point to create this little bit of an X-ray along this diagonal, and maybe ask black to move the rook away from objectively the best square on c8. But I don't think this is much. I wouldn't call this an advantage. The engine does give white a little, but it's a kind of a position which I think the player who understands what he's doing better will do well.
As usual.
But specifically here, because there is nothing to calculate. What I mean is, some positions, you might not really know the structure very well, but there are direct targets for you to work out. Here, there are really no targets until maybe much, much later in the game. You need to figure out where the pieces go. And that is kind of art. That is, you need to feel for those things.
Exactly. Having this funny idea as white. So you were saying, Peter, that the bishop on d2 was always the problem piece, and you didn't know where it was supposed to go. Was it supposed to go to f4, or as Daniel put it, on b2? And now you want to play bishop a3. So as a defense against the bishop a3, I'm going to hide my bishop away. And then I was thinking in my mind that, you know, what you might do is put your bishop on f4.
That's nice.
F4. Yes. Very Nicely done. We're, obviously, this game is hugely important for Anish's chances. I mean, Anish needs a win, despite the fact he's playing with the black pieces. But he's looking at the Trinity with +2, and he needs to catch up. Peter, you were about to...
No, I wanted to say that, you know, this does not work as a chess variation, but as a chess joke, this was perfect.
That was good. That was good.
The variation makes no sense, but it is very funny.
Put it there. Nasi, where would you like me to go?
Well, a lot has happened in Prague's game against Maxime.
All right. Now, that was the most theoretical Grunfeld I have seen for some time, because Bishop F4, Peter, I found it stunning. And take it away. Tell us what has unfolded since.
Well, we should go back to move 16, because everything up to move 16 we talked about on air, and Rook D1 as expected. I think Prague was still blitzing at this point. And the engine does suggest Queen B6. I showed the line starting with Queen B6 on the screen. Instead, MVL went for something which is very forcing and is maybe the second best option, which is Knight H5, Bishop B5, Knight F4, immediately getting rid of the dark squared bishop and trying to establish control over the dark squares. And Prague reacted very precisely. He took, gave a check on E5, and here it's very important not to get married to the idea that bishops are better than knights, because that knight on the 4 is very strong. And the bishop, let's say you play bishop F3 here, it really isn't doing anything at all on F3, and black gets to play Queen D6, and maybe the knight on F4 stays. And if it stays on F4, it's going to be very, very pleasant for black. Instead, Prague absolutely correctly goes G3, Knight E2, Queen E2, Queen D7 just been played by MVL, and white should just simply castle.
What?
Well, E7 and C5 will get picked up if you take on H3. And my original thought was, yes, I understand why it's pleasant for white, because white, I think you can lay a claim to a more safer king and slightly more harmonious structure.
Prague has castled.
But it shouldn't really be very much. And then I sort of kicked it around on a separate board in my free time. And I thought, the engine doesn't like this for black, and the engine actually tries to equalize it by force. If you do nothing, let's say you go Rook A F8, I go C3, C4, you play B7, B6, and we go, for instance, Rook D3. I think that the engine very much likes this rook lift towards the E3 square. It starts disliking it quite a bit. So the way you play this with black, I think after Rook F8, C4, I haven't finished analyzing it, but I suspect Queen takes H3, Queen takes E7, Rook F7, Queen takes C5, and specifically Rook F6, F3, trying to give this perpetual on the king side, might be leading to forced draws. So perhaps actually, in view of that, maybe we don't even give black that option. Maybe we play King G2 here. But then maybe black gets time to play B7, B5 to prevent white from solidifying his structure in the center. But you can't just coast.
No.
If you just play Rook F8, Rook F7, B6 and start shuffling,
E7.
in 5 moves' time, you will be much worse.
Yeah, if you give white that opportunity, as you're saying, Peter, to play C4, and then put the rook on D1 on the E3 square, rook D1 to D3 to E3,
Yeah.
suddenly
nice.
that's going to be very unpleasant defense.
Yeah.
Indeed, and I just want to draw your attention back to Jorden and Javokhir's game.
Okay.
Something we definitely haven't seen is Sindarov being full hour behind on the clock. With the 22 moves to go, he has 24 minutes left.
That's Twilight Zone stuff. Like, we have not seen that ever. I
Not
mean,
since the first round of the candidates, definitely, in recent history. And
that was against Andre.
Yeah,
Yes.
I keep on coming back to that, how much of a turning point that was.
Yeah.
He was on 6 minutes against half an hour and worse. If he ends up losing that game, which at that point didn't seem like an outlandish proposition, you know,
Right.
maybe the whole course of chess history gets changed.
Butterfly effect goes into...
He not only did not lose that game, he won that game, and he was basically unstoppable thereafter. But yeah, but yeah, specifically his clock management, yeah, I haven't seen this since then. And he has, if we return to the position, I showed Rook A to E8. You can also go Rook F to E8. But I guess what you're worried about and what white should do, I think Cristian was showing Bishop takes A8, Rook takes E7 positions, and then Queen G4. And here there's a very fun trick. Like you want to play Knight B to D3, but you lose to Knight D5, E5, and suddenly you get mated on the back rank. But obviously Knight B D3 is a big mistake. Knight E6 is fine. Even Rook E7, E8, tactically protecting the knight on B4 by attacking the bishop on A8 is fine. A7, A5 is fine. But there's, I suspect, the more threatening option, and the option that worries Javokhir more, is we take on c5, we take on a8, and we go queen d6. And this pretty much forces you to play this endgame, which I think might be a little bit worrisome if you don't know exactly what's going on, because like, imagine the knight landing on c5.
Yeah, knight e4 to c5.
You can absolutely imagine this going badly for black, although objectively the engine says this is okay. The engine says you equalize here, you're not losing this. But how happy are you liquidating by force into this endgame? I do not know.
I'd have some serious fears.
Which is why I think rook a to e8 in the current position is probably more up his street, because that forces white to take on f8. And now if a3, we can even go knight b to d3, because if b2 before, both knight takes f2, and specifically the very beautiful move knight b3 seems to be working out tactically, because the f2 pawn is very weak.
How is knight b3 working if I take on b3?
Queen takes f2 and then queen e3, and the attack is... Because we also have
what attack?
pins...
h3?
Well, yeah, well, knight f2, king h2, rook c8, and you also lose to the pin along the third.
It's not obvious and very hard to see from afar.
No, it's not. But knight c6 is, if you don't see that you can go knight c6, you're not much worse. But knight bd3 does work out. And if white goes queen d6 here, you can simply go rook d8, queen takes b6, a takes b6. Yes, the pawn on b5 will probably fall, but you will also have the rook on d2. And with the rook on d2, black very rarely loses, I think, in these types of positions. But yeah, these are not easy calculations.
Not at all. That's why he's taking so much time.
He is indeed our challenger. Let's take a snapshot of our challenger, who's an hour behind on the clock.
He's only 20 years old. Current EURS rating is 2766. We also saw earlier in live ratings he's world number 5, and he's the World Championship challenger this year. We'll be facing Gukesh at the end of the year.
Which is incredible when I think of 20 years old. I was trying to win the under 21 World Junior Championship. You know, I wasn't thinking about the World Championship.
And it's absolutely insane that his opponent is even younger.
That is
the world champion.
Gukesh. That is really, really crazy. By the way,
how old were you when you got the title?
20. I was like, well, 19. I had to compete, and then I won it as a 19.
Because I was wondering, that winning the World Junior would give you the title automatically, and I thought maybe that was how...
You know, it was the weirdest thing. Today, you win the World Junior Championship, you get the Grandmaster title, end of story. I didn't even get a norm.
Seriously?
I scored 10.5 out of 13. We all had such low ratings at the time. I didn't even get a norm.
Whoa.
Like,
because,
Yusupov, Chernin, Nikolic, all of these guys were in my junior championship. There was no norm.
That is striking, because
how rude.
By the time I became aware of the tournament existing, it would have given the title.
Exactly, just the title, never mind a norm. By the way, it occurred to me as you were talking there, Peter, in the game of Jorden and Sindarov, you were saying rook on a8 to e8, forcing the trade of bishop.
We can take. I know what you're going to ask. We can take.
What?
I think I know what you're going to ask, and we can take.
We can on e7.
Then I don't know what you're going to ask.
I wanted to ask queen d6.
Ah, no, I thought you were going to go for bishop f6 and mate.
No, then you would take.
Yeah, then takes and king h8. Actually, there's no mate.
Is there any how do you say, pluses or minuses? Obviously, there's some minuses to the
I think rook
d6.
e7, queen e7, and now a knight to d3 is very strong, frankly.
I get you. Okay, so rook takes e7, queen takes, and some knight pressing against f2 as well as e5. Fair. That just answers the question. No, I wanted that ending. You know,
in a slightly better version,
but I was trying to improve.
And I was trying to read the mind and failing utterly.
But what Peter, mind reader that he is, I was influenced by Cristian and Anastasia's analysis of bishop f6, and Cristian was explaining to us how you checkmate from this position. You just bring a queen to g7, but in this particular iteration, it simply doesn't work, as Peter was mentioning.
By the way, yes, sir.
The rook is coming to g8.
Look at Sindarov's accuracy, 99.9.
Look at his clock.
Why isn't it 100? And his clock, yes. Wow,
well,
now he's...
The reason it's not 100
Yeah.
is because he's taken an hour and a half to get it.
It takes time into consideration.
The AI is saying, just a second.
He
you
just made a move finally. He played rook a to c8.
Let me refresh my position. And Peter, take that away. Was that one of the moves that we felt was a goodie?
Obviously, if you take on f8 to transpose, the big question is whether this allows queen g4 and if queen g4 is actually doing anything. And
well,
it seems like
knight.
after queen g4, you can go any knight to d3. Knight cd3 in particular, because if you play bishop f6, queen takes f2, king h1, and queen takes f6 is a bit of a cold shower with the fork on f2 coming in.
Ooh,
so knight cd3 appears to be doing okay. White has to play knight e4, but then we get to play knight d5, once again stabilizing our situation on the king side. Although, looking at it further, this is a bit scary. Bishop f6, we can take ef g6.
Queen?
But this is, like after queen g5, you now have to play knight takes f2 to distract the knight from giving mate on the king side. Whoa. And you get some position like this, which the Heartless engine says black is doing better, because the attack has fizzled and the knight is pinned and black is just in control. But this, I don't know.
That was a close call.
That was a very close call.
Whoa.
Yeah, I think maybe queen g4 in practical terms. I don't know if Jorden has detailed analysis of rook ac8 specifically, because I think the other squares were sort of more logical, and maybe you dedicate more of your time to a rook to e8 more than any rook to c8. But I think if we compare bishop f8, rook f8, and the positions after queen g4 against somebody on 18 minutes, you are probably leaning towards queen g4 and trying to make that semi-bluff work. Then again, it is Sindarov, and he is, if you force him to calculate, you might be doing it at your peril, right?
True, but is white taking a big risk by going queen g4?
A bit of a risk after knight cd3, yeah. It might end up being an actual exchange sacrifice. Another way to continue here for white, based, I think, entirely on how tied to each other and unsafe both black knights are, you can simply go queen g4, e2, rook f8, bishop d6. And we're threatening a3. The only move to preserve the material balance is knight c5. But it's not a difficult move to make. And, I mean, maybe you win the b5 pawn, but you're still going to be an exchange down. I don't know if I believe in this as a winning attempt. It's playable. It's like around equal. But how challenging would this be to find for Javokhir? I think if we're playing queen g4, we're probably playing it with the intention of playing knight e4. And those lines are quite complicated, and they seem to be equalizing for white. So then it becomes, we have to start guessing how well Jorden knows this. Because if he actually remembers this exists, I'm definitely going for this. Like, if he remembers this was on his screen and white isn't losing, I think you just go for this, because you need a win today. Like, if he wins today, he becomes a hot favorite to win the whole thing.
Wow.
But if you have to calculate it from scratch over the board, it's a bit of an iffy proposition, I think.
I'm also sure that that's what Sindarov spent most of his time on, queen g4 move, because it looks the scariest.
Yeah, and you see these mating ideas with bishop f6, as Cristian showed us. Yeah, they are scary. I'm still in a kind of awe that Jorden has done something that nobody could in the candidates, which is getting an hour ahead on the clock against
so early in the game, too. What move are they on? 18?
Out of the opening.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this has been an enormous success for Jorden. Now, having gotten to the position after bishop e7, and I'm looking at this position, and there's just so many moves for black, from rook c8 chosen, there's rook d8, there's rook e8, and figuring them all out is a needle in the haystack. And that is tough. So rook c8 and queen g4. How about you? Would you be, I couldn't resist queen g4.
Hard to resist queen g4.
Wow. I mean, just feeling that those types of attack. And when
The
my
thing is-
opponent's in time trouble?
Exactly, but if you're playing queen g4, play it fast to really scare you.
I mean, if you're going to bluff, Peter, you might as well go whole hog, right?
Yeah, you need to be projecting an air of extreme confidence here.
Yeah. By the way, Gary had that too. I mean, he was attacking you. You felt you didn't think it was bluffing. By the way, I mean, everything looked horrible.
Yeah. And obviously, occasionally it would be bluffing, but
yeah, but
how could you tell? Yeah.
Very, very rare.
How inclined are you to trust your opponent when they're
Very
doing
much
something
so.
like that?
I mean, yeah, at this top level, you just
trust them,
Yeah, you do, and that's why sometimes you do back away from a bluff. Big game, but also I want to go to Fabi versus Vincent, because again, this trinity of players are in first, and here's two of them, Fabi versus Vincent, and Vincent's playing very logical moves, knight takes c3, bishop takes c3. Fabi did not want to capture on e6 and allow queen d5, and queen d7, castles, bishop d5. I'm not sure about bishop d5.
I already don't like queen d7. I thought d6 was just a much more natural square for it because you have more things under control. And as we will see in a moment, like actually not having the pawn on e5 hang, it sounds very simplistic, but it's not irrelevant. And I don't like bishop d5. Yeah. I think bishop d5. If we're making some kind of a waiting move, I'm playing b7, b6 any day of the week.
I do like queen d6 better than queen d7.
This is today definitely the most important match for the standings. Two co-leaders facing each
and
other.
Fabi correctly goes f2, f4.
He's trying to blast open the diagonal for his bishop.
And at least the immediate response by Vincent shows us why he played bishop d5, because he goes rook f8 straight away. So that's the setup he eventually settled on. He wants, I guess, one rook on d8, one rook on e8, and not responding to f4 at all. He doesn't want to play f6, he doesn't want to take on f4, he doesn't want to play e5, e4, just keeping this shape. The engine says white is now significantly better. It's still not immediately obvious why. Because black is, frankly, still quite solid.
Right.
The moves, top two moves on my screen, I think, and we've done this over the years, and normally when I say these are outlandish and please find them, you find them immediately because you start looking for outlandish solutions. Here, honestly, I feel quite safe asking you.
We wouldn't find it, yeah.
I don't know if, once again, this is not a very strong engine, but it feels like all the plays in the center and potentially on the king side.
Right.
And the top two choices of the engine are rook ab1.
Rook ab1. Okay,
yeah, I guess preparing for some opening of the b file eventually.
In case of
perhaps overprotecting the pawn on
b3. Reminds me of Maxime's rook b1 from yesterday.
A little bit, yeah. And the second best move is even weirder. The second best move in this position is being, as being suggested, is the move queen c2 b1, although now it disappeared off my screen.
That makes sense.
I think maybe with the intention of going queen e1, g3. My one potential explanation for it is that we would like the queen on the king side, and this is the route we're choosing to get it over to the king side.
We do have a move. Fabi played bishop b5.
Yeah, and I think rook b1 is explained by bishop b5, because apparently, and this is also going to be very difficult for Vincent, you can play knight d4 here.
Knight d4?
Yeah, and this is why you don't want the rook in the corner, because it's hanging.
Show us the knight d4 line, please.
So if knight d4...
How is the knight not getting stuck on c2?
So bishop takes d7, knight takes c2. If you take on e8 here, we have knight takes a1 and b3 is hanging, and this appears to be okay. Even though, like, I would feel very unhappy about all of this. But this seems to be working out. Let's say bishop takes f7, bishop takes f7, rook a1, he takes f4, and then I will take on b3 next move.
Exactly.
Yeah, and
you're happy.
What about rook a2? If rook a2, you play bishop takes b3, rook b2, and you simply play 5 a4. Bishop takes rook a8, and the pawn on a3, if it falls, black has very, very decent play on the queen side here.
Agreed.
So this equalizes. And there is also queen takes h7 even.
What?
And now after king h7, bishop d7, black apparently equalizes by giving a check on e2. King f2, we take on c3. There is knight e4 check, intermediate check, which means that we don't have time to pick up the rook. D takes, rook e takes g8, b3 is hanging. If you play bishop a4, the bishop is misplaced enough that black equalizes after bishop b4 somehow. But the thing is, if you don't play knight d4, you are legitimately quite a bit worse.
Also, one question, Peter. After knight d4, if I take the knight with the pawn and then take the pawn on e5 with the d pawn, why
Machines are just not bothered by this.
And not trade the queens? Am I not better on the king side?
If the queen was already on g3, I would think I was winning.
Yeah.
I very much agree with you. Like, it looks like if I could teleport the queen from c2 to g3, black would resign because you just get mated. But I guess it doesn't get there. Like, I would try to play queen f5 here. But the engine says b5, b4 counterplay comes in so quickly that your bishop will get knocked off its ideal square. It gives black the advantage here, which really, to my eyes, is completely weird. I still feel like I might be getting mated here. Let's say I give myself some squares for the bishop, and then I go not queen h5, I think queen g5 was my intention. I would still be kind of panicking with black here.
Yeah, how do you defend the g7
Just says
square?
h6, queen g3, b5, b4.
I think Vincent's
Agent's so cold-blooded.
No, he did not.
He played e4.
Okay,
He
if you
did
play
not-
e4, you are in trouble.
He did
this
not
is going
play
kind of
knight d4,
badly
Peter.
sideways for Vincent.
Well, this is huge because, again, these two players are tied for first at the moment alongside Jorden Van Foreest. And now what you could say White's strategy is incredibly striking. His bishop is on an open diagonal. And you immediately start thinking, how do I make a rook lift and how do I get my pieces, maybe a g4, g5.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
In particular, we wait for f7, f6 to appear on the board. And then we go h3, g4, rook f2, rook g2, g5.
And let's go. Let's go.
You lose these positions.
Wow.
They're just not good.
Wow. So
Yeah, he's definitely in danger now.
bishop b5 paid off big time, which kind of begged the question when I saw the move f4 by Vincent. I wasn't even sure about this. I know I've opened up the B file and so forth and so on. Is this really?
Look f4. This looks so nice for white.
No, with the inclusion of the capture on c4, this is bad.
This is bad.
If you could do it without taking on c4, and if there was a way to make sure we keep the bishop on d5, I think I'm on board with the f4, rook f4, f6. I think the problem with the f4, rook f4, f6, though, let's say here, is it not my board, your board, ef4.
Yes, sir. If you can make
Sorry.
e4.
Which one would you like me to do?
e4, rook takes f4.
Hold on. e4.
E takes f4.
Yes.
Rook takes f4, and let's say we go f7, f6, because it feels like we might get mated otherwise.
Yeah.
I suspect it borderline loses to queen f5 simply.
Queen f5.
Yeah,
Maybe queen
that
d3
endgame is going
king.
to be very, very bad, right? Because I'm forcing to take on c4, and the resulting endgame is extremely ugly, right? With the backward pawn on b6 and everything.
There's also, instead of queen f5, queen d3 was interesting because you're pinned.
Rook a d8, and I guess rook f5 anyway.
Yeah.
It's maybe a better version of the same, I guess, yeah.
So you're feeling this endgame is really nice for white.
I hate it a great deal, yeah.
Because
maybe you're still somehow alive after 97 specifically.
And put the knight on c8.
Yeah. No, I think if you go rook b8 here.
Well, immediately rook b8, rook d5.
Yeah, exactly.
So you got to try the rook away first.
I think this is why 97 is so important. You need to kick the rook away, and then you go rook b8. And maybe this is not as bad as I pictured it, but I still feel like this is
At some point,
very
white plays d4, and white should be much better.
Long term, it's very, very unpleasant.
And let's remind everyone that tomorrow is the last round.
Yeah.
And because of potential playoffs, the day will start 2 hours earlier. So our coverage will begin at 6 a.m. Central Time.
Why did you have to remind me it was 6 a.m.? That's a very early wake up by my clock. And what would happen if we do have a playoff, by the way?
Let's talk about the playoff format. If two players are tied for first, they will play a 2-game rapid match with 10 minutes, 5-second increment.
Gotcha.
If they're still tied, an Armageddon game. Yeah. If more than 2 players are tied for first, it will be a blitz round robin with time control 5+2. And if they're still tied, it will always be an Armageddon game that decides the winner.
And if Anish does the impossible, wins and ties, it's
Still
4
withdrawn,
players.
Robin, yeah.
and
more.
And if 5, if Wesley, Anish, and
Pragg could join in because actually, let's go to that game. I think Maxime made a bad move.
Did he? Okay.
The G5 move got 2 question marks.
Ooh, you mean the accuracy level dropped from
Must have dropped big time.
99% to
To 97.
97?
There was a very specific reason for why G5 was bad.
I'm seeing G5 on the board, Peter, and I hardly believe my eyes. Like G5?
It's not great, but it's not, I think, in the practical game, it's not as bad as the engine is trying to portray it, because the reason it really, really hates it is the move Queen E3 with the intention of trading C5 for H3. And I think, in particular, once MVL goes G6, G5, kind of telegraphing the idea of playing Rook F6, H6 somewhere, you start being very worried about giving up the pawn on H3. And I think that very easily explains why Pragg, without even, I think, thinking for too long, just replied to G5 with King G2. You don't really want to give up on H3 so easily. But Queen E3 apparently was very, very strong. If you take on H3, I will take on E7, Rook 8, F7, Queen E5, pinning your Rook on an F6, and making sure we don't get mated just yet. And actually that stops the attack altogether. And if H7, H6, the engine goes Rook F1 and starts pushing the D pawn, and says White actually increased his advantage quite a lot. But I think King G2 is just such a natural human reaction. And White is still much better. I still don't like G6, G5. I think it only just, the only thing it does is that it weakens your king side. It does not really generate any counterplay that wasn't there in the position already.
Well, it seems to me like the move C4, C5 is one of those moves that just glues together the structure. It stops the whole B5 stuff. So that's an incredibly useful move for White. I think King G2 is another one of those wonderful links in the chain. I just don't see, unless you're playing Rook H6, I just don't see how G5 improves Black's position.
I think I would like it back, yeah. I would like to, I think the correct way to approach it was to start immediately preparing some kind of H6, B5 counterplay.
He just played H6, so yes, sir, it's definitely not Rook H6 idea.
Yeah.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, throw your pawn shield forward and I will be very, very happy. You're just making weaknesses. And I see Pragg playing the move Rook D3.
Rook E3 is good.
And Rook E3, and I love it.
An interesting other potential restructuring for White, which I wouldn't have necessarily found myself, and I quite like now that I've been shown it by my screen. You can go Queen E2, B2 here, with the intention of, let's say, after Rook F7, I want to play Rook D1, D2, and then Rook E1, E3. Queen occupies the long diagonal, which kind of stops a lot of shenanigans and potential shenanigans on the king side. And we want one Rook on E3, and then the second one potentially on E2, without the Queen sandwich in between them. The engine really dislikes this for Black, and really this is not surprising at all. This looks bad.
Yeah, I love the idea of putting the Rook on E3, the Queen on B2, just as you prescribed. And I really do not understand G6, G5 at all. G6 and H7 look like a more compact structure. This, somehow it always invites an F4 or a Queen G4.
Yeah.
Something could upset.
It also seems just unnecessary.
Yeah, and time advantage on the clock for Pragg. For Pragg, the loss yesterday with the white pieces against Fabi is really looming large. If he had just chilled out, made a draw
he made
in
a
that
draw
game,
and he was with White, right?
Yeah, he'd be on course maybe to defend his championship.
Yeah.
So we're going to keep an eye on that one. I'm going to go.
Let's go to Fabi's game.
All right.
After E4, he responded with B4, and very quickly as well. He seems confident in his position.
B4, okay. I was sitting there thinking, okay, time to play King H1, Rook G1, G4, and G5 and get...
Let's focus on the queen side for now.
Wow. Okay. Why? I mean, okay.
Because why not?
Okay, let's say we
take
everything. We take, yes? Oh, sorry. This is a munch. and we munch some more. Haven't you just given me a passer?
Is it a pass or is it a target, like a weak pawn? It's
both,
right?
But it's definitely a pass pawn.
Probably the simple thinking that you've got two bishops, opening up the position can only be good for you.
Okay, but you said it perfectly. I'd love to trade off the two bishops, and I see that I'm in a pin. So for me, it would be an easy decision to get out of the pin.
I don't think I'll let you do that though, right? I'll always have rook c1 if needed.
You're a mean person. But I'm not sure that I would have played b4. I think I would have played personally
King
for...
focus on the king side.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially after f6, right?
Especially.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm with you, yes.
Yeah.
Well, while they're thinking, we're going to take a break.
All
and we'll have Irene Sukandar joining us and enjoy her segment. We'll be back shortly.
Hello everyone, welcome back with me, International Master Irene Sukandar, and I'm going to take you to some of the highlights of today's rounds. What a treat we have today. In the penultimate round, we have so many interesting games. I'd like to touch upon on the game between Praggnanandhaa versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave because this is quite a treat that we see start from the opening. So we go with d4, and the game goes to the Grunfeld opening, which Peter Svidler is one of the experts in the world in this opening. And after a few moves, this is such a standard procedure in the Grunfeld. We saw a very refreshing bishop f4. And yeah, this is very unnatural because usually we see so many moves with knight f3 and so on, and then having the bishop on c3 and then staying on c3 and sometimes going to b2 or d2 depending on the variations that might unfold. But here we have a bishop f4, so it's already showing that Praggnanandhaa is preparing really well against this Grunfeld. And after c5, now comes rook c1, and castle, knight f3. So we can also see from the time management here between the two players that Pragg is seeing these positions maybe for 100th time. And he was just playing very quickly until a certain moment, and queen f3, f5. Okay, so even though maybe Maxime was caught in the opening, he's still playing like a very good chess. Like all of his moves are very easy to explain. It's very logical that in the opening you just want to open up the space, control the center, and then put your king into safety. And then this move f5 is already like a challenge to white center because the king is still on e1. It hasn't castled yet. So what Pragg does is immediately trying to set up for a castle. And after bishop e2 takes, and then knight f6, you give a check. And after this d5 is hanging, you protect it. And after knight h5, MVL forced Pragg to play bishop to e5, and after knight f4, takes, and another check, and after this, g3, forcing the knight to do something, because the knight on f4 can be very dangerous. And eventually, after this position, we are seeing now the major pieces endgame. So in this position, white stands slightly better due to the fact that the pawn on e7 is a backward pawn, and it can be attacked easily. So here, rook a f8. Of course, you don't want to take on h3 yet because e7 is more important in this point, because then after e7 is lost, you just promote your d pawn. And after this, c4. Yeah, I think I like this move so much because you kind of like strengthen your center, you protect your d5 pawn, and so now the rook on d1 can freely go anywhere, attacking something else. And in this position, g5, I was so shocked when I saw this move on my computer screen because, well, it is a very uncharacteristic mistake by Maxime. But again, if you see what my colleague Ben Underwood says yesterday, like most of the players, they play some accurate chess when they want to play for a draw, or if they're losing, they even play more accurate chess. But when they're winning, their accuracy will go down because due to the fact that they don't want to play a risky variation. The risky variation in this position would have been Queen E3. In this position, Pragg play King G2, which is very normal. White will maintain its advantage. And yeah, there's no risk at all because you just want to protect H3. But what you should have been doing in this position, if you want to take more risk and play the most accurate chess, is you play Queen E3. The idea is simple. You want to attack C5 and, of course, G5. But understandable, it looks scary because after Queen takes H3, the idea here, of course, Black wants to play Rook H6, and then after Rook H6, there will be like a mate on H2 or H1. So it would be, yeah, it looks really scary and risky. But if you play a more practical chess here, you just calculate Queen takes E7, and then you protect it with the Rook on F7 because you need this Rook to slide over to H6. And then if you play Queen E5 here, because you don't want to go to let the Rook to go to H6, let's say King goes to G8 or King goes to F8, doesn't matter. And then here you just play D6, and then you would be questioning why you play D6. Why did you allow this to happen? The answer is easy. You just take this, and after this, okay, you can keep repeating the moves if you want to gain some more time. But eventually, you just sacrifice this queen. That after Queen takes H6, Queen takes H6, and then D7, and then you're forced to take this. Otherwise, D8 will come with a check. So after you take this, this is actually much better for White. And my computer shows here it's +3 for White because what you do is probably you're just taking all of the pawns, the king has nowhere to hide, and eventually there will be like some sort of back rank attack for the king that you cannot stop. So this is one of the critical line, I guess, in this game that I'd like to mention it to you. So after G5, King G2, again, perfectly understandable, and this is perfectly safe for White, but Queen E3 would have been really nice. Again, if you do H6, let's say, now it's time to take C5. You still cannot take this because in the end, we'll be extra pawn up. So in this position, yeah, I think what you have to do is just to go for a simple tactic, trying to get one of these pawns, and Queen H3 is not working because of the variation that we just saw. But and then another one is after this, and then Queen F5. Okay, we saw King G8 takes, and then all of the sacrifice on H6. But in this position, if instead of King G8 you play Queen F5, you just want to drop back to C3, keep pinning the Rook because you want to support this D pawn, and White will still be an extra pawn. Not extra pawn up, but this D pawn is going to be like another piece in the end because it's going to promote in any of the endgame scenes. And in this position, after King G2, let's go back to King G2. And then after H6, here, Rook goes to D2. And I think we kind of talk about this too, that after H6, Queen B2 is the best, and then in that position, you can play Rook D2, followed by Rook E1 maybe, protecting F2, and everything is gonna be good. But here, Pragg play Rook D2, Rook 8, F7, and then Queen E3. Just now, this Queen E3 is coming a bit late because if we saw this earlier on, I think Pragg would have been much better in the position. And after B6, now I think it's time to get this Rook out and then do some more improvement, maybe with A4 in the near future later, attacking with F5. Maybe it is time to play Rook A1, F4, and F5. Just try to get the Rook into the game. Well, we still have so many games that are currently going on. Like 4 games are still alive right now, and then they are so exciting. So let's come back to Yasser, Nazi, and Peter.
And we're back. Thank you so much, Irene. Should we check standings one more time?
I think so. And big shout out to Irene there. I feel like I'm in a master class with Irene and Peter.
We're here to learn.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a three-way tie for first. Fabiano Caruana, Vincent, Keymer, and Jorden Foreest are leading the event after 7 rounds. Everything can change today, though.
Absolutely. And the pairings are so crucial in this. I call them championship rounds, round 8.
Absolutely. As you can see, Fabiano Caruana and Vincent Keymer, who are tied for first, are facing each other right now. Jorden Foreest is playing World Championship Challenger. And yeah, depending on those results, we don't know who is going to be the leader tomorrow.
Well, that playoff scenario that starts to loom large. Peter, as we went on break, I really questioned Fabi's decision to play the move b4 because it opened up the queen side, but I don't see how it benefited him, and I can see how it might have benefited Vincent. Was it the right decision, that b3, b4?
I was kind of shocked he went in that direction. I thought going, and let's return to what we're talking about. Let's say we bring up this position.
Yeah.
Despite currently no white pieces on the king side, I legitimately would be more attracted to a direct mating attack, which sounds ridiculous, but honestly, like h3, bring the bishop back, go g4, rook f2, rook g2, rook f1, I can draw all the arrows I want there. But Fabi, what he did is not bad. It's actually quite strong. It's just it would not have been my first instinct, and I'm gratified to hear that it wouldn't have been yours as well, because
not at all.
That did not really occur to me. But I guess this is why he is so good at chess, because just as you're saying, well, we removed the entire queen side. The bishop d5, knight c6 structure appears to be quite solid for black. It's not difficult. It's not easy for me to see how we're challenging this. Maybe the point is our kingside attack has not really been removed off the table anyway, despite despite the opening of the queen side. But yeah, it wasn't my first idea in the position at all. One thing I will say is that I think for black, you probably want to keep as many pieces on the. That's maybe not exactly true, but if you imagine the same position with, let's say, the queens coming off, I think that endgame will be extremely grim. In the middle game, if you eventually have to start pushing on the king side, the fact that the a-file is now open probably gives black slightly more counterplay.
Fair.
But the position remains very unpleasant. Let's say you play something like rook e d8 with throw in, I don't know, h2, h3.
Okay.
It's difficult to make moves, and eventually white will start pushing. I still like Fabi's position a great deal. It's just not the direction I would have gone in myself.
Immediately, yeah. But it's kind of true. This backward pawn on d2 is very, very well protected. The bishop on c3 also defended, so it's not like you can push white's bishop around or something like that. And g4, g5 is always on the table later in the game. So it's still black who has to equalize. It's just that I saw the move queen f7 and I saw bishop c4 as something I was expecting to happen, and I thought, well, that can't be bad for black. But b7.
b7 is always hanging. If you could actually organize a trade of a bishop for any minor piece for black, you would be a lot happier. But at the price of the b7 pawn, you're probably not doing it, right?
That's a high price to play. Okay, so once again, we're looking at bishop c3 as played in the game. I'm not sure where my rook belongs, but let me just throw out a different approach for just a moment. Rook to d, because I would really like to engineer bishop c4.
The engine very often just goes king f2 in these types of positions, because I think it wants g4, rook g1, g5. I think it still genuinely wants that.
King f2, wow.
And it's also decent for endgames, and it's completely safe on f2, so.
Okay, Luft as well, Luft, and as well as maybe, you know, taking some sting out of g4.
I want h5
even. And bishop, I'm dreaming of bishop c4.
Yeah, I guess we, yeah, and this is where I'm a bit confused. The engine, for instance, goes rook a8, bishop e2.
We do have, by the way, Vincent. I think
Vincent
Vincent
rook f to b8.
did play rook f8 to b8. So he's protecting b7. He's setting up a bishop c4 trade he hopes.
Well, not just yet. If we go back to the position, let's say I play h2, h3 here. You can't actually play bishop c4 because after bishop takes c4, queen takes c4, I will take on a8 and take on b7 anyway.
Exactly.
This continues losing exactly in the same way as it was losing previously. And if you throw in rook takes a1, you will lose in a different fashion, right? If you throw in this trade, your rook on b8 actually will cost you dearly. So it's just purely a protection move. It's we're not really generating any active ideas yet. We're just keeping everything as tightly protected as possible. But I actually quite like this idea of playing bishop e2 somewhere, maybe even immediately. And
well, the funny part about bishop e2 is then you can't play bishop takes c6.
No, but bishop e2 is a big mistake apparently, because you can take on a1 and play b7, b5. And after all the speeches I gave about black not having any active counterplay, this is active counterplay. And if bishop takes b5, the pin is very annoying. Black just goes h7, h6, or h7, h5, and says it's very difficult for you to now unpin your pieces somehow.
And now we understand why Vincent chose rook b8 over, for example, rook d8 or rook c8.
I think this is the hope, yeah. But of course, white, if white realizes what's going on, you should not be allowing it.
Yeah.
In fact, if you want to play bishop e2, I guess the way to do it is to take on a8 first and go bishop e2 here. With the ideas of queen b5 and then perhaps rook b1 and so on. So we're still playing on two flanks here with white. We always keep in mind that g4, g5, lengthening the diagonal for the bishop on c3 is in the air. But maybe for the time being, we play on the queen side.
You know, the funny part, when you said bishop e2 was a mistake, I thought it was based on the idea that the bishop no longer being on b5, I can play bishop c4 without having to deal with bishop takes c6, which would lose the game for me. But that move b5 is a very relevant topic in the conversation. You don't want to allow b7, b5.
Well, while Fabi is thinking,
Yes.
I want to ask a question. Is Anish maybe outplaying his opponent or starting to outplay Bogdan? Let's check.
Let's check that game. Because, again, Anish is a half a point on the outside of our trinity of leaders. He needs a win to put himself in a position for a potential playoff tomorrow. And why do you reckon this? Daniel has won the two bishops. Isn't that a good thing?
Not here. Not here. And this is one of those things where you sort of understand the structures and the material balances and imbalances perhaps better than your opponent. Because that bishop, I was extolling the virtues of a dark square bishop for black here, but if we're never playing c6, c5, you can make an argument that the bishop on b2 or now on c3 as it is really has nothing to look forward to at all. And black will actually start playing on the king side. If we go to the current position after knight e4 and now queen e6 played by Anish, the bishop from b7 will come out via a6. And then I will start some kind of h5, knight f6, knight g4 type of play. And a lot of white's forces are now accumulated on the queen side, and there's really nothing going on the queen side. You're not pushing b4, I don't think. Creating a hole on the c4 square for yourself, I don't think it's very attractive. a4 doesn't really do very much. So white is kind of waiting. There are very few active moves to even consider. And for black, you can definitely start pushing on the queen side and trying to unnerve your opponent. There will not be any direct threats for a while yet, but this is pleasant for black.
I wasn't a big fan of the move knight on d2 to f3 because I kind of thought that invited the knight to drop in. Was it radical to consider a pawn sacrifice? Like this type of thing?
I think before was a decent move. I guess black goes a takes before. A5, a4 is not great, but a takes before.
Bishop takes.
If bishop takes, we're not that unhappy about c6, c5. If you play bishop c3, I have bishop a6, and black is fine. And bishop c6 is even stronger because of how poorly your rooks are placed. Bishop a4 is a very, very unpleasant threat.
Awkward.
So it's kind of very specific because if you didn't have bishop c6 here, white is probably completely fine, but bishop c6 actually gives black an advantage. Yeah, I didn't like, starting from knight f3 d2, I already thought knight f3 d2 in this position was kind of strange. I guess he was trying to fight against knight f6 e4, but he could have played bishop a3, bishop b8, and now let's say knight e2, knight e4, knight f4, kind of typical play for these types of structures, trying to maybe get it over to d3 and put one of the knights on e5. Position was still perfectly balanced, and if anyone is better here, it's maybe even white, but starting from knight e2, and I really like this decision to go bishop b4 here. It's very non-standard to spend 2 tempi giving up the bishop pair.
Right.
But I think it's a good idea strategically here. And yeah, Anish is assuming control, even though black is still, of course, not much better. White is very solid.
So to answer your question, yeah, Anish is outplaying Daniel.
Slowly. And they both have around 30 minutes. With how many more moves to go?
32 minutes to 31 minutes.
17 moves to go, so they could end up in time trouble in some critical moment.
Daniel doing a better job in the second half of the tournament, managing his clock time in the first half, cost him two games actually, and he was getting the time trouble and in critical moments, not finding the right moves. So Anish a little bit better. I'm going to switch to Jordan's game. And remember when Jorden was an hour ahead on the clock? Those
I remember,
are
and
days
now it's
past.
only 20 minutes?
Yeah, those are days past, and they went by quickly, as he has not moved since the move rook c8, Peter.
Yeah, I think we can conclusively state that he either doesn't remember or hasn't looked at rook a8, because he would have played something by now.
Exactly.
And we also can, I think, very certainly say that he is calculating queen g4, but he is calculating it, not trying to remember what the file says.
Exactly.
And it's a complicated position, so it's justified to spend as much time as he has spent here.
Nice. Rook c8, boy. It's a tough moment.
But more he thinks, less likely we're going to see
I
queen
think
g4?
he ends up probably taking on f8, yeah. And then he will have a bit of an edge, but it should probably equalize itself out.
I'm going to switch to the game between Prague and MVL. When we left it, we'd seen the move king g2. It looked to me like, h7, h6. It looks to me like Prague had made a really serious advantage. And I love the move rook d3. Prague played rook to d2.
Yeah, I think he's doing the similar things, but kind of slower. I don't quite like the way. I mean, he's obviously trying to achieve exactly what we are all...
He's getting there.
Yeah, but the queen on e3 is sort of in the way, which means that he now had to spend a tempo on king h2 so as not to allow the queen trade. If queens come off, much of your advantage, probably most of your advantage, it disappears in a blink of an eye. So king h2 and queen f3 played by MVL, queen e5, and MVL has just played king g6, which is apparently a very, very bad move.
Whoa,
And very
I
low
saw the
accuracy
bar.
for MVL. As you can see, it's 93.6. That's for MVL. That's
Right.
So let's talk about
bad
king
sign.
g6 for a second.
Let's talk about what?
About king g6 for a
Yes,
second. The idea, of course, is to invite rook e3 and then give mate in 4 with queen takes f2 and then rook f1 and then rook f2 mate. And the reason king g6 is bad is that if Prague spots sort of where the queen always belonged in this position and goes queen e5, a1, that stops that queen takes f2 shot.
Yeah.
And now we are threatening rook e3. And black is getting driven back. Let's say you play, I don't know, a6, rook e3, queen f5. But now I can play rook d2, or I can throw in a2, a4 as well, so that we never have to worry about b6, b5 breaks.
Yeah.
And we have finally achieved the setup that we've always wanted to achieve. And we know this is not great for black.
Yeah.
But if you don't fight queen a1, your advantage is limited, because the queen f3 is going to stick. You can't shift it with rook e3 unless you have coverage on the back rank. The reason queen a1 is so strong is that we are taking control of the f1 square in those variations.
And you're stopping.
Second best is king g1, but then after queen f5, maybe you will need to get the queens off the board. And yes, you're still slightly better, but I guess black holds. And a kind of a throwback to I don't know. This probably didn't make as much of an impression on you guys as it did on me, because I was with Pragg in Tirana for the candidates. And there was that game where he caught Jan Nepomniachtchi in this fantastic opening prep in the Petrov.
Yeah.
And at some point it became just a straight up study, where the winning plan included going with the queen from e5 to the corner.
Right.
So this for me is very much sort of flashbacks to solving a tactical position where the solution involves misplacing your attacking queen, sort of misplacing it, to create different ideas. Pragg did not find it then. Let's see if he finds it now, because if he doesn't play queen a1 now, MVL's play starts making sense. Black wants h5, h4. And also just simply how do you smoke out this queen on f3?
Queen on f3.
I'm sure you guys had a discussion about queen a1 after the game, or not so much?
Not a discussion. Like you come to the board, you check how you were winning, and the mistake in that game wasn't really that he didn't find queen a1. Without the position on the board, there's really not much point in discussing it. But there was a very early on, after he began thinking over the board, after Jan played it. Very good, very good. I'm happy for the young man.
Or playing up.
I'm happy for the young.
I thought of myself as one of the cool kids. How did I become a cool kid? Well, when I'm playing chess, I started learning the terminology. You know, the Zugzwangs and the Zwischenzügs, and the royal forks. So I kind of proudly walking around. I know what you're talking about. So for me, it was Alekhine's gun.
Oh, yeah.
Alekhine's gun became a favorite. And what was Alekhine's gun? World champion Alexander Alekhine on an open file. He placed 2 rooks and his queen directly behind the rooks. And this is so cool. So if I'm looking at this position, the current position on the board, Alekhine's gun attacking the pawn on e7 would be the perfect setup. So let's just play this move.
I thought you were going to say for black, the queen should be on f8.
That was it. That's
that
another
as well,
point.
Yeah,
that's in reverse, right? So we get a position like this where the e7 pawn becomes the target for white's ambitions, right? Like you get to go like this. Now that you mention it, putting the black queen on f8.
Queen c8, queen f8. There we go. Let's fix it.
I mean, both guys are in the shootout in the old West, right? The pistols drawn.
Do you feel lucky, Punk?
Yeah, we got the pistols drawn at dawn. Duels. But yeah, Alekhine's gun, and I can imagine with the current position, with Pragg's queen on a1 going to e1 after rook e3. And I really like what you're saying, Peter. If you don't play queen a1, how are you going to get rid of this nasty queen sitting on your doorstep on f3 and h5, h4? Queen a1 is an easy move for Maxime to overlook.
I think MVL was very happy with what he was doing, because he thought he is either forcing the queen trade or he is going to play with the queen on f3, sort of,
which is very nice.
Yeah, perpetually there. But now he has to rethink, and the position has become very unpleasant. Material equality, no direct threats. On my screen, it's +2. Which is honestly quite a lot, yeah. It's more than I would have expected, but...
it's not a 1-pawn advantage, it's a 2-pawn advantage. And, okay, there's a weak pawn on e7, but black is trying to make the argument that there's a weak pawn on f2. I couldn't imagine... I mean, if I said to you, white's better, you would say, okay, but you wouldn't give it a +2.
No, it's materially equal. I would never believe it's +2.
+2, that's huge.
Let's see how these two match up head-to-head. I know they have a lot of draws.
They have a lot of draws.
7 draws, only 1 decisive result between them. That was MVL who won, and now it looks like Pragg might take revenge.
Even the score. Remarkable, because I think of both players are ultra-aggressive, double-edged players, inviting tactical skirmishes. So it's amazing to me that they've drawn so many games. You know, if you said Anish,
yeah, the players don't come to mind when you think about a lot of draws.
No, not at all. But it does appear to us that Pragg, on the outside as well as Anish, on the outside looking in, he needs a win, does Pragg. Let's go to our marquee matchup, Fabi versus Vincent. We do have some trades have taken place. After the move rook f8, pardon me, rook e8 to b8, we had rook a3 by Fabi, giving a tempo to Vincent, saying...
Vincent also kind of approaching time trouble, 15 minutes against 40.
You, Vincent, you got a free move to do your worst. Vincent said the knight on c6 isn't doing too much. He's looking to improve its fortunes. There was a rook trade. Queen takes. Queen takes is a nasty little move. I mean, intimating that if you do nothing, I'm going to play queen d6 and I'm going to hurt your feelings. Queen to e6.
Just to stop that.
And, okay, how is white supposed to continue here? I mean, maybe Vincent is considering bishop
Fabi's
c6 and
playing
knight
extremely
d5.
well. Obviously, we can tell by the position, but also accuracy levels, 99.2.
Oh, be serious. That's crazy.
Very high, right?
That's huge.
Even though you guys were critical of his b4 choice.
Which it wasn't so bad. I mean, not bad at all.
Mainly stylistically.
Yeah.
It's a good move. It's just the kind of the wrong half of the board for me.
The wrong, what did you say, 99%?
99.2, yeah.
Dang. That is amazing.
And if Fabi wins this, coming into this round, he's already on live ratings world number 2.
Absolutely.
If he wins this, he cements that and...
Sure, gaining rating points. And for me, Vincent's ascendancy into the world's top 10, not meteoric, but gradual progression, but steady as well. I mean, and Vincent, as Peter said at the start of the show, he's cruising to first place until the accident yesterday.
Right.
I mean...
He was cruising.
So Vincent was saying, you know, I'm number 7. I don't care about your number 2 in the world. I'm here to play. Anyway, queen a3, queen e6 on the board. Clock times...
40 minutes against 15.
Pretty favorable
and speaking
for
of
Fabi.
Clock times, Jorden has been in a think tank 40 minutes, still hasn't made a move.
I thought it was more.
Maybe even more, yes. Maybe 45 or
I'm sure
you
the
only get
production
90
knows.
minutes to start the game. Let's lose half the
But before we
clock.
jump to that game, let's look at Vincent's line score, how he got here. Before yesterday's loss, he was cruising, as Peter mentioned.
Yeah, and looking...
Look at such a beautiful draw-win. He was drawing with black, winning with white. It looked gorgeous yesterday. Suffered a big loss against Javokhir Sindarov.
Right.
And he shouldn't have, honestly. Out of the opening, he was doing great.
He truly was. We said before round 7 that he was facing his biggest challenge. He was going to get black, double black. He was going to get black in the game 7, black in game 8, as he's playing now against Fabi, and that was a big challenge for him as he was in first place, doing very, very well, but he lost to Sindarov. The current position, Peter, I like Fabi, I like the 2 bishops. How does Fabi increase his advantage?
He's much, much better, but there's no direct way in. I think
that was my
looking at how the machine plays it, it just slowly improves the position. It likes the idea of including h3 and king h2 or king f2. It doesn't mind rook b1 at all as well. But there is not going to be any immediate progress made because finding a target remains, I think, the biggest problem for white. White is kind of dominant, but black has things somewhat well covered. b7 is going to be protected. As long as the pawn is back on f6, I think if we somehow provoke f6, f5, we just win. But provoking f6, f5 is going to be a bit of a problem because black also understands it's extremely, extremely bad to allow it. I tried just making some moves for both sides and trying to figure out what best play is. For black, there's no real best play. You just make sure you don't blunder anything. Yeah, like you shuffle and you try to make sure you pay attention to all the small tactical threats. For white, as we mentioned, like the plan of h3, g4, g5 remains possible even in this position, but with the queen side open, it's more troublesome to organize because you do have to dedicate some forces to that, and that probably means that you abandon the other half of the board a little bit. It is a very big advantage, though, that the engine hates this for black because of how passive you are and how at the mercy of white's choices you will be for the rest of the game.
Speaking of passivity, we did see the move by Vincent, h7, h6, kind of like what you said, marking time, getting out of a back rank mate possibility and just saying, okay, ball's on your court, what do you do? By the way, we're in the 11th edition of the Grand Chess Tour.
Let's look at the history of all the winners of the Grand Chess Tour.
Yeah, exactly.
Going back when Magnus was playing too.
All right, let's do it.
2015, first event was won by Magnus Carlsen, then Wesley So, Magnus again, Hikaru Nakamura, then the world champion Dingley Ren. Wesley won it twice. I didn't know that actually, I thought he won once. Then in 2022, Alireza took it home. Then Fabi, Alireza, Fabi.
Well, now you understand why Alireza's, the loss of Alireza from the tournament is such a blow to
Yes, and you can also see Grand Chess Tour points on the side.
Yep.
Look at Fabi winning in 2023 with 46 Grand Chess Tour points. He dominated the entire year.
That was a dominant performance.
Yeah.
And I have a feeling Magnus on 26 points there at the bottom, there were probably fewer events because you just don't win with 26 points anymore.
Well, also the 2025 edition went back to the playoffs. So in the past, like when Alireza won it, he won it by just winning the Grand Chess Tour by point.
There was no Final Four.
There was no Final Four. So this year we're going to have a Final Four here in St. Louis.
Right after the Sinquefield Cup.
Yeah, last year everybody went off to Sao Paulo, and it was a lonely.
Yeah, we were commentating from here. Maurice was in Brazil.
Exactly, as was Irene and Ben, and everybody went to Sao Paulo. So we're going to keep them here. H7, H6. I like Fabi's position very much. I like his clock time as well. And Vincent's position is kind of passive, and he's just going to be watching as Fabi's going to organize something in the future, not immediately, but something in the future that might be based on blasting this diagonal open. And as Peter mentioned, I hope he mentioned, you don't play F4, F6, F5, because then you're just strategically lost when this diagonal comes open.
Yeah, Fabi threw in bishop e2 and h3. You expect those two moves to be made, because now you also have to slightly worry about bishop e2, g4, asking black how you're reacting to that.
Exactly.
And you might have to give the white queen the d6 square. In the current position, the engine goes bishop c6, bishop g4, queen f7.
Sorry, in the current position, the engine is what?
Bishop c6, and then puts the queen on f7 and says, you can have your queen on d6. It doesn't really change the situation all that much. Scary times, frankly. If that's your best play, scary times.
True that. I actually thought that you have to play queen e6 to d7 to be able to meet bishop g4 with maybe bishop e6.
Bishop e6 loses a pawn to queen a7. Maybe not,
but
it misplaces... It misplaces your pieces. You know.
Because that's actually a pretty important point. That
bishop g4, bishop e6, we go queen a7.
There is this queen a7.
You have knight c6.
Right.
But then the engine actually trades the bishops and goes queen c5 and says our advantage increased.
Which is
because
hard
b7 is kind of terminally weak, right?
Well, but on the other hand, that was almost like a dream from Black's point of view, was to get rid of the bishops. I mean, I don't know how badly I'm doing in
And
this.
you are playing b5 here. That is a very good spot by you, Yasser. You immediately play b5 just to make sure the rooks come off. You go knight d8, knight f7,
and I'm trying to make a fortress.
that you're not losing. Yeah,
that's it. That's it. Okay, but it's a 2-result game, and Fabi is. I mean, he's putting on his burners in the second half of this event.
13 minutes for Vincent and going down on the clock.
Looks very good. I'm going to switch to Jorden Van Foreest because we're seeing
50-minute thing.
Something
5-0.
That only in the days of Victor Korchnoi. Victor Korchnoi once went into a 1-hour-long thing, and it was just sort of like everybody just kind of stopped their games and went to look at Victor.
Is he okay? Right.
What's
a blood pressure check, defibrillator.
What's your guys' record?
Nothing like this. This easily breaks my record. Maybe I had a 30-minute
I'm not known for thinking too much.
30-minute thing.
Mine, I think, is 72 minutes.
Be serious.
Which I've done that when I was like 13, and I haven't beaten it since, obviously. I even remember.
Did you fall asleep at the board?
No, I even remember the game. It was kind of weird because in those years, all your opening prep came from chess informants.
Of course.
And I came to, that was, I think, my very first Soviet juniors. Towards the very end of that tournament, the country was about to disappear. So that's 18, I'm not that old, 1989. And I played a line I thought I knew. And it turned out that the informants I had topped out at like 43, and in volume 44 there was an important novelty which I wasn't aware of. So I got met with this novelty, and I borderline refuted it over the board. My game actually got published in one of the next.
Wow, not bad.
But it took me a long time.
72.
It took me a long time.
But that was time well spent.
Yeah, but we had. It may still have even been maybe 2.5 for 40. This being the late 80s, it's not impossible that time control wasn't even 2 for 40. It may have been 2.5 for 40.
Right.
Jorden
So I had
officially
plenty
passed
of time to burn.
1 hour mark on one move.
Wow.
Definitely longest in this tournament. Maybe, but we had in candidates, Hikaru took a very long time. Was it an hour?
Close to an hour, definitely. I don't remember
Yeah.
the exact figure. Yeah.
You know, it was strange there because literally you could add an hour to Jordan's clock, and I was sitting there saying, you go all in when your opponent.
If he was bluffing, he was bluffing before.
Okay, but
they're even now on the clock.
Yeah, that was really, really remarkable. So clearly, Jorden was thinking very, very carefully over the move Queen G4 and going for the attack with Bishop F6. He eventually reconciled himself that he needs to take advantage of the
You can see
rook,
on the last
capture the rook.
move,
Yeah.
Jorden spent 1 hour and 1 minute.
Wow.
Incredible. And it's only move 19.
Say that again, Peter, 72
I
minutes.
think so, yeah.
So it had to be a 40 and 2.5.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Probably.
72, wow. Okay. And was it time well spent? Was Bishop takes F8 his best choice, Peter,
I mean,
according to the engine? I mean,
Yeah. The
It
engine
was.
doesn't really love Queen G4. It doesn't say it loses, but it feels Bishop takes F8 is slightly stronger. And by the way, we were always recapturing with the rook, but with the rook on C8, and this is maybe why Javokhir went rook C8 and not rook E8, he now very quickly recaptured with the king, which makes a lot of sense, because if we're expecting Queen D6 to be a topic,
then our
we are
king-
a lot happier having the king closer to that passer. And now I think
Exactly.
Queen D6 is just not a serious move. Because black is extremely ready to meet it. All of these endgames with the rook already on c8 and the king already on e8. These
Yeah.
endgames are going to be completely fine for black. Best play appears to be Queen e2.
Okay.
But Jorden, I think, played knight. Yeah, he played knight e4, which I'm not in love with.
By the way, I just saw the chess thermometer. That's the thing on the left side of my border, and it had been above the equator, 94.
Slightly below.
Is there an incursion here? No.
Usually long thing is wrong thinking.
There's no
yes.
refutation as such. But what you want to say about these types of positions is that the pawn on e5 begins, I think, as a thing you very much enjoy because it gives you space. It gives you those ideas of perhaps landing something on d6 or launching an attack on the king side, using it as a kind of a breaker that separates the black position in two. But the closer you come to endgames, the more I think it becomes a potential weakness.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And by trading knights here, you've left yourself with a light square bishop against the knight, which means that in terms of which pieces can attack the pawn on e5, black has more of those.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's still fine. This is not a mistake as such, but black is now completely fine. You can take on e4 and play rook g8, maybe even begin with rook g8 and play knight takes e4 and the move later.
All right. Well, what a turnaround. I'm still kind of in a shock that it took
The clock, yes.
60 minutes for Jorden to play bishop takes f8. All right.
Peter,
Where would
I'm
you like to
looking
go?
at Prag's game, and I
Mhm.
see Valberg claims White's winning, but it doesn't seem easy.
No. Queen a3, I think, was the correct choice by MVL. And now you just play. You can even play King g2, kind of taunting Black to bring the queen back to f3, and then playing King g1, and it still has to go away because Rook e3 is such a strong threat. But the simplest, I think, is just to play King g1. We are not worried about Rook f2, Queen takes g3, because that's just one check, and now you're Rook down.
Right.
We get to play Rook e3 next move. Maybe he is worried about Rook f3, but then after Rook e6 check, or even d5, d6, the Black position starts collapsing. Actually, this is just bad.
Yeah.
There is no attack on the king side, and the Black king on g6 is very, very unsafe. This is just straight up lost immediately. So I guess Black probably plays something like Queen b4. We do have two things hanging at once, but we can protect both of them by playing Queen c1. And then we finally start making the moves we want to be making. Rook e1, e3, Rook d2, e2, and once you get there, the Black position is very, very critical.
And Black Queen is kind of really out of play, right?
Yeah, and also you had to put a queen on a square where, now maybe the biggest first priority for Black becomes, how do I get it back into play?
How do I defend e7? How do I defend
Maybe
e6?
you wait for King g1 and you play Queen f3, Rook e3, Queen f5.
But you think Queen a3 was still practically the right choice?
It was number one on my screen, but there were no good choices anymore. The engine just hates everything there.
Gotcha.
Wow. Okay. Nice advantage for Pragg. We think a very nice advantage for Fabi. Jorden looks like it's balanced, and now I want to go back to the game of Anish, because again, Anish is one of those players. He's on the outside of the Trinity, who are leading the tournament, but with a kick, with a finishing kick, he can pull himself up into a tie. Now, he does have one of those positions where, okay, there's a lot of defenders, but also you feel like you're being encouraged to attack White's king on the king side. Ideas of knight e3 and knight takes g3 and rook takes e3 don't work at the moment, but it's the type of thing that you look for. I would aspire to bring my knight to g4 and thinking about those knight sacrifices.
Hoping one day it works.
Exactly.
In full agreement with everything you said. I will just say that, and the reason knight f6 has not been played yet, I'm pretty sure, is that you have to calculate knight e5. If White doesn't play knight e5, if we look at this position after knight gf6, if White allows that knight to land on g4, White is genuinely in dire straits.
Exactly.
All the sacrifices will start being threatened.
Exactly.
And you also have no moves. But knight e5 exists, and now after knight g4, regrettably for Anish, White can play f3.
Ooh.
Knight takes knight e5, knight g4, knight g4 is completely lost. No, you have to play f3. Knight e5, d5. There's only the c5 square, but it looks like a very attractive square. But the sad part for Anish is that bishop takes a5 exists. And this appears to be holding move by move, because you can win the exchange by playing knight d3, but White gets
a couple of pawns.
Another pawn on b6 for it. And you probably need to return that exchange straight away with rook b8, rook takes b6, but the resulting position appears to be pretty level. I'm probably still picking Black, but queen takes b6, f3, f4. This is not horrible for White. Right. A lot of material came off the board. Yes, the king is a bit exposed on h2, but the structure is pretty solid. So I think the problem for Anish here is that he would very much like not to give Bogdan a target to calculate directly. But if you pass, I tried making some kind of a semi-useful move. I thought maybe rook e8, e6 maybe is a useful move in this position. Just, rook lift, maybe the other one goes to e8, this one goes to f6 or g6. White immediately goes queen b2, c2. That pretty much forces you to move the queen from the ideal square on f5, and then your attack is much less impressive. Anish ends up with another waiting move. He goes rook c7.
Right.
Queen c2 is still playable. Also, the engine for some reason goes king h1, which I think is an indication of just how few active move White has here.
King h1?
It's just a pass. It goes king h2 and then king g1. Basically, it starts triangulating on those squares. The engine basically claims that white has no moves and will not have any moves in this position.
Wow.
But black still needs to find a way in.
To crack open the position.
Yeah.
I'm going to go back to
Let's
Fabi.
go to Fabi and Vincent.
Yes,
we do have
please.
a couple of moves, and Vincent's down to 8 minutes now for the next 11 moves.
And he's fallen
And that can be
into
critical.
Yeah, and he's fallen into a position that, well...
He's very passive.
Yeah, he's just going backwards, let's put it that way. Queen dropped back to e8 after queen a7, and it's a bit of a thankless task, you know, playing this position. Like, what is black trying to achieve?
So if white goes bishop h5 here, Yasser, what would you do?
Cry. Bishop h5. I guess I have to go queen e8, queen c8.
In between move, you could play knight c6. I was curious if you would like that move.
Well, the one thing I don't do after bishop h5, and it's always a good...
Definitely not g6.
Yeah, I'm not reaching for the g-pawn because that means I'm terminally weak on f6. I'd probably be playing...
I would probably take on f6 too, maybe, right away.
Oh, even that, queen d8 or queen c8. I feel like I'm being bullied, frankly.
And chased.
Yeah. But the one thing in Vincent's current position in his favor is, I'm not saying it's a threat, but I do like the idea of at least activating the rook to a8.
Open file, yeah.
Open file. Although I must confess, I'm not coming to a2. It's not like I've got a great, business square to I got my rook to a2. I'm all set to go. Well, d2 is very well protected. So again, a very passive position, and one in which Vincent is falling into time trouble. And we saw this yesterday. Again, he's played a great tournament until yesterday. And what happened yesterday? It was the first time where he really got into time trouble. And I think that Sindarov played a great game.
He did.
He just flat out just outplayed Vincent. But in time trouble, Vincent wasn't his best in that game yesterday.
And Peter, what would you do here in Fabi's shoes?
I think actually no. I think you consider it very carefully, because I was going to say you throw in bishop h5 and you pass the option to black. And I think the endgame, and the reason Nazi is asking, it's actually very relevant, is specifically the move knight c6, because we have to, for ourselves, we have to decide if we like getting the queens off the board or not. And maybe we don't. Maybe in particular before move 40. I don't think we simplify. I think we keep Vincent guessing. Yeah. Not that there is anything direct for white. It's an incredibly pleasant position, but as I keep on mentioning, it's extremely passive but very sturdy. Your one weakness is on b7. It's not that easy to come at it with the bishop on d5 kind of solid. It's not easy to challenge the bishop on d5. So I think I would play something like king f2 or king h2 or something and wait and ask Vincent to continue placing pieces on squares. Although black has some waiting moves. You can go rook a8, queen goes somewhere, maybe you chase it again.
You mentioned king h2 and king f2. Any prejudice you have for one over the other?
Probably f2.
f2.
I mean, in terms of organizing some kind of g4, g5 play, h2 is probably safer, but f2 feels more cultured,
Centralize your pieces, all of them, at all times. Keep your king close to the center, king f2. Intriguing. Also, I find the move g4. Not that not that I'm super eager to play h4 or h5, but I feel if I play g4 now, I'm keeping...
Put extra pressure while Vincent's in time trouble.
Yeah, and I'm just kind of keeping the pieces at bay. Not that I'm particularly worried about knight f5 or g3. I just like taking away the options from my opponent. And again, I'm keeping a very careful eye on the clock as I see Fabi...
He's gone bishop... No, that's
g4.
h5, g4. Didn't make it all the way to h5.
Again, this is like one of those restraining moves. You just take away a knight f5 option.
And give black
maybe you're giving black something to think about.
Yeah.
Is bishop d7? Bishop d7 is like a bishop h5.
I think it's also a decision based on the clock times as well. Like Peter pointed out, you don't want to trade queens right away and make it easier for Vincent before the time control. So with bishop g4, you're letting him think.
Yeah.
Spend more time.
Just keep putting small questions to your opponent. Bishop g4, and Fabi's in good position. Peter, what do you have for us?
We're nearing the the Alekhine gun there, but I don't quite understand. Like, Pragg went after queen a3. Pragg did not play any of the king moves we were mentioning. He went rook 1 e2, queen b4, queen e1, which is maybe not the way I would have gone, but it's also very direct. We've protected f2. I guess our plan now involves playing king g1 or king g2 and then rook e4. If black takes on c4 straight away, we can take on e7. I would be reluctant, unless this wins, I don't really want to trade c4 for e7. e7 is very weak. c4 underpins our entire structure. I would much rather preserve everything as is for the time being. But Pragg is playing sort of very concretely. He's still much better if this happens. Queen c4, rook e7, black can play something like queen c3, and you have a choice. You can take on f7. You can also actually drop back to e2.
Can I play d6, Peter?
d6, I think black has queen takes d2.
Oh,
that is painful.
Queen takes
that blunder.
I thought I had f2 very well protected, and I do.
Not anymore. Yeah, which is why rook e7, e2. Now d6 is very much a threat. Rook d6 only move.
Okay.
We can play rook e6. Sorry, not rook e5, of course. We can play rook e6 check, and then d takes e6, and this looks like it should be winning by force, but maybe it isn't. And we get these types of positions which...
How is this not winning?
I mean, they look winning, but on the other hand, I mean, they probably are winning long term. I mean, material is level, but the king on g7 is so unsafe, and black really isn't about to start pushing the queen side.
In fact, black's queen side looks frozen, and to my way of thinking, that pawn on e6 is just a dagger.
Yeah,
that's just huge.
I'm not entirely sure how we're making progress here, but obviously we are pretty happy with how things are coming out here.
Yeah, I like the way you started the conversation from the current position, Peter. You said, well, Pragg has protected f2. It was sort of like, he's done a darn good job.
Yeah. Yeah, f2 is
well defended. Not the way I played it, by the way.
Okay, seemingly a big turnaround in Jordan's game. Let's switch to that for a second.
Peter, what happened
I haven't seen that, but yeah, I have no idea why.
Okay,
why he's done this to himself.
Rook
Can
d8.
Sindarov take down 2 leaders in a row? First Vincent, now Jorden?
Oh!
Did he blunder a
pawn? I know what he missed.
Show
and
us.
he probably spots
Rook
it if
d2.
Yeah. Knight e5, bishop. I'm pretty sure he wants to take on h7 after knight e5.
No.
Knight
And that
e5.
loses on the spot to rook d8, d2.
Bishop takes h7. This is like Ben Underwood's pause
And the check
moment.
doesn't even help on c8.
Exactly. You have a winning move, he informs everybody, and that winning move is give me knight f3 with a royal fork. Oh, and you were...
So that's just a healthy extra. I just gave a speech about the e5 pawn too.
What is it about f2? You were just mentioning, Nasi, rook c8 doesn't help at all.
No.
There's no follow-up.
The result, it's still lost for white.
And by the way, this is really looking awful. Yeah. And the bishop could end up getting trapped.
Of course, Jorden can take on h7, so he has to somehow survive down a pawn here.
Can he?
Does he have compensation?
Well, if I go queen h5, then rook d2, it is a disaster.
Well, okay, there's a number of very strong ones. The strongest is maybe f7, f5, actually.
Oh.
Just cutting everything off.
Yeah, stopping queen takes, reminding white that the bishop is under attack. Jorden just blundered.
Just blundered a pawn, yes.
I'm sure you're right. I'm sure his intention was to take on h7. Maybe he had to take on c6, by the way.
Yeah, just take on 6, play rook d1.
Rook d1.
Well, I mean, you can't offer a draw, but it's basically a draw offer.
Yes.
And And
when he missed that opportunity.
Of course, Sindarov spotted it, took the pawn.
And
wow.
Whoa. Did you see that wonderful reaching for the h7 pawn? And we know.
He did?
Yes.
Yeah, that was, he stopped himself just in time. I think he
it.
spots it now, I think
Oh, wow.
he may have caught himself, just at the last moment.
Yeah.
Because I thought after he played rook c1, he would have seen it immediately. That's how it goes, right?
Right, but no, he had intended
just
bishop
saw it.
h7, and I think, you know, these great players, they have that sixth sense, that instinct that I've done something wrong. My opponent knows I want to take on h7, doesn't he? And I think Jorden just woke up. He saw rook d2 maybe at the very... Hans Niemann did that in the U.S. Championship. He literally, he had just seconds on his clock and he was reaching for a move that would have lost the game. He found the only move to stay in the game,
With
and he
few
ended
seconds.
up draw.
That is sixth sense, yeah.
Crazy.
Let's see the replay because I missed it.
Yeah, through the magic of television, we have a
Jordan almost
replay.
took on h7.
Here we go. And
wow. Oh, he spotted.
He was centimeters away.
He was really close.
Touched the phone. That's wow.
And Javokhir was doing his best to go.
Queen h5 is bad though. He should have but it's so difficult to do.
He played queen h5 and knight at f5. I missed f5 too.
You have to just play bishop e4, g2, and
say I'm a panda.
And sort of switch to defending a very unpleasant position, which you sometimes will save because it's bishop against knight on an open board. It's not completely lost. It's actually not such an easy conversion. Queen h5, f5, this one I think he will lose because also your coordination is now severely disrupted. And
rook d2 is about to arrive, maybe knight d3, but queen h5 looks like a promising alternative to bishop takes h7 because once again, you are looking at queen takes e5, queen takes h7, the old double attack. So you convince yourself you're making a good move. I have missed f7, f5, an easy move to miss because you just throw off the whole coordination by white. You're no longer attacking e5, f5 is a tempo, and rook d2, knight
g4 as well. The only way not to lose straight away is to an incredibly awkward move, bishop e4, f3.
Bishop
and just
f3.
leave the queen on h5. Yeah, that's...
But then after
it's
h6...
not the first move that comes to
after
mind.
h6 it just looks lost, frankly. Black is just dominant.
What happened to White's position
It
in
was
last three moves?
It was a long think, right? That very, very, very long thinking.
But having come to the correct practical conclusion that on 20 minutes you can't play queen g4 anymore, just play bishop takes c6.
Yeah, bishop takes c6. Jorden was still chasing. You see, what happened is he came to the game very well prepared. He got his preparation, so he's carrying this luggage of I'm winning, I'm winning, I'm winning, and he doesn't play the move bishop takes c6 and says, okay, I just should make a draw. He wants to prove that his preparation was working, and it did for a moment.
It's so painful when you realize you just blundered like that.
Right, and that it's happened to me a lot in my career where my opponents at the last moment withdraw their hand. You know?
Sindarov's about to play f5.
Yeah,
I'm sure he is. Yeah. Because if you have to play...
No, we saw it live in his eyes as he's about to reach the pawn. He was looking at d2 square and saw rook d2.
Exactly.
Yeah.
In my time, they did it in a different way too. In my time, they wrote down their moves in advance.
Yes,
and sometimes,
that's helpful.
Yeah, and sometimes my opponent wrote down a blunder, and I'm sitting there, you know, like grinning, you know, please, please play, do it.
But then they made it against the rules. FIDE changed rules that you can't write down the move in advance.
I know. I mean, if you read...
That prevented me from so many blunders.
If you read Kotov's book, what is it, Kotov's book?
He recommends to do it, right?
Yeah, Grandmaster...
Think like a Grandmaster.
Think like a Grandmaster. Yeah, that was the Bible of my junior days. And think like a Grandmaster, that was how you did it. You wrote down your move in advance. By the way, did he play f5? Yes, he
yes,
did.
F5's on the board.
Yes, he did. And Sindarov is playing spoiler.
Oh, he's in his element now.
He's just knocking
Taking down Vincent and possibly Jorden.
Wow, wow.
And if somehow Fabi does not win today, Sindarov is very much in the conversation, by the way. Has white against Wesley tomorrow. Beating Wesley is not easy.
Both of them will be +1.
Yeah, but after 2 in a row, you know, feeling very energized, feeling a lot better about things. And Sindarov, I think, is a type of player who might actually get somewhere against Wesley because he is very good at specific targeted opening prep. And if he manages to shake Wesley out of his extreme stability in the opening, well, who knows what can happen.
Wow. Well, what a turnaround that will be because, again, he was at -1 and, quite frankly, languishing. He wasn't playing in the form that brought him to a challenger. I want to jump to the game of Fabi because it's getting more and more critical that Fabi...
now with Jorden possibly going down,
exactly.
Yes, can Fabi win and go into sole lead in the last round?
Bishop g4, move I like. We were going between king f2 and king h2 and bishop h5. Rook to d8. Queen to c5. Again, very powerful domination of positionally. Bishop to d4. Okay, that basically says I see that you're telegraphing the move knight d5, attacking my bishop. I'll get my bishop out of the way.
Went to d5.
And then the rook ended up on d5.
This is an improvement for black because Vincent's next 2 moves are going to be knight f5 and then h6, h5. And on my screen, white replies to it by taking on f5. And that is a disaster. White is still better.
You're giving me something to play for as black.
Well, no,
fortress.
Yeah, but I think your draw becomes a lot more realistic. Black is still not going to have any real winning chances, but
right.
But if you actually get rid of the bishop pair, you're obviously so much happier.
Right. Bobby Fischer, of course, was a big influence in my career and probably the career of everybody. And he called the 2 bishops the minor exchange. So we all understood what it meant to be the exchange up. And he said when he had the 2 bishops, he had won the minor exchange.
Yeah, I've heard that. I absolutely agree with that, especially when there's a good pair of bishops.
Yeah, and that's what we're seeing right now. Fabi has a good pair of 2 bishops. But what Peter is saying is if black gets to play knight f5 and you have to play bishop takes f5, giving up one of them.
The worst is over for Vincent, for sure.
You feel like that was a great success.
Yeah.
So
Vincent's playing very well under the pressure so far.
And he's doing it with less time. So far, so good.
Before the leaders get too much into time trouble,
Please.
let's jump back to Bogdan and Anish because the structure has changed. We have some new position. The pawn is on c4.
c5, c4. Okay, so at a certain moment, Bogdan said, okay, I don't want to be passively defending the position for the rest of my life. Let me improve
Not
my
rest
bishop.
of the day, rest of my life.
And I want to play a5. Like if it's my turn, I get to play a5 and I won't be doing so badly. So c5.
Yeah, this should have been taken. I don't think it's a good idea to allow c5, c4.
And the script has been flipped, Peter. The pawn on c6 with the rook on c1, you might say, was a little bit backward, potentially target. The pawn on c4, that's a
beautiful pawn.
That's a good pass pawn.
White is probably still fine, specifically if he goes knight f3, e5 here, move by move. But if he doesn't and allows black, I think what Anish wants here is some sort of rook to a8, bishop b7, bishop c6, rook a6, rook e to a8. a4 is a target now. And if you continue shuffling and you allow black to strengthen his position, you probably will not enjoy it very much. But knight f3, e5 appears to be holding directly.
Taking advantage of the pawn on b6, maybe even thinking about bishop takes e4 and playing bishops of opposite color position.
Although the way the engine plays that position, after let's say knight e5, rook b8, taking on e5 twice is not great. But if you play rook c8, b8, just saying, okay, what's your point? What's your next move?
Right.
The engine says, among other things, you can take on e4 now. First you take on e4, not on d7.
Yep.
Then you take on d7 and you go d4, d5.
Yep.
And if you imagine that bishop on a6 anywhere near the king side, you're just going to get mated on the light squares.
Clear.
But because it is still on a6, the evaluation on my screen is basically zeros.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that's something you intuitively... Like, I play queen h3 here. I'm 3 moves away. Bishop c8, bishop g4, bishop f3. And also, I don't quite know how you're stopping me.
Yeah, it's not obvious. I guess queen f1 is the only way.
Maybe queen e2, f1. Maybe d6, d7 somehow stops it.
But what if you included c3 first and then went queen
I
h3?
don't know. This is like shockingly scary to my eyes,
Yeah.
because I really am 3 moves away, and I'm very curious as to why this just doesn't happen.
Well, it is a funny thing too, right?
d7 is an option too.
Ah, you're first, maybe. Whoa, bishop c8, rook d5?
Yeah.
Maybe you're first.
G6 though.
But then...
You'll have to take on g4.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe my bishop
and then
will
queen
come
d4,
to
bishop c3. Yeah,
C3.
yeah, and see how the...
Out the turntables.
Exactly, yeah, exactly.
Oh my goodness. Crazy things can happen. Yeah. By the way, none of this happened because...
He's gone bishop c3, and now he is worse after...
Bishop c3.
Yeah, that's kind of rock solid, but also very passive.
Whoa, okay. Maybe that's encouraging Anish to play f6. And I loved the suggestion that you're making, Peter, of rook on a8 and saying, okay, you've given me a brand new target. Let me redirect my bishop towards that target by playing bishop to b7 to c6. And maybe this move, bishop c3, is a prelude to knight e5, so I'll just cut it out.
You can play f6. The machine plays even more directly and just goes rook b8, knight e5, b5. And rook says b8, even those positions are better for black.
Knight e5 and b5?
And b6, b5, and says, I like even this.
Really? I mean, I loved what you were saying. The a4 pawn is a weakness. Now
no, actually not b5 here. Maybe knight df6 first and then b5.
Knight d f6 first.
Yeah.
And then
we want b5 next move.
So they go, wait a minute, I'm trading off my weakie for the goodie.
But this is pretty much what Anish wanted this whole game, and he finally got it now.
A fight with a lot of pieces on the board.
Bogdan a little bit less time on the clock, but Anish himself doesn't have a lot of time. It's 12 minutes against 9.
And what move are they on? Sorry.
They have still 7 moves to go until the time control.
Okay, not a big deal.
Not a terrible time trouble, yes.
But Anish, again, he's doing what he's been doing throughout the tournament. He's been getting advantages, both with the black pieces as well as the white pieces. So he's having a fabulous event thus far.
Yes, indeed. And let's go back to Jorden and Javokhir. Jordan's down to 5 minutes and struggling in his position.
And completely lost, yeah.
Wow.
After f5,
he went h3.
Jorden hasn't moved. Oh, Jorden did move. He played the move h2, h3.
Yeah, and queen d4 was very strong, but h7, h6 is also very, very solid, just making sure nothing is hanging. And I'm guessing maybe we're now back to threatening rook d2 in some positions, because I think rook c8, king e7 doesn't really do very much for white.
Rook d2 on tab.
And
it's king e7. No,
rook c2 he's played?
Yeah, he played rook c2, and now the problem is even queen d4, queen d1 check. That endgame is kind of bad.
Especially with the king.
Kind of lost?
Yeah, kind of lost. Kind of lost, yeah. That endgame is very, very poor.
What kind? Is it a hard loss? Is it a soft loss?
Soft loss for now, but...
Rook c2, okay, kind of preventing rook d2. But as Peter has just mentioned, inviting queen d4, give me the bishop. And with the queen trade and white's king, presumably white's king is
a really healthy extra pawn, and
tucked away.
Black will have better king, better knight, yeah.
Just a lot of pluses on the board.
Good knight, not
better. Better knight. Yeah, a lot of pluses on the board for black.
Yeah, Jorden was playing great, but he made 2 moves with question marks, and his accuracy is now 93%.
That's just so unfair. You play a game with a 93% accuracy rate, you expect that you're winning.
Not on this level.
Not losing.
Yeah.
Here in 99.
No, sorry,
not
we
lose.
do have rook c2 on the board, and we're expecting.
And the
queen
reason,
d4.
it's no longer really that relevant, but the reason the engine liked queen d4 to begin with, if we can go back to that position for a sec, if you play queen d4,
immediately,
yeah, bishop probably drops back to, I'm guessing, g2.
Okay.
And there is queen d2.
Winning another pawn?
Not even that. We are completely marooning that queen on h4. Rook c7 loses to queen e1 check and queen takes f2. The rook has to go passive, like rook f1 or something. I will throw in h7, h6 here.
And now we're
that queen is just not returning. Yeah, it's there forever. I might be threatening g6. No, not immediately, but I guess now maybe I will take on b2 next move.
Yeah.
But white just has...
Now I start to think of how do I rescue my queen, you know?
Here I will play rook d4 and ask you to go back.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. How do I get my queen back into civilization?
And
I like that move very much, queen d4.
Both of them now in time trouble with a lot of moves to go until time control. So we should stay with this game. A lot of interesting things are happening on each board, but this is critical.
How many moves before the time?
14 moves with 5 minutes for both of them.
Okay. This is a very good round, right?
Yeah.
It was a very enjoyable round to watch.
Yeah, the moment you say that, 4 draws instantly appear on the board.
These turn into draws.
Yeah, it's like, what? But
We've
no,
seen worse, though, so.
for our tournament leaders, this has been great stuff for us. Fabi versus Vincent, they're doing their best.
And if Sindarov wins, he will actually catch up with Van Foreest and have same points.
He'll
be at +1.
He'll be back at +1. And he had been in the kitchen sink. I mean, he just...
Sindarov's, he didn't get a forfeit win against Alireza. He played him in the hotel room, and it was a draw.
Yeah, he was much better, but did not convert that large advantage into a full point.
That rook and knight endgame, right?
Mm-hmm.
But for Sindarov, I mean, back-to-back wins, we've seen how hard it is to win in this tournament. But back-to-back wins, that's impressive. Again,
and
considering
against
that
players
he
who are
was
having a great tournament.
Yeah, he's beating the tournament leaders, not players who are having, as you say, bad tournaments. So rook c2 on the board.
What moves is he considering here besides queen d4?
You know, it's the weirdest thing. I was asking myself the very same question, and a move that went through my mind, don't ask me why, was a7, a6. I saw some lines, what Peter was showing, where we were forcing the trade of queens. Maybe I didn't want to see rook c5 at the end, knight on e5, the pawn on b5 was hanging. So I thought, okay, this could be a useful move.
Prophylaxis, yeah.
I actually also like b4 and a5.
He's done queen d4, the best move. Bishop g2 quickly responded.
But once you start calculating how attractive the endings are, I don't see how you stop your hand. Your hand just kind of does it.
I do remember in the candidates, he had this game against Bluebaum where if he didn't trade queens, he was winning.
Yeah, that was amazing.
But he traded and then it was a draw.
But that...
Now it's the opposite. He needs to trade the queens to win.
But that game against Mateus especially he was attacking Mateus's king. It was a mating attack, and that trade was just
I mean, he believed
very,
the
very
endgame was
strange.
winning too.
He said that as well, but I think we thought, at least watching it live, that was maybe the first and maybe even the only time during the entire event where
he really
tournament situation maybe influenced his play.
Yeah.
Because he thought, okay, why not make sure I run absolutely zero risks, because basically draws are enough for me now.
Yeah. Queen d4 on the board. I'm with Peter on this one. I am trading queens, queen d2. I love the fact that my king is close in the center and white's king is far away. The extra pawn, it should add up to a win.
3 minutes for Javokhir to make the decision. Trade. And if you don't trade queens now, you might not be able to force it. White can play king h2 next move.
But there was a consideration that Peter was making, which is white's queen is kind of marooned, like on the h5 square. And
you want to do something about it.
It's not inconceivable.
Put it on f6 or what?
You put your king on f6 and you just kind of like reinforce this idea that the queen is really doing nothing. Maybe before a5. I don't know.
That's the thing. Everything looks good here for Black.
Yeah, nice improvements.
But Queen D1 is by far the best move.
I've played enough Catalans in my life to understand when the diagonal's completely cleared, the bishop on G2
becomes kind of useless.
Well, it's defending the king.
That's all it's doing.
That's all it's doing, and then it has no role in the rest of the game.
We don't want the bishop to be a defender.
That's all it's doing at the moment, defending the king, and it's no offensive power.
Going down below 2 minutes.
Oh, it's getting interesting.
How does he do in time trouble?
I've never
we haven't seen a lot of that, so.
Yeah, we don't know.
We don't know.
As Ben would say, we need more data. We don't have a lot of data on this one. Peter, are you jumping at Queen D1?
Yeah, I think so. In particular, if you realize just after the queen trade, King H2, Knight D3 is incredibly strong. White has so many problems there.
Octopus, Knight.
Yeah, White has so many problems there.
Wow.
1 minute?
1 minute.
Yeah, we're sticking with this. I will just say that Pragg has actually messed it up a little bit. He's still better, but he was borderline winning, and that is no longer the case. He is just better. Anish, that fluctuates. Bogdan was close to equalizing, now probably still worse. And Fabi did have to give up the bishop pair, which means that Vincent is probably as close as he has been in this game to equalizing.
Wow, big changes.
For those updates. Yeah, that knight getting a bishop of opposite color for Vincent, that's got to be considered a huge success.
The challenger's down to 40 seconds. He does have a winning position. He's just...
The 5 minutes just went by.
He can decide if he should trade queens or not.
Yeah, that 5 minutes just went by fast.
Very quickly.
Wow.
30 seconds.
Okay, Queen D1 followed, and
he's
reaching.
Think more likely you're going to trade queens, right?
Yeah, especially when you're going down to 20 seconds. Yeah, then if you're in Jordan's shoes, it's sort of like, keep thinking and let me leave the queens on the board, so give me some chance.
Give me some chance, yeah.
But it's the Knight D3 move in particular right now, this moment that is...
Although, honestly, even King E7 is very, very strong.
King E7, Rook check, Rook back
King
to
F6
D7.
and then Rook D2.
You get the pawn back.
Yeah,
so
and also F2 is terminally weak in all of these positions.
So the idea is, King E7, and after Rook check, we're not trading rooks. We're not interested in trading rooks. We're interested in playing King F6 and Rook D2, giving up the A7 pawn, but getting one of them back.
He's played B4.
Yeah.
How is this move, Peter?
Not good.
Not good.
Because you should not be allowed Rook E2 takes E6.
Wait, is it just...
No, I mean, you win F2 back, but yeah, trading E6 for F2 feels very, very wrong to me because...
That was why King E7.
Why would he rush B4?
I think he wants to... I think he's fighting against Rook C5 or something.
And by the way, Jorden immediately spotted what you were just saying, Peter. We're happy to trade F2 for E6. And
no, this is maybe salvageable now for Jorden.
It is, and they're still far away from time control while Sindarov's down to his last minute.
Yeah.
Jorden coming back.
Yeah, no, that King E7, this move expresses why the King E6, King E, and Knight D3, kind of with a flourish. Like he sped it up.
Earlier, but yes.
I think it's just a draw now with best play.
Rook takes E6.
Knight takes F2, and you can go Rook E5, or you can maybe even include A3.
Did we jinx it?
Looks like we jinxed it, yeah.
Like on every board, I'm checking in, like Pragg messed up, Fabi, like, what?
Four wins, 5 wins. What? No. Knight takes F2. Sorry, Peter. We were looking at Rook E5.
Rook E5, provoke G6, go Rook E6 is probably the cleanest. The engine also likes the idea of throwing in A2, A3 because we do want to remove as much of the queen side as possible.
Funnily enough, that was my major move, my go-to move. I wasn't looking at Rook E5. I was looking at Rook A7 as well.
Rook A6 also decent.
Rook A6 going after the A7.
All of these moves are. The evaluation suggests it's a draw with precise play.
But the whole point is losing the pawn on E6 in particular, because because f2 was going to get captured, you would want to have a 4 versus 2 majority.
Exactly.
Now you're only getting a 3 versus 2.
Which we know is not enough most of the time.
So Jorden might be fortunate escape after blundering bishop takes h7.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, rook takes e6, knight takes f2 on the board. This is a life position. 5.5 minutes to 1.5, with about 10 moves to go.
But it's now, in a way, easier to play for white.
Oh, so much. A big, big relief. Getting rid of that e6 pawn. Wow. Yeah, b4 was just rushed and not necessary. You didn't need that move.
And I think it was mainly caused by him leaving himself 20 seconds.
Yeah, from the previous turn.
Yeah, maybe it was a panic move.
Vincent and Fabi?
Not much has changed.
Just that Vincent is successfully...
The West is over for Vincent, for sure.
Yeah, gotten...
Should we jump there, actually? Because Vincent is down to 1 minute and 45, 2 moves away from the time control, so we might as well see.
If you don't mind me, rook d5 is when things kind of went south.
2 bishops are gone.
And suddenly...
It's like a fortress now. All black pieces are on white squares, almost all of them.
We call it checkers.
Checkers, yeah.
Yeah, it's like...
Not quite, but almost.
You know...
but look at Fabi's last move, rook g1, indicating he's planning to go g4.
That's the only plan.
That's the only plan,
You just don't win this position without g4, g5 at some point. There's just no way to break this. But can open otherwise.
Wait, whoa. Let's go back a moment. You said you don't win it without playing g4, g5. But excuse me, that's the way I want to win it. I do want to win it with g4, g5. Can Fabi do that?
To reach the time control.
How many
But we know 2 moves. And we
moves.
know that mistakes, blunders often happen on move 39 and 40.
Move 40, that's the traditional move. But by the way, g4...
You have to contend with some rook takes g2 somewhere, yeah.
g4 and rook takes g4?
Depending on how things
like,
are,
I'm going to play bad moves for black, if you don't mind. b5, g4.
Okay.
And I want to play rook takes and bishop takes f6.
Yeah, here I think, with the pieces where they are, I think we're taking with the rook. Yeah.
This is... Vincent is maybe seeing some ghosts. He's got 30 seconds. I'm not saying b5 is his move. On the contrary.
He's twirling that pawn in his hands down to 20 seconds.
17.
15. He's aware of the clock, right?
Oh,
he
big
seems
time.
not worried at all. 10.
Hello.
9.
Somebody kind of...
All right, queen f7.
Queen f7.
6 seconds.
6 seconds to go.
Now we can go the engine was holding it very, very coolly by going queen d6. After queen f7, now it likes g4. If you take on g4, it likes h takes g. Rook g4 is...
Sorry, queen f7, yes.
Yeah, it goes, takes with the pawn and says we're back to being significantly better with white.
Because g5 is, again, it's bishops of opposite color. But
also,
if this bishop attacks, then I'm playing a piece up. I'm attacking with an extra piece.
Also, honestly, in some positions, king g3, rook h1.
Love it.
So we even have some flexibility in terms of how we're attacking on the king's side.
I think that's an excellent idea, by the way. I'll have an extra measure of protection around my king. So Vincent's troubles are just beginning with time trouble.
Yeah, but he needs to reach move 40 first.
Yeah.
Solve that problem first, and then he can figure out how to avoid getting mated.
One problem at a time.
One problem at a time. Why is Fabi hesitating to play g4? Are there other moves for white?
No.
He just played rook g1 last move.
I don't think there are other considerations.
I don't even have another candidate move. Unless you change your mind completely about g4?
Right? No. Rook a1? No. I'm playing g4, and I was doing it quickly, especially when I saw my opponent down to 36 seconds.
Yeah.
But then again, h takes g4 is probably required considering that.
Apparently, you mean for black or for?
For black after g4.
It's not. Black can play king h7.
Really? Dang, I didn't think you had a choice.
According to the engine, I don't know if humans would be comfortable with that.
I would be playing g5 with the IG. Wait a minute, just a second. Hold on now. See, you're telling me g4, king h7 is a good move?
Mm-hmm.
And so after g5, are you taking? Sorry, are you taking on g5?
Yes.
Because
twice. Oh, you're taking with the rook, right?
Yes.
Take back.
And
queen g5.
I've got this
bishop d7.
Beautiful.
It's ugly, but,
it's ugly, but
we're probably not
right?
losing. Yeah, it's extremely ugly though.
Yeah.
And it looks to me like Fabi did choose the move g4 by now.
Yes, it's on the board, and critical moment for Vincent. Last move he's taken on g4. Both of them have made time control and get extra 30 minutes now.
Yeah, the move king h7 was a bit of a shock.
Maybe it was better.
Yeah, maybe it was better because, as Peter has mentioned, besides g4, g5, it's not just a one-dimensional attack. There is now an open h-file, so king at g3 and rook h1. Let's go to the Jorden Van Foreest versus Sindarov game because, again, both players in a bit of a time trouble, or?
Yes, and they are still far away from the time control. Praggnanandhaa also reached move 40, so let's see, after rook f6.
Oh, well,
This looks so simplified. I guess Jordan's next move is rook a6, right? Of course.
Yeah, we're not giving up on h7.
Yeah.
He is trying to lure the king to the 7th,
and
then play rook a6. Yeah.
Knight d1, knight d3 ideas for
That's
black?
I think I think we have king g1 then.
There's nothing
so
scary.
we start with king e7.
Just done it.
Good start.
Yeah, it's still a little bit scary actually.
Rook a6, and then comes your knight e1. And I'm supposing rook takes a7.
Yeah,
check.
king d6, king g1, knight c3.
Okay.
And white is somehow in time to go rook a6 takes h6 and not lose to the b pawn. But you're worried here with white. Yeah, this is not an obvious draw.
This looks
Yeah,
lost.
I mean, well, unless you
me.
get to go bishop to d5 takes b3, right? If your bishop.
Of course, if you
Yeah.
save the pawn, yeah.
Well, if you
Oh,
could
if you-
sacrifice your bishop for
Actually,
the b
we're not
pawn.
taking on h6. We're taking on f5 because I think we need the e4 square. So after king forward, we go rook a5 check here.
I see. And after king forward,
we take on f5, rook takes a2, and we start giving checks from f4, f5, and so on. These moves might be the only moves. Like this position, if you don't play rook f4 check, you resign.
So you, okay.
King c5, rook f5 check. And this appears to be holding. It's very scary, though. There might still be twists in this game.
He's played rook a6.
All right.
Knight
Yeah,
d1
I mean,
immediately.
that b pawn. Oh, he did play knight to
Of course.
d1. Yep.
Yep. 4 moves away now.
Sorry, I'm just going to refresh my board. Apologies. We're going to get the current position up on the board. And we've been analyzing rook a7 and king g1.
Is there a difference whether you start with rook a7 or king g1?
No particular difference, no.
Yeah,
Yes,
'cause he's
rook
going with the
a7
king.
comes with check.
Yes. Thank you, yes. Sir.
Anytime. King g1 was king g1, knight c3.
Okay, now he takes.
Sindarov is playing a la tempo.
Yeah, rook a7 only move. Yeah, now you'll have to make a bunch of only moves, but they will all be pretty logical, so manageable, I think.
Well, was I being compliant after rook a6 check? I went king c5. I know my endings, but king c7, Peter?
King c7, now we can actually take on with the king this far away, we can actually take on h6. Maybe even immediately. It also throws in rook c6. If it wants to take on h6, it throws in rook c6 check first.
Okay.
Drives the king to d7, takes on h6.
Fair.
Fair, fair.
And if you take on a2 with the rook, I have rook b6. And then I start pushing my own stuff, and I seem to be in time.
So that tickle on c6.
It gave us an important tempo, probably an important tempo, yeah.
Okay, and now you've got your counterplay, and you're a happy camper. Gotcha. Yeah. Wow, very nice little subtle nuance going on there.
So 2 moves to go until the time control. Rook a6 check, only thing that doesn't lose, but I think, why would you play anything else? Very difficult to imagine any other move in this position. Like rook h7 is just a strictly worse version of the same.
Exactly. It's hard for me to believe that rook a7, rook a6, pardon me, is the only, I mean, in my mind, I would be thinking that, okay, I should be able to play bishop f1 and bishop c4 on a good day to be able to sacrifice.
Bishop f1, rook a2, you are in desperate
well,
trouble.
I should start with rook a6 check, and then if I'm going to play bishop f, I should start with rook a6 check. But no, I think more to the point here, Peter, was the idea that rook a5 check was the only move that you can't take, and you can't play bishop c1, but you've just got to play rook a5 check as well.
This, I don't know if you see that though. h3, h4 makes a draw here, maybe even a cleaner draw here than rook a5 check.
h3, h4.
With the idea of after rook a2 of taking on a2 and going bishop h3. But I think on a minute you just don't see this existing.
That is actually very pretty.
It is, a very, very nice geometry which appears to be holding, but
wow.
But yeah, I don't know if you see that in game.
h4, bishop h3, what a find. I think.
Also, it's not obvious to me that it's a draw after a 5 of 4. So I'd be very scared. He's gone rook c6 check. Now I think he's losing.
Ooh. Okay.
Or at least much, much worse. King d4 probably wins, yeah.
Well, no choice, actually.
Yeah, king d4. And the problem is if you go rook takes h6, your biggest issue here with white is knight e2 check, king h2 f4. That is very regrettable, actually. That is very hurtful.
Wow. Wow. And my king is in a mating box? That's, wow.
No, this is not easy, but sort of luckily for Javokhir, this is move 40. He will play king d4 because king b5 just doesn't look right.
And then it makes no sense, yeah.
Yeah, so he will play king d4, and then he will have a full additional allotment of time to figure things out after rook takes h6.
Wow.
Rook takes a2 is a draw, apparently. Rook takes a2, both rook b6 and rook d6 check appear to be holding, maybe even somewhat comfortably.
Does it make a difference whether we play f4? But knight e2 check attacks the g3 pawn, so it makes much more sense.
Yeah. Otherwise, if you start with f4, I will play king h1.
Okay, but Peter, knight e2 check, king h2, f4.
Yeah.
Rook h4, king e3, I suppose.
King e3, yeah. King e3, it's just bad.
Wow.
It's just bad. He's gone king b5. Whoa, okay.
King?
Move 40. Move 40 strikes again.
Uh-oh.
And now rook takes h6 holds.
We have a move 40 sighting, Nasi. King d4 was a winning move for Sindarov. On move 40, he went king b5.
Oh, no.
Yeah, now
rook takes h6.
Yeah, both of them will get additional time, and I think probably Jorden. Whoa, many things happening else. This must be a misclick of some sort.
What?
Did Anish just blunder a piece in one move?
Anish just blundered.
In one move?
Not in one move, it's tactic.
Well, c5 is hanging.
Yeah, but then bishop takes. Well, that's very beautiful, actually. No, it's a big miss.
Is rook d6.
We should show this because I thought, hasn't he dropped a full piece? But no. Queen takes c5.
Move 39. Both of them have 30 seconds.
I'm switching. Apologies to our viewers on the Jorden and Foreest game.
They reach time control, but here the last move and. One move
This
left
is a
until
very
time
cute
control.
trap by Anish, by the way, because he's in an equal position on move 39. He played rook d8, b8, and now if
Peter,
queen takes
sorry.
c5, bishop takes g2, rook takes b8, queen h3, rook takes e8, king h7, and this is actually mate.
No, we're not seeing your moves on the board.
Yeah.
We have Yasser's game.
Sorry.
And Bogdan missed it. He played e4.
He missed rook d6?
He missed it.
He's still better though. The shocking
not
thing
winning
is,
a piece.
yeah, the shocking thing is rook b8 was such an unfortunate kind of a time trouble trap that even after e3, e4, Anish is going to be struggling to equalize. He's gone knight b3. Now he's back to probably being busted after rook d6, right? Yeah, +3. And this is also move 40, so Bogdan will find this.
Oh, rook d6 is a forced move, by
Rook
the
d6,
way.
and after queen c8, you can play e5, e6, and then queen g5 and give mate on the king
Oh,
side.
that's a dream.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's a dream move. Queen to g5 with your bishop on c3. You know, we're seeing this in the game
Look
of
at that accuracy.
Fabiano.
Yasser, it dropped to 91% now. 2 double question mark moves.
Wow. The Fabiano game, you have a bishop on c3.
Mhm.
He's dreaming about attacking g7. Well, guess what? We're getting an echo of the long diagonal. Well, rook d6 is a boss move. You play it without thinking.
Well, he has 30 minutes to think now, though.
30 minutes.
Well,
Oh,
he
he's made
went
time
down to
control.
4 seconds before playing knight b3, so.
Well,
I mean,
Anish-
my screen says 30, 34, which
So
indicates he
he
probably
was
made a
down
move
to
on 4
4
seconds.
seconds.
Yeah, I mean, you always play rook d6 here, nothing else makes any sense, and then after Anish plays queen c8, which I mean, otherwise, if you don't play queen c8, I will just take on c4, and I'm a pawn up with a better position, so you have to assume the plan is to play queen c8.
Right.
And then, if not e6, white is just a little bit better, but e6 just wins. And also you see it. You want the bishop on c3 to play.
Of course.
It's unmissable.
Exactly.
And yeah, it's one of those, it's the usual kind of a soccer wisdom, right? If you don't score, eventually people will score against
It's
you.
you.
Because
Yeah.
Anish had so many chances this tournament.
Oh, my goodness. And, you know, Bogdan, he's such a good player with a bad score. You know he's going to score against somebody. You know, like, I mean...
You just hope it's not you, yeah.
You just hope it's not you.
You just hope it's not you.
And again, Anish had a very good position. I thought and look at this, rook to d6, easy move.
Yeah.
You know, it's one of those things, like when I was a kid, I was just so happy to do this. My opponent would threaten me. They would attack me.
Mhm.
And then I would respond by attacking them. I just thought, oh, this is the greatest thing ever. You attack my rook, I get to move my rook, and I attack you. So this is like
Perfection.
the most
Just played rook
automatic
d6,
move.
Yeah.
And
you can
as
see, if we zoom in, yeah, Anish just knows he blundered.
and as we see, if you don't defend the pawn, queen takes e4. But if you do, e6.
Yeah, and Anish now sitting there realizing that he blundered.
Horrified by what he
Since
did.
everybody reached time control, yes, sir, we're going to take a short break, but
Sounds
we're going to throw it over to Bucharest.
Thanks, guys. Yes, just to sort of catch everybody up with everything that happened on all boards, because it was probably the wildest 40th move that I've seen in this tournament. I'm not going to say ever, because always there's one tournament that I'm forgetting about. But there were so many games that just feel like they got decided in the last 5 minutes or so. And those games could decide the fate of the tournament as well.
Absolutely, Christian. And we were at the venue right now. And first of all, I must say that it's completely packed by people. It was not easy to find even free seat there. So you can feel also that many spectators also feel this tension. And the venue is, you can see how many people showed up today, Friday evening. And you know, the tension was in the air. You know, perhaps it's the tension of the last rounds. I don't know what is it, but you could feel that all players were tensed and they were walking. Some of them were walking on the stage, some were sitting, trying to find the best moves.
I would say it's the pressure of the last rounds, but also the pressure that so many players actually feel in this one, because so many players are still in contention to win the event. And I feel like we sort of forgot about Anish, who in fact was on +1, and with a victory in this one, he would have went to +2.
Exactly.
That would get him very, very close to the leaders, especially if Fabiano doesn't win in this one, then he would tie up. Now, after his last move, and as we can see, Bogdan did find the move rook to d6, he's just completely losing. And he understood it. You saw how he
I saw his
shook
reaction.
his head.
Yes, he understood that things are not going well. And by the way, he made the mistake on move 39, and then also on 40's move, he didn't understand the problem of move rook d6 and still kept his queen.
I don't think we understood what the idea was. Let me just show everybody what the idea was, because Peter did spot it and he did say it's very pretty, but I don't think we've seen it on the board. Take a look at this.
So bishop
take, it's easy to take a piece like this and say that if you take on b8, I take back on b8, I take on g2, I'm a piece up, right, as white. You can resign, basically.
Should be some intermediate move, right?
The idea is that I'm just going to give...
I cannot believe it.
I'm giving you checkmate. I'm giving you another rook, king h7. There's no more checks. Actually, you can give another check right here, but it's not going to help you.
Yeah, then queen f8 also, but it still doesn't lead anywhere, right?
No more good checks.
Then it's just a checkmate.
And that's it. You can try to escape, but you're not going very far. Yes.
Wow.
So this was his idea with rook to b8. The problem for him is that any move that doesn't go into this variation just wins for white. Like rook to d6 wins for white. e4, he's still better, but it's not winning, and he should have played the move king to e7.
Yes. So even before we can show what was the problem with move after rook b8, like. Instead of e4, white could have played this rook d6, yes. And the problem is again here that after queen f5, also this rook on e8 is hanging, right? So now we have time to take on b7. So you cannot take with rook because it's hanging. So you have to take.
That is a very good point.
Yes, you have to take with the knight, and then crazy pin is coming, like rook b6, and you cannot really defend this knight because if you move it, you lose your rook.
This rook on d6, I think he just simply missed this square d6 because even after e4. He played the move knight to b3. He forgot about rook to d6. He just completely missed. It was a blind spot for him, and he took too many risks in this one. And unfortunately, it seems like this one for Anish is going to backfire. This is a huge victory for Bogdan, if, of course, if he manages to actually convert this one.
You know, actually, people at the venue, they were recording Bogdan walking around. I just paid attention, how much attention actually they pay to his game. And let's say, I think many people are rooting for their local hero in this playing venue. So probably he felt that finally this was the moment to put himself together. And having struggled for most of the event, now today he had a really good chance.
And he's getting in the mix for the bonus as well. Remember, every victory
gives you...
It's something around $10,000. I mean, that's a lot of money for anybody, right? Yes. So this is obviously, would be a huge boost for him if he manages to convert e4. The problem, the psychological issue right now after e4 is that you just played rook to b8, which is such an aggressive move because you want to get that trick on the board. And after e4, you're never going to go into defensive mode psychologically and play queen e7. You're going to go forward. You're going to try to attack pieces. Unfortunately, that just simply doesn't work for him. He loses.
It's interesting. Like you were so proud fighting this idea. Rook b8 with bishop g2.
Yeah, there's no way you go into defensive mode at that point.
It's so hard, to switch. Yes, Cristian.
Yeah, especially on the 40th move when you have 30 seconds, you have to make a decision, and you've already gotten into that mindset that you need to find something to trick your opponent.
Yeah, so actually you think that you are the one who is attacking, and suddenly it's actually white who has this trick with rook d6. Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to switch. And so another game.
We've prefaced this as everything is changing in the last moves or so at move 40. And I was just about to say that Fabi looks like he's maybe, not objectively, but from a practical perspective, close to winning because of this last move. G4 and H takes G4, move 40. This is move 40. Apparently what he had to do was king to H7, but to be honest, this is so
finding
difficult.
This move, yes, I mean, it's like hard to imagine, yes, that you have to move your king to the same file with the white's queen.
Impossible, yeah. You never do this. Like, you just simply never do this. The problem is, if you try to go the other way, I'm always going to have ideas of rook a8, rook a1, rook a8. So I'm always attacking you on both sides. In this one.
Yeah, king h7 is doesn't look human.
At this point, he really needs to lock in and try to find some good defensive resources, because right now it seems like Fabi is on the verge of finding the breakthrough in the position. Rook
So
to g2.
When I look at this position, what basically I understand is that Fabi is kind of playing and attacking with extra piece. Yes, this bishop on c3 is actually, it doesn't have an opponent. Bishop on c6 is on a different, on the light squares. So if he manages somehow to open up the position, then he will have an extra piece at this moment. This is what I know about this type of situations. That's why you should avoid exchanging the queens and rooks. Like he should keep as many pieces as possible on the board.
I think if we were living 20 years ago and there were no engines, some old master would tell you that right now white is probably
better,
winning.
Yes, I'm also surprised with this evaluation, exactly.
It's close to equality objectively,
I don't
right?
know, like,
but
for
it's
me
such
it
a
looks
difficult
different.
position.
For me, it looks different because the one who creates, the one who first creates an attack on the king usually has some advantage. Yes, and it
That's
seems like Fabi is on this driver's seat.
100%.
Yes,
He's the only
like,
one that has an idea in this position, and that is to go g5, open up the g file. Black can just sit and wait. And hope that at some point you're going to be able to create something when g5 inevitably comes in the position against the king on h2. Easier said than
Maybe
done,
there
this
is
one.
something, yes, here. But I like this move rook g2 because Fabi is defending d2 pawn, just plays it carefully without moving too fast. But he knows that this position
I'll
doesn't
show you
need...
a funny idea that the engine was really in love with, almost impossible also to find. Your idea is to go g5.
Yeah.
He wanted to go king to h3. Pin yourself with the idea that right now rook takes d2 doesn't come with a check, so you don't have to worry about that sacrifice.
Yes.
And next you're going to go rook to h1 and get the king out of the way and attack via the h file.
It's unbelievable. So you don't do it immediately, yes? So you don't play rook h1 right away, right? So you first go
Not
with
rook
the king.
h1 because of rook takes d2.
Because of rook d2,
exactly.
yes. Wow.
So you first get the king up so that this doesn't come with a check because then you're in trouble. And then you have this idea of rook to h1.
King
Just
h3.
impossible.
I want to see the face of Fabi when you show him this line. Yes, so it's king h3.
He's not going to be too worried. I can tell you about that because nobody ever finds king h3.
No,
it just feels so unnatural.
Yeah.
Let's move on to the final big game, I would say. Prague versus MVL. That one is complex as well. But we do get the commentators back in their seats right now. They're being set up right now. Let's finish with this one because this one almost got decided at move 40 as well. Jorden versus Sindarov. And after rook to c6, they looked in the studio, king to d4, just go towards the center was the right move. If you take, now this is a huge difference. King is on dark square, not on b5, so there's no more check with this bishop. You go king to
and now
h2,
f4.
now I go f4.
Yes, so f4, the idea is if you, of course, you take knight f4, just look at this, this rook doesn't have g6
The geometry just works against you.
I mean, maybe it wasn't good in any case, but it's not even possible. Like if you continue the line, I mean, here just king goes...
Even like this, it seems like it's just completely losing. Because I'm taking next, and then the b pawn just runs down the board.
Yes, exactly, yes. So he didn't play this move, he played king b5 and...
Now the king is on the light squares. So this doesn't work anymore. Because I have this extra check.
Yeah, and all these kind of discovered attacks are not really working for black. Yes, where do you put your knight? Knight d4?
Knight d4, bishop g2. I can go back.
That's a good point. Yes, so you can just go back.
It still doesn't look clear to me at all because this b pawn is really fast. But apparently it's fine for white, and I'm sure the guys will analyze it at length, this particular one. But once again, we do have some more moves. King to b5. Yeah, are they going straight into our variation? No,
Maybe
sorry,
excuse
me.
Variation?
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
But not f4.
Not f4 because f4 doesn't give you anything. Yes, so rook a2, something what you mentioned, and now bishop d5. Wow, it looks still unclear for me, you know, with this big pawn and the king next to it.
Nobody knows what. There's going to be some pressure on Jorden, but to be frank, the worst is behind him because he was completely losing just before move 40 or so. So this one is quite intriguing to see what happens. Fabiano, if he wins with the white pieces, he goes at the top of the standings. And to be honest, it gives him such an edge going into the final round. So he really needs to try to squeeze everything out of that position. He does have the pressure. It does seem like Vincent is falling below on the clock as well. So he's feeling the pressure. This one is not going to be over anytime soon. So many exciting games still pending. Guys, back to you in the studio.
And we're back. Thank you very much, Cristian and Anastasiya, for those analyses. Yes, sir. Where would you like to go?
Crazy games abound. I was looking at the Prague MVL game, and I didn't know what was going on there. I thought that Prague was winning. Now I'm completely unsure. They're in a queen ending, and I don't know, Peter. I think that that MVL is saving it.
I think he probably is, although I think this by force leads to a position where white will have 3 against 2 on the king side, and the queen side will remain. The a-pawns aren't disappearing. And you, I guess, sometimes lose those, but of course the engine will say it's a pretty safe draw for the weaker side. I do want to highlight specifically one moment earlier in that game, if we could bring it up for just a second. Roundabout move 34, this is the position I have on my analysis screen. I really don't understand how you don't play queen c1 here. Just get rid of that pawn on c4.
Absolutely.
Black has no counterplay. There is nothing you need to calculate. You just take it off the board, and then you continue on your merry way, doing exactly what you're doing in the game. Why would you choose to leave that pawn alive? As you can see on our screens right now, if we go back to the live position, both c-pawns are still very much on the board, and one of them is about to be on c2. The main line here goes king h7, d6, c2, queen takes c5, queen b7, king h2. And in this position, the only move that makes a draw is the move queen b1. Queen b2 actually loses, for instance, to simply d7, c1 queen, queen f5 check, king g7, d8 queen. And black has no checks. And white will definitely have checks here pretty soon. But queen b1 does work, because if you play d7 here, you don't have queen f5 check after c1. The way for white to preserve the pawn on a3 is to play queen b1, queen f5 check immediately, and then d7. And then the difference is the surviving queen will be on b1 and not c1, which means that we keep the one on a3 alive. But as I said, I suspect computer versus computer ends 100% in a draw here.
Right.
Human versus human, who knows?
Absolutely.
These are queen endgames. We long since stopped forecasting how it finishes.
Yeah. We have so many people that we have to thank and to be on our staff, including a birthday boy, Danny.
Danny, happy birthday.
Absolutely. Danny has been doing our website.
That's our chess cat who lives at the chess club now. Her name is Penelope.
I was lobbying for Gigi. I was not behind Penelope on this one, but she's made herself right at home at our chess club, an adoption.
Yes, I hope.
She lost her first 10 games.
Well, I hope Dan is having a good birthday.
Absolutely. Happy birthday, Danny. And Danny's been with the club, my gosh. Feels like 10 years.
10 years.
He's a fixture, yeah. I can't remember a time when he wasn't here.
Exactly. I remember we were playing chess together, some chess lessons.
Should we jump to Bogdan's game? He's the local hero who's about to win his first game in this event.
Like Peter said, he's so good. You know he's going to win against somebody. You just hope it's not you. And he has played that absolutely gorgeous move, e5, e6. And this queen is ready to pounce on the g5 square as well as the g7 square.
Rook takes e6, absolutely the only move.
Also, by the way, I'm noticing it for the first time, shame on me, h-pawn is also hanging. Rook takes e6, sorry, Peter.
Shame on you for not seeing a hanging pawn.
Yeah.
What?
Now,
please.
Yeah, now it's important not to get sidetracked by the move bishop h3 because queen e8 exists.
Ooh.
And that would actually give black decent saving chances. But if instead of bishop h3 you go queen g5, black has to play queen f8, everything else is much worse even. You take on e6, f takes e6, and some combination of rook d1, bishop h3 and so on has to win. A machine goes rook d1 is the cleanest. If you go bishop c6, I mean, rook d6 looks completely winning. The engine also includes queen e5 here, and black just falls apart. If you play rook e8, I will at some point throw in bishop h3 as well. This will never hold. A position like this just never, ever holds. So after rook d1, maybe you play knight c5. And here, somewhat regrettably for white, I guess, you maybe have to give up one of your bishops. But look at this collection of weaknesses. Everything is hanging. You do get to play c4, c3, but I mean, once the bishop enters the game, I don't think you ever save positions like this.
A5.
Yeah,
H5,
everything is hanging.
C3,
Yeah, and
open D file.
you just can't establish any kind of coordination. If you play rook e8 here, you immediately lose to queen b5. And the inclusion of rook d7 as a threat, and you can't go rook e7 because you get mated after rook d8 check. And all of these moves, like these are the machine moves which win the fastest.
Right.
But even if you don't find them, something else will win slower.
And surely.
It's just a disaster. Queen g5 already on the board, by the way. Of course, Bogdan was not going to miss bishop h3, queen e8.
Exactly. I was just, everything you said, Peter, made perfect sense to me. Queen g5, queen f8. And I don't know if I liked playing rook e6 or not, because I was thinking, okay, if I just play rook to d1, you don't get to do that knight c5. But
f7, f6 exists immediately here before we trade rooks. And that makes life slightly easier for both.
I was always thinking that f6 was unplayable, but right.
Would
F7,
have been winning otherwise, but f7, f6 makes life a lot simpler.
Clear. That's just a good morning St. Louis type of situation we got going on here. Queen f8's box, nothing else.
Well, you can try rook g6, takes, queen takes g6, queen g4, but the position after queen d6 is beyond horrible.
Yeah.
Equal material, two bishops, everything is hanging, nothing is coordinated.
We should not miss this.
It's beyond horrible.
Missed opportunity to miserable.
Yeah. I think that word was created for this position.
For this position. Yeah. The position is miserable.
And we don't need to watch it just yet, but the kind of an interesting quirk of stats. Rook and knight versus rook is not a very frequent endgame. No. And Javokhir is about to play a second one-in-one tournament.
He's going to be the expert of rook and knight versus rook endings.
Yeah, he played against Anish all the way until 50 moves.
Yeah.
We can jump there and show our audience what we expect in this endgame to happen. It's Jorden against Sindarov, board 2.
Yes. Actually, shockingly, I thought there will be a choice, but shockingly, only g4 draws here. Everything else loses.
Really?
What? I thought rook h5 would make an essential
Yeah, rook h5
draw.
you've lost to knight d4, g4, king c4, g takes f5, king d3, and you actually get mated.
Because now I need to get rid of my pawns, and my pawns are actually in the way.
You actually are getting mated here.
That is
But
That's a
after
shocker.
g4, allowing f4.
And then rook f6.
Knight d4?
And then king f1.
No, I think we go king f1 and then start...
But
he
I'm
might
not
lose
losing
this, by
that
the way.
pawn.
He might lose this.
Hold
I'm
on.
not losing that pawn.
F1
stays alive.
This is why I want to
King
play
f1,
rook
f3,
h5.
g5, and we
Let's
start
play f4.
pushing, yeah.
And this is f4, but this is
If you
knight.
go rook f6, knight d4, and then I'm able to play f3.
Oh,
Exactly.
guys, this is...
But
no,
I guess
this is,
g-pawn runs fast.
Hold on.
yeah, and also your pieces are...
Here, I got to go king f1.
I think
to stop
maybe
rook
even
g2.
beginning with king f1 is cleaner, making sure they play f3, because if you play g5...
Okay, no,
that's
king,
also fine.
I'm with you. King f1 is clean. I'm threatening rook takes f4. The only way for you to maintain the pawn is to play f3, and now g4.
Yeah.
And it is
g5,
fast.
g6, g7, and the black's problem is that whenever you play rook g2, I will have rook takes f3.
Correct. Rook f.
And you're, I guess, one tempo short from getting the king to e3 and
Yeah,
winning.
right. One tempo. I feel it's that close. King c4, g6.
By the way, king c4, g6, king d3.
King d3.
Make a move.
g7.
Nope. King e3.
No knight e6. No rook e.
No rook e6 check.
No
No,
rook
no.
e6. And the threat is mate.
Honestly, the more I look at this, the more I think Javokhir will win this game. Rook f8 makes a draw instead of g7.
Wow. Okay, that's actually not so difficult.
Okay, if you get here, you find it.
Yeah, because king e3, you want to drive the king away.
Yeah.
But still...
No, if you get here, you find it. But the problem is you need to see all of this when playing g4.
Right. Let me just refresh the current position.
No, this is a tough situation for Jorden.
I thought it was a clean draw, and sort of is if you're a computer, but...
It's very easy to fall for rook h5, freezing the pawn, knight to d4, g4, and you think, okay, I'm getting rid of the last pawn, with draw secured, and then it's king c4, king d3, you get mated. Bye-bye. That's one of those chess is unfair
By the way,
moments. Yes.
Maybe it's simpler to do it on my board.
Please.
g4, king c4.
g4,
let's
king
wait
c4.
Let me, no. In the rook h5 line, I'm just waiting for
for
my board to appear on screen so that...
There you go.
g4, king c4, gf5, king d3.
Yeah.
Rook h8, king e3, king f1. Only one move wins here.
And it's not rook f2.
It's not rook f2, it's not knight f3, it's not king f3. It is specifically knight c2.
Wow, but also Jorden missed g4, he played rook h5.
Yeah, he played rook h5, but now what I'm showing is extremely relevant because I think they're getting this position.
Yes.
And if Javokhir finds knight c2, and the point is now we're threatening king f3, and then knight e3, and we're driving the king towards the corner, and then going knight f1, knight g3 mate, I guess, or knight d1,
that's
knight
not
f2
easy
mate.
either.
By the way, Jordan's going right into my instant knee-jerk reaction was to play rook h5 and g4. And we know he's losing. Look at the eval bar. It just, the moment he played rook h5, it went into the basement. I mean, oh my gosh. But it's king c4. Go ahead, do this one again, because this is just amazing. King c4.
King c4, you always play king c4. You always play king d3. This is very understandable, because now you're threatening knight f3, king e3, rook f2 mate.
Of course.
You cannot play f6, because simply knight f3, as I mentioned, and king e3, and there is no check from the e-file, which means that you are...
done.
Yeah, very, very done. But you will play rook h8. You will play gf5, and you will play rook h8. And now, if you don't play king e3, you don't win.
He is going for the line, Peter. He's
of course,
reaching to play king d3.
The big test will be the position after rook h8, or rook h7, it's the same.
Right.
And you can see in our table base, there's only one move that was winning, king d3. Of course, he played it.
Yeah.
Now, there are only losing moves for white.
The crazy part is that after rook h8 and or rook h7, king e3, king f1, knight c2.
Knight c2 only.
Wow.
Because you have to stop the king running the other way.
It's just such a remarkable move because you're so fixated on king f3 as well as knight f3 moves. Knight c2 is an easy one to miss. Oh my goodness.
I do feel bad for Jorden, first missing that bishop h7 tactic.
Yes.
Then surviving in the endgame where Javokhir didn't play king d4 on move 40, and then still walking into this crazy endgame.
Where he's losing by the vagaries. If the pawn's on h2, it's an easy draw. You'll play rook h3
That's
check.
just not fair.
Having access to rook h3 check immediately.
It makes it
puts
easy.
the game to bed, yeah.
I mean...
I'm guessing without the f-pawn this is a draw, because we will have checks from the f-file.
Right.
Wow. So it's like a study setup.
Yeah,
really
if there was a way to check, I think if you just removed both, like if you remove both pawns from the board here, it's a very comfortable draw, right? Or either, frankly.
Mm-hmm. So again, king d3, what we've been focused upon is rook h8, king e3, king f1, knight c2, double exclamation mark, wins the game. Just wins the game.
The only move that wins, too.
Wow. Wow.
Incredible. We're going to wait till they get to that position. But, Peter, maybe update us what's happening
with Anish.
Anish is completely lost. He chose not to suffer kind of long term by playing queen f8. He played, I was wondering about that. He played f7, f6 in the position after queen g5, allowing bishop takes f6 and giving up this exchange, with the hopes of perhaps pushing the c-pawn at some point. He threw in queen d8 just now. The simplest is just to go e4, e5, because there's not enough counterplay after bishop g2, king g2. If you play c4, c3, you lose to queen g6, which unpins the rook on f6 and also stops c3, c2 from happening. So
That's a nice move.
Black is very, very lost. But if you want, you can also go rook f5 here, queen takes g5, and h takes g5. But this, I think, is what Anish is hoping for, because now after rook c8 or perhaps a5, a4, you have some passers on the queen side which do provide you with at least some counterplay. Computer says it's lost, but it's best case scenario compared to e5.
Yeah, e4, e5 definitely would have my vote, just keeping the queens on.
No, this is actually a decent practical chance by Anish. He's at least making Bogdan
those pawns are
for
scary
it,
on the queen side.
Yeah, but queen g6 and...
And how about Prague and MVL? That queen end game is.
They will have it in a second. Yeah, they found all the best moves, both of them, so they will have that end game.
The four
queens.
Yeah, the 4 queens.
4 queens for no. There will be 3 at one moment, never 4. Yeah.
No, that's right.
Let's take a look. I want to see 4 queens on the board. How often do we get to see that? We missed it.
We just
already
missed
one
it,
came off.
Yeah, so there were. In the space of a move and a half, there were 3, 2, and then 1 queen on the board, and now it's back to 2.
So, in case you missed it, folks,
touched all the bases.
Both players about to queen. We have 2 queens on the board.
This game is a draw, I'm guessing. It's a draw.
It's a draw.
It's a threefold, yeah.
Yeah.
I just did not believe he was better.
Yeah,
this is interesting.
exactly.
I thought he was a bit better still.
Yeah.
That was unexpected, yeah.
Well,
yeah, I thought he would continue.
I mean, Vincent, once he played knight f5, he really
defended very well.
Yeah, the whole queen parlay, it kind of went like this. There were 2 queens. Sorry, we'll wait for my board to. Yeah, 2 queens on the board. Well, let's make it 3.
Yes, for a moment.
And I wanted to show that there was this opportunity of having 4 queens. Not that you want to do this, by the way.
Not this way, not for a while.
Because you will suffer an inglorious end of a 4 queens checkmate. But Prague did not do that. There was 3 queens, then there was 1.
There's 2, then 1, and now 2
and
again.
now back to 2, yeah.
And now we're back to 2 again.
And this will be on our screens for a while, yeah.
Yeah. I think you should postpone your hair appointment, Peter, and I think we should change our dinner reservation. We could be here for a while, everybody.
Yeah, we could. Yeah.
Let's go back to the Jorden Van Foreest game for just a moment to see, has Jordy played rook h8?
You can start with king f1. It's all the
f1.
same. Yeah, it's the same position.
King f1. This is I mean,
I have a feeling.
I'm sorry that if you gave me this position and you said there's a winning move here, my gut instinct is that it's based on something landing on f3, whether it be the knight or the king.
And that's still true, but you have to stop king e1 first.
And then you stop it with knight c2, with the intention of playing king f3 and knight e3 and mating. So what is the mate, Peter? Just what is the mate?
I am trying to...
King f3? I have to play in view of...
Hang on. Let me...
Well, actually, let's go over to Cristian. He's with Vincent Keymer.
Thanks, guys. Vincent, first of all, congratulations. This was not an easy game for you. Obviously, you knew what to expect from Fabi with the white pieces, a lot of pressure. Did he exceed your expectations?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't enjoy the game, but, you know, it was kind of a tough situation anyway for me because, as I say, I played like a pretty bad game. Like, everything was fine, and then I made some, kind of unexplainable errors.
You mean the one against Sindarov?
Yes.
Yes, the day before.
And, you know, while I got that 3 point against Alireza, still it kind of threw me off, like, out of the rhythm. And also, it's like my 3rd game with black in a row now because of that. So that was also, we played 7 games. I had 5 blacks so far. So, of course, things changed a bit. But, I was trying to get back into the rhythm. So I think that kind of worked. But, of course, it wasn't by no means an easy game.
Obviously, this queen b3 was the first move that sort of surprised you. Did you know anything about the position?
Yeah, I mean, I know the move, but I just didn't really remember the exact lines here. Like, I just played by feeling. Also, it's not the kind of position that seemed like it is like completely dangerous.
Yeah.
Like, you can make a few moves that seem natural and nothing bad will happen. So, okay, seems like this was all fine.
Yes.
Yeah, I was thinking about bishop f5, but I thought he would go queen b2. Okay, well, that's of course a bit sad. But yeah, engines hold everything together.
Engines
yeah?
hold everything.
It's like,
yes,
yeah.
Yes.
But okay, I didn't like it too much, but of course it was on my mind, yeah. f4.
Yeah, once f4 landed on the board, it did feel quite unpleasant.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is I need to trade these bishops, but I can never take.
Yeah.
That's my big problem here. Because I'm played this a5 move every time after bc4, my structure is going to be very bad.
There's no more b6 to
So,
keep the structure intact.
yeah, I need to trade these bishops, but I cannot. So, yeah, I mean, I was considering knight e4, but I just felt like, okay, this is, it's too much. But actually it was important, so this. I just felt like in all lines in the end, e5 will be hanging, and that it can't be too nice, but okay, apparently that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's worse than I expected, I have to say. I mean, because I am stable, there are no clear threats, but, you know, of course I understand that white is clearly on the better side, you know, bishop pair, but there's no pawn breaks also. But simply these bishops, they are so strong and I cannot really trade anything, because at first I thought it's nice to maybe trade my bishop, but trading those light square bishops is also very tricky, because then suddenly like e4, b7, these pawns, they get a little weak. So I kind of just had to sit, which is, okay, I didn't think it's that bad. Like I thought it should be around like 0.5, 0.6, but that it's so bad is actually...
And I think it was only maybe with like some concrete lines, but...
so the engine just wants to start pushing
maybe
h3,
never mind.
g4.
Yeah, just h3, g4.
But it's also not easy for white. I mean, like I assumed that bishop e2 would come at some point. So
especially with a knight still on the board to go h3, g4.
Yeah, I mean, like to be ready against knight f5 with bishop g4. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's not a nice position, but also no way to break through. Yeah, and then he made this one error which kind of allowed me to get out, which was bishop d4. Yeah. Because then I get like rook d5, knight f5, and no, actually I felt like I kind of made it now.
Yeah.
But engine still says it's unpleasant. Why?
Well, I think
Yeah, I
you
think maybe-
definitely got very close to equality, like objective equality.
Yeah, I
at this
mean,
point.
okay, once I get to trade this, again, of course, this bishop is very strong, mine is a bit stupid, and long term, you know, my king can become weak, but yeah, I don't think like the biggest danger should be kind of over, I felt.
Yeah. Now, tomorrow you're facing Jorden. This is a huge game, obviously. It seems like right now he's on the defensive end. Perhaps he will be losing. He is objectively losing against Sindarov. How are you going to approach that one? Now you're in the co-lead with Fabiano, and some people behind you as well. Sindarov is picking up some speed. How are you going to approach that one?
Yeah, I'll have to see. It's a difficult situation, of course, but in general, you know, I am playing for the tournament win, so that's already something nice. But of course, I'm going to try. Yeah, that's for sure. And also, I'm not sure. Like maybe Anish is also gonna.
Anish seems to be losing.
Losing even.
Yes.
Okay, so probably he was trying too hard to join us. But then, yeah, I mean, I believe if Jorden is lost, Sindarov will find that win, because it's like, you know, forcing lines. Usually he does that well.
He does that very well.
So yeah, then okay, it will be kind of a big match tomorrow, of course.
Well, this is what we like to see, especially going into the final one. A lot of players in contention for that win. Congrats on a good defense today, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Congratulations on the draw, I might say, Vincent. That was a tough one. And I mean, Fabi doesn't let you go when he has those promising positions. So very, very big result. And we're seeing another very big result between Jorden and Sindarov, because
He found knight c2.
He did.
Incredible.
And
He
this wins
thrilled
by-
us. And look at Jordan's body posture right now. He's looking at this almost in a state of disbelief.
He's
He
now
says,
realizing he's getting mated.
Look,
I think he thought he was fine still. He was scared, but I think he thought he is surviving by the skin of his teeth. And
Absolutely.
He is not. But let me show you why he is not surviving. The
Please.
game isn't over yet, honestly. But I think he finds it from here. But it's a study from here, even.
Please.
After knight c2.
Yeah. We'll bring up your analysis board. As again, I'm just looking at
Jordan's body posture, and it's almost like, I can't believe it. Rook and knight, I'm getting mated. How is he getting mated?
So you go king g1, black goes king f3. Now, obviously, the threat is if you play f6, you immediately lose to knight e3, and the construction will be rook d1 check, and then knight f1, and then knight g3, and we give mate from h1. This is very easy to understand. But white has rook a8.
Yeah, now we want to
and
give
now
a check
the win
from the
is,
side.
I think the cleanest one, you can always switch to that later, but the cleanest one, I think, is probably we throw in rook d1 check, we go knight e3, you have to play rook a3, otherwise you get mated immediately. Now I go rook d2 check back. Eventually, you can start with king g1 just to show all the bases. I drive your king to h1, I go rook e2, and this is the setup. I want to play king g3 and
the
create
knight
a threat.
is defended.
But rook a1,
yes,
king g3, f6, king takes h3, f7, aren't we safe? Knight f5.
Threatening knight g3 and rook
Threatening
g2
knight
mate.
g3 and rook g2, and you can throw in this, but you're still getting, you get a queen.
And you still get mated.
You get a queen and you still get mated.
This is unbelievable.
Yeah, Jorden begins with rook b8. I don't know if
Well, in principle, you go as far away as...
I guess he doesn't want a3 to be attacked. He's gone...
rook b8 from
He's
the
gone
starting...
rook b8, and now you get mated faster. Now rook f2, yeah, and this because he chose b8, you also have rook f2 check, king g1, knight d4, and there is no rook b3 check. This actually is just faster.
And then it's knight f3 and rook h2 mate.
Yeah, you can throw in rook e8, but now you get knight e2 g3 is completely unstoppable. Yeah, I think now Javokhir will just do this instead. He still had the previous version, but now this is just faster and more efficient.
Yeah, Sindarov immediately goes rook f2. Oof.
That is going to be...
I mean, this is...
I mean, you almost want to laugh and cry because without the pawns, white easily draws.
Yeah.
With the pawns,
this really is like a study on.
This is the type of games where your pieces and pawns are literally traitorous. You know, they work against us. You know, they turn traitor.
You remember when the Sindarov Giri game was going on, we were discussing whether anyone has ever lost this endgame?
Right.
Yeah. With the pawns on and the king very passive, you absolutely do lose some of them, as we're watching and observing right now. This is just over, yeah.
And again, because of Jordan's move, rook b8, he's made a faster checkmate possible. At the moment, black is threatening knight f3 check, followed by rook h2 checkmate, knight f3 check, king g1, rook h2 checkmate. At the same time, knight d4 stops, rook b3 check. So the only move really is rook to e8 check and king f3. And then, unfortunately, there's no defense to knight e2 check, followed by knight g3 and a checkmate.
And pawns are not connected or far enough for me to sacrifice the rook and then play with the pawns.
Exactly, exactly. Oh boy. So what a cold shower.
First loss for Jorden, who was having a fantastic tournament.
He certainly was.
And second win in a row for Javokhir, who came back from the bottom of the standings.
Yeah, he was at the bottom of the kitchen sink. There's no question. The 2 in a row against the tournament leaders.
Absolutely.
Doing it the hard way, we say, Peter.
Yeah.
And we can start doing some admin with the results already and with the games that are left.
By the way, Vincent, we have a handshake as Jorden and Foreest loses his first game, and Sindarov pulls himself into contention. Sorry, you were saying.
Yeah, and
Peter.
he's immediately saying G3, G4 was making a draw instead of rook H5.
Yeah.
He sees a great deal.
He calculates well.
He sees a great deal over the board, you have to say. He's not bad at chess.
Wow, 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 wow. What a challenger, worthy challenger he is.
Yeah, I think Sindarov just saw everything in today's game, calculated everything.
Yeah. Remarkable. So we started today with 9 decisive games.
Now we have 10.
Now we have 10, but we think
possibly
that
11.
Daniel will make it 11.
Yeah.
Wow.
he did play the best move, and he should now, objectively speaking, win. Although he is back in being in some serious time trouble, or potentially serious time trouble. He's down to 6.5 minutes against 17-4.
He's just
for
recaptured
Anish.
the bishop on g2. 7 minutes, you say?
So, just to finish the thought.
Yes, sorry.
We know for sure that Vincent and Fabi will be tied for first.
Yes,
on
with +2.
On +1 now, we have a lot of people.
Wesley So.
Wesley, Jorden, Javokhir, Anish. Potentially Prague if he wins.
Right.
Potentially Prague.
So we could have
Hold
like...
on, no. Prague is +1.
Oh, no. Prague is on minus... No. Is he on
He's
minus?
at 50% right now.
Yeah. He's on 50%.
He lost
to Fabi.
yesterday.
He lost to
Right, of
Fabi.
course.
So we could have like a 3rd through 7th tie or something.
So when
Here to help us. Standings.
Here now. So we have currently 3 players tied for 3rd place.
This is confusing me because there's some games still going on.
If Prague were to win his game, he would jump
Join
into
the
the
third tie, yes.
4.5 position.
And if Anish draws, but he's
Yeah,
not
actually,
likely
Anish,
to draw.
Anish needs not to lose this position,
Yeah.
which he, on current form, probably
Very
won't
unlikely.
be able to do that. Right?
Okay, but it's pretty. Wow. So we could put half the field could potentially tie for first.
Yeah. Yeah, we could have such a pileup by the end of tomorrow.
Guys.
Should I cancel my flight tomorrow?
I'm not going to jinx it. I'm not going to say anything, you know. But in case of an ankle sprain on my behalf, I'm going to be calling it in from bed. You'll see an elevated foot, and that's about it. Yeah. By the way, we do have a move by Anish, and it was that Queen G6 that you mentioned.
Yeah, the only thing that wins here.
Oh, wow.
Nothing else even wins, yeah.
Okay, so Anish still has a chance to survive this.
But Queen G6 is so, you want to play Queen F7 check, and you want to.
Just a moment. So after C2, what do you do after Queen
We take
G6?
on C2 and then return to G6 and go E takes F.
You do what?
Otherwise.
Well, while we calculate this, let's go over to Cristian. He's with Sindarov.
Javokhir, back-to-back victories, a crucial one if he wanted to stay in the hunt for the title with the black pieces against one of the leaders. This must feel quite good for you, right?
Yeah, okay, today very nice game. Maybe it's not nice, we do both a lot of blunders, but I mean, final was very beautiful.
I think so.
Final position is so beautiful, in my opinion. Yeah, and I enjoyed this game.
But before we get the blunders, because there weren't that many, there was a lot of pressure coming your way out of the opening. He knew everything.
You know, I also know all of this, but I forget during game, and I was trying to remember all of this, and for me it's very hard to remember because. Position is so hard to understand. Like every piece was.
If we go just a few moves here.
Yeah, like here, look at it. It's crazy. I was trying to remember, but during game, I understand it's impossible to remember, and I just trying to calculate everything in the board, and probably I played very well. Yeah, knight c5. Okay,
yes.
Bishop b7, bishop d1, queen d1. Yeah, here I spent a lot of time. I don't know, like 25 minutes. I was thinking a lot about rook a d8 and queen g4 move. Yeah, I mean, yeah, this gives. I mean, rook a8 is most logical move. Yeah, and now you're so bad. So that's why I'm probably rook a d8 because after rook a c8 he also spent more than.
But I do think
rook
a8 was the best move.
Yeah, but okay, position. I mean, I spent 25 minutes before bishop d1, 30 minutes, I spent a lot of time to calculate all of this because what was my idea to queen g4 right now, and now I want to play knight cd3, knight e4, and here I have a lot of moves. I saw knight d5 also works because bishop f6, I mean, I saw something here. I calculate a lot of, like bishop f6, g6, and queen g5, queen h4, knight f2 also possible. Like a lot of moves really possible. So that's why I choose rook a d8, but no, rook a c8. Rook on d8 is
not work. So that's
sometimes
probably,
it counters its own knight. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think bishop f8 is the most logical move.
I just want to point out the time difference right now. It's an hour and 20 for him. You have only 18 minutes at this point.
But you know, I mean, after 3 moves, the position can be very easy to play for both sides. So that's why I understand like the position is
critical.
So if I play right moves, I think like I will not do. I mean, I'm not playing for win here. Of course, I'm just trying to equalize position. But I was probably calculate everything very well and play and find every small details. And and I liked this move. But to king f8, I'm not sure, but it looks completely fine. So that's why. I mean, knight e4. After knight e4, I saw when I think on his time I saw if he plays knight e4, just he can play rook d8, take, and be knight c6, which is completely equal. But then I shocked when he played rook c1 because anyway, in my opinion, anyway, queen with knight should be better. So that's why he need to change and play for drop. But I don't know. Maybe he was trying to push me here on time, but we are already. Close
to even at this point.
And he missed knight d5 and he take his bishop. He want to play bishop h7, but he missed rook d2 move. Yeah, it's resign. He was taking his bishop.
No, for sure, this is what he missed.
He played queen h5 after f5. I'm just completely winning, but I don't understand. I mean, in board, I don't understand how to win this. Yeah, I mean.
I think you played everything correctly.
Yeah, but here,
up until b4.
I missed completely rook e2 move.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I missed rook e2, but during game I was so sad to miss this move. But I'm low on time, so that's why I played very fast. I don't know.
I was in the playing hall. You were shaking your head at this point after b4 rook to e2. How did you manage to regain your composure and actually find the best move to put enough pressure?
Yeah, you know, after this, I understand. Anyway, I just whole game I'm trying to play for draw, and when I get my chances, I miss some moves, but I was trying to do some small push. Some small chances, some tricks with knight, and we are low on time, so
might as well keep on fighting.
And probably it works very well, because I don't know, he played well in low time, but in my opinion, I do a maximum pressure what I can. So. Here king d4 should be also a very important move. I was also thinking about this because now it's not easy to play. It's so
now the difference.
Now difference is I mean it should be even winning. Because I think it's even winning. It was a big mistake. You know what I miss? To king b5, rook h6. I miss. I think like my pawn was just going very fast here. I missed bishop d5 move.
Very nice. Very good move for
and here, I found the draw. It's actually very interesting. I found draw. I think like only way to draw is you can. I mean, you need to start with g4 because rook f6, knight d4 is also maybe losing. It's gf, king d3 is also losing. You know what I know from this position exactly? I remember a game, probably Kasparov against Polgar, which Kasparov played with knight. And he give a mate. I know how to give mate here. And when king on g1 and h1, if knight comes to e3, king to g3, like even no pawns, it's always winning for black.
Over.
It's over. So so I know all the technique, but I was trying to get the position. And when he played rook h5, I just shocked, and I mean I was calculating all of this, but I don't know. Knight c2 is probably important move, because
it's the only move.
Only move. Okay, but I know the idea, to put knight to c2 and king to f3, g3, and I mean then everything works very well.
That is very, very impressive. Now this is the second rook and knight versus rook.
For me, today.
A week, right? Against Anish.
First game I was actually. We played 50 moves, but I think if we play a little bit more, I will do some small pressure. But it was 50 moves. Rule always.
Yes. Javokhir, thank you very much. And once again, big congrats on these back-to-back victories.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian.
Big congratulations, Joe. Here's such a nice win in that endgame.
And so enthusiastic. I mean, the passion is there. And look why.
His line score, he had a slow start, first a draw, then a loss, a lot of draws, and now 2 wins in a row. He is back, he's showing his
class.
His class, exactly.
And beating two players who were in the first place when he faced them. So he wasn't, beating the players who are having a bad tournament. He's playing against the very best and winning. Currently, Peter, we during the interview, Nasi and I had been looking at the game between Daniel and Anish. We were finding some really funny variations.
Yeah.
Could you share them with the viewers?
Absolutely, and that is very much. I feel wrong sharing it because it should be you two showing that particular find.
Yeah.
And the idea for black has to be to play c3, c2, because if you play something quiet like queen e7, white will simply win by not rook b6, but you can play rook c6, for instance. And the passers just disappear off the board very quickly.
Right.
This is not interesting. This is just
mundane.
very, very intuitively easy to understand.
Right.
The one question is why c2 is lost. And I was playing queen takes c2 and winning this kind of comfortably, but your find is just much more beautiful. We begin by taking the h5 pawn off the board, and in this position, we go rook b1 to c1. Just to make sure that...
our rook is attacked.
Our rook is attacked, and also it was important not to allow the queen to specifically appear on the b1 square, because it would be stopping some checks.
Rook
and if you go knight takes c1 here, now after rook f6, f5, there is nobody black can interpose.
There's rook b6.
You can play rook b6, but white has e5, e6.
Yes.
That's the
And actually, let's show out the line without rook c1. I just want to point out something that...
If you go rook f5 here, she takes b1.
Promote to a bishop.
That's even better. White always has the perpetual. We haven't actually lost the game because we always have the perpetual. Queen h5, queen f7. But yeah, this is why we needed to move the rook away from an attacked square. In rook c1, gf6, rook takes c2 is completely winning. White has... white always gives mate eventually in positions like this.
Yeah.
The knight is too far away. The moment the rook creates one threat. Currently it's on c2. When it gets to c6 or c7, the game ends on the spot. The other way to win after queen 6 c2 is just to play queen takes c2, gf6, give a check back, and just go e takes f6, and this is also very comfortably winning for white. So you even have a choice.
Right.
So here queen d5 check and
king h2,
rook b7. How do we
e1.
finish? Rook e1, wow.
Rook e1 and once, like the moment it gets included in the game, the game just instantly stops.
Wow.
Yeah, really not a fun game for Anish, because for the first, I think, 33, 34 moves of it, he did everything right.
He was pushing.
He kept the pressure up. He did not allow Daniel to simplify or to settle into a kind of a comfortable plan. And then somehow it all went completely to pieces once calculations began.
Yeah.
No, but even before rook b8, black is already not better. He definitely had an advantage at some point. Rook b8 throws away an equal position, but he was even better earlier.
That's chess.
And it's a cruel game. Another cruel game that I'm keeping my eye on is Prague and MVL. So again, Prague is on the outside trying to be a factor in the last round in the fight for first.
He wants to recover from yesterday's loss against Fabi.
Absolutely. That knocked him down to 50%, and now he's nursing an extra pawn in a queen ending. He's just played the move king f3.
I thought for a moment that maybe Prague had given up on trying to play for a win and he was going to give perpetual, but then he found some new idea.
Well, I'm sure his intention, at least, is to start strolling with this king, maybe including queen e4 at the moment.
Queen e4, queen b3 check, and then you can't cross.
I can't go to h5? Just a second.
I don't think you can cross because
you
queen g4, queen d1 check, and now it's a Foreest draw.
Queen d1 check.
Queen f5, king f5, queen d7, and you either have to allow perpetual or you have to give up on a4. You have queen e6, but after queen d3 check, once again, you'll have to go back.
He's played queen e4.
Yeah, but he'll go back to g2 or e2 somewhere. Yeah.
What is this again? This is...
Queen b4, queen b7, and you know that triangle or whatever it's called.
That's the famous...
What's the name for it?
Whatever it's called.
There's a name.
It's like a carousel, I don't know. It's
yes.
A carousel.
Carousel.
Yeah. I had it against Michael Tal, a ring around the rosy. So a carousel. I like that. Okay. So current position, queen on e4, and this queen d1 check is
Yeah, King G4 is actually just a draw offer, so you go back. I guess you go back to G2 eventually, because if you play King E2, you can't cross anyway after Queen B2 check, I guess. Yeah.
Because of the carousel.
Yeah, because of the checks connected to
So back to G2, maybe on a good day, Queen G4, H4?
Yeah, but MVL has been playing Queen B4 in this position for a while now.
He's been playing Queen B4, excuse me. Okay, so Queen B4, Queen G4.
And then we chill. We make it, just not King F6, right?
Why is King
Maybe
F6
here even
general?
King F6 is okay, yeah? Because I was wondering after A8, Queen B1, Queen, like H8 check, maybe I'll lose something on the king side, but I don't think I do.
Wow. Your king has...
Yeah, Bill seems to be holding this. It's also 26 minutes versus 5. And I think we should go back to the other board because it's such an exciting position. Anish started, instead of immediately going C2,
Yeah, we're going to go back
the
to...
check.
We're going back to the game between Daniel and Anish, and he
So
went
included
check.
bishop d5, queen d5 check to avoid the queen f7 line. So now white is forced to take on c2.
Exactly, and he has just done that. Queen takes
They're
c2.
also both under 5 minutes in this crazy position, but Bogdan seems pretty confident that he's winning.
I think he's worked it out, yeah.
Well, again, as Peter's saying, whenever you get these positions where it's like this massive amount of pawns on the king side versus a knight, and your king is under duress.
Yes, but black is up a piece, yes, sir.
Yeah, but the piece is like, look where the piece is. The knight is way, I mean, put the knight on f8, and Ben Larson would say, I'm
Or
happy.
f3, and then you're winning.
Or f3. Yeah, it's not on in the game. Check.
Even the immediate if e5 takes f6 wins here, but of course you start by queen g6 check.
Wow, I wouldn't have guessed the immediate.
Even EF is also plus 3.5 or thereabouts.
Wow. Everybody plays queen g6 check.
Yeah, but everybody plays queen g6 check, and now choices are kind of
Yes.
sad for black. Yeah, king f8, EF.
Yeah.
Now you really have to take with the pawn, otherwise the advantage diminishes significantly.
Queen g8.
Queen f7, I give a check and go rook e1. That's the problem.
Queen g8.
Rook e1 e7. Queen g8, queen h6 check as well, and rook
then
e1
rook
next
e1
move.
still.
And rook e1 next move.
Black knight is just not helpful at all.
That's what I'm...
And if I go rook e8 there? Queen
Which
h5,
moment?
never mind.
Rook
Yeah, it's all
b7?
losing. No.
Rook b7.
Yeah, rook b7
Rook b7,
here,
rook
rook
e1.
e1 still.
Yeah, it's the same
on every
position.
move, it's just rook
You have
e1.
queen f7 there, but I have queen h6 check, king g8, rook e5.
Let
And
me
the rook
just
leaf
put-
just decides immediately.
Yeah, as
Yeah.
Peter was saying, anytime you
It's this
bring the
move, rook
rook
e1.
into
Yeah.
the game.
That knight on b3 is just
You-
such a spectator, right? It's just...
Yeah, there's no pawn covered shield, and that's it. That's all Johnny Ball game. There's no joy in Mudville.
Yeah, king f8 was the choice, but yeah, I think
But e
it's...
takes f is the only winning move, right?
Queen takes f6, queen f7 is 0-50, yeah. You really should not do that, yeah.
But you can go queen d6 and win the rook, but I guess there's
F2
queen
is
f2.
hanging, yeah, F2 is
Yeah.
hanging. But I think it's so intuitively clear that you need the e-file for the rook.
Yep.
That even if queen f7 didn't exist, like you need as many files as possible to have a chance to bring the rook up.
Well, I just like the idea of threatening mate with the
That's
queen
enough.
and pawn. E5 takes f6 with the threat of queen g7 and queen e7 mate. So I'm doing everything with the tempo before you get to play an a5, a4, or any knight d4 consolidating
He's
moves.
taking the pawn with the
The
pawn.
pawn.
Well, Bogdan, once he got the chance to
Plays
play
very,
for a
very
win,
well.
he's done amazing.
Yeah, he's playing a very, very capable player who's having a tough tournament. And as Peter said, you just hope, you know he's going to score a point. You just hope it's not against you when it happens.
And it's because maybe today he didn't end up in time trouble. Not even once.
Not by
not
his
a big one.
standards,
Yeah, yeah.
Not by his
a
standards.
big factor. Yeah.
I think maybe he still had half a minute for the last move, but like if it's only for one move, it doesn't count.
Right.
Has to be 25 moves.
And difficult.
And difficult position. Exactly. So If he improves his time management, he will easily join 2700 clubs.
Oh, yeah.
He was very close at one point.
Yeah, he was.
I want to look up, but I think he was
Right.
definitely in the 2690 region or thereabouts.
Right. I do remember one of the Bucharest events where he did defeat Maxime. And again, MVL is one of our most consistent tour players. We talked about 11 editions of the Grand Chess Tour. And MVL is, along with Fabi, the biggest tour prize winner.
Yes.
We've been underselling. Like I want to apologize to Bogdan actually. 27-10 in 2022.
Okay.
He was there.
He was there.
He was
yeah.
there. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
Number
lost quite
34
a
in the
rating,
world.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he can definitely get back there.
Yeah.
After he takes F, Anish is thinking, but he doesn't have that much time to figure things out either. It's only 3 minutes for the rest of the game. They don't get additional 30 minutes after move 60.
During one of our breaks, Peter, I overheard you talking with Rebecca, and she had asked you what your next event is. And you said, well, I'm going to Hong Kong. I've warned my team. You don't want me as a player. Yes, we do, they informed. And
Yeah, I tried warning them. It's on them now. Yeah,
exactly. Do not break the glass. You know? But yeah,
like
so Hong Kong bound, huh? Playing in the world
Team Rapid and Blitz, yeah.
Team Rapid and Blitz
Team Rapid and
championships.
Blitz, yeah.
And who's your team?
I'm playing for the Kazakhstan 2.
Okay.
I'm obviously not good enough for Kazakhstan 1, but I'm still making the Kazakhstan 2.
Is that like the junior squad?
Yeah, that's
with,
me,
and the professor
herding a bunch of juniors.
Nice.
I'm on board 3, I think, as well.
Boy, they're really putting you.
They know who they're dealing with. Yeah.
That's great. That's great. Well, good luck in that one. E takes F6 and
Less than 2 minutes now for Anish.
Is there a way?
I found a
Anish?
variation we kind of need to calculate, but I guess I calculated by now. Yeah. In some order, Queen F7.
Okay. Go ahead. You can use your.
Hang on. Let me bring this up. Then Yep. I'll do that. So Queen F7, we give a check. King G8, we go Rook E1.
Threatening
Rook B7, Rook E. No, not Rook B7. Knight D4. Rook E7, Knight F3 check. And somehow I fixated on King G2, Knight takes H4, GH. Yeah, this is a draw. I thought so. This is actually a draw, but obviously White is not obliged to be so cooperative. Like you go King H3 here, and Black resigns. It's not even difficult, frankly, but for some reason I was playing G takes H4 as a matter of course, and
there's one last cheapo in this exact position.
Knight F5, but we have Queen G5 check. Yeah.
No, that the cheapo I had in mind was
Rook B1.
Rook B1.
That's even more beautiful. Yeah.
Oh, you shouldn't give me a check.
Yeah.
I wanted to play Rook H1 mate.
Yeah, that would have been strong, but I have responses.
With the knight and the
Take
rook.
my queen. Oh no, not my queen.
So you play Rook B1 and then you do the whole military facepalm.
Haven't we seen enough beautiful knight and rook checkmates today? Sindarov.
One more time. No, one for the road, I guess.
Yeah,
Queen F7. I suspect we might be seeing that knight to D4 to F3 business that you just showed us. By the way, Bogdan didn't hesitate whatsoever. Queen H6 on the board.
He's also a very good calculator.
Yeah, giving Black a tempo in that position actually throws away the win, of course. But like you always, in that position, you always make the most forcing move available. And that will be a check in most cases.
As you were saying, Nazi, to bring the rook to activate the rook, Rook E1, Rook E7.
In a way, because it's the only winning move, it's easier for White to find it.
Exactly.
20 seconds now for Anish.
20 seconds. Okay. Well, the position is.
We don't have a current position on the board.
I apologize. I am going to do that immediately.
7, 6. Okay, he's running with the king.
He goes in the other direction. Now he will have to give up a queen on the E7 square.
Rook E1 check. That's automatic. move if I've ever seen one.
And rook.
The cruel machine says the fastest win is rook b1, d1. Just not letting the king run and then giving mate to it somehow. But yeah, nobody does that because rook e1, e7 is so completely and utterly winning.
Yeah, you pick up h5, have 3 extra pawns on this side.
Yeah.
Now you guys are, the moment I start looking at checkmates, you start looking at winning the h5 pawn. I think I've lost control a little bit. You know, look, it's going to be a checkmate. Rook e1, rook e7.
He's going for rook e1. Yes.
Yeah.
The rook e1 is not that clear to me that there's checkmate. That's why.
King d8. Now you can actually. Now we can go queen h8, rook e7, queen takes b8.
Oh, that's nasty. Okay, that deserves a kind of a diagram picture.
Yeah.
Queen h8, and you think you've blown it. Rook e7 check. Queen
Once
takes.
again.
And now
showing how useless the knight is on b3.
Yeah, exactly.
So far
Queen,
away.
Oh. And you're deflecting the king as well. Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah.
That really,
Completely unnecessary, of course.
Of course.
Yeah, I think Anish just resigned, not waiting even for a decision there. I
And
think
there we have it.
he's
Our congratulations to
Bogdan on his first win.
And for Anish, what a
Taking down world
disappointment.
number 7.
What a disappointment. He came into today's round obviously looking for a big fight. He got it. He got a big fight. He got an opportunity, but
Yeah, it's really devastating when you... With black, you know, he tried to play for a win. He did everything he could. He got a position he wanted, and then just took one mistake.
oh, brutal. And in a sense, kind of ruined his tournament as
absolutely.
well.
Let's jump to the only game we have left.
Ooh, and it's our beloved queen endings.
How many moves are you guys predicting we're going to see in this game? They're right now on move 80. Give me a number.
Oh, easily. I'm going to go 135.
140 for me.
Oh, you went on the over.
Yeah.
I put a floor. Peter, we're expecting that this game is going to go on forever. We're going to be taking a 2.5-hour break and coming back.
We are.
But I predicted move 135. Nasi went 140. And if you go 143, what did you predict, Peter? He's thinking
Well, given that
about
Prague
it.
only has 3 minutes, it might end sooner than
Oh, that's
that.
right.
But it's wishful thinking.
They have to play on their increments, of course. By the way, that I think there was
How
a.
does black even lose this? Let's say white creates one passer.
Yeah, that's not going to be good enough. You lose if the king somehow gets to b5.
Exactly.
Right.
So what you
Which
do
is
is you
not
put
gonna
your pawn on f3, you put your queen on e4, so everything is nicely protected, and then you run like a rabbit to the king side, and you try to bully the black queen away from the a pawn. But where did I get this from? I thought it was from a Russian writer who explained there are 4 stages in chess. The opening, the middle game, and the ending. And the 4th stage was queen ending.
Queen endings. It's own world, yeah.
Because it has nothing to do with the first 3.
It's so different.
It stands alone. And Peter, this position, the engine is saying only slightly better for white.
Basically a draw, yeah.
And I'm thinking you've got the worst pawn possible on the king side.
And yet.
Like if the pawn were on f6, I would say your chances are just like very, very low.
It's very striking just how it does not believe in the white victory in any of these positions at all.
Amazing.
Yeah, and the first inkling I've had of this, it's not even that anecdote about the g4, h4 not winning against the king on g8 for white. Yeah, this one we've kind of gotten used to. I remember I was playing in one of the World Cups. I can't remember the year exactly. Maybe it was that 2015 World Cup, actually. I was playing against Livio Di Tonisipiano in one of the earlier rounds. And with the black pieces, I played an absolutely horrible game. I was completely lost. I blundered something very straightforward and was just completely busted. Found a way not to resign. And then somehow in the first time trouble, Livio went astray, and we emerged from the time trouble in some kind of an endgame like this. down a very healthy pawn on one side, and I think maybe even 3 against 3 or 2 against 2 on the other. And I saved it. I thought, okay, I'm obviously not resigning anymore. I will try. It's very bad, but I will try. And I came home. I got to the point where we thus settled after the first time control. And my home PC engine just gave me a whole page of zeros, not even 0.50. It just said draw.
Not even
And
close.
I thought, okay, that maybe changes my kind of internal clock a little bit, because I thought, okay, I understand in practice it's very difficult to win. There's all these checks and so on. But I thought, okay, against very precise play, against a computer, I probably lose this. No, I just don't. And this, I think, is another illustration of exactly the same concept. It looks about as bad as 3 against 2 can look, with the king still not on b5. You know, as you mentioned,
Right.
the black king is completely open. H6 seemingly is quite weak, and white has everything under control. You just don't win these without a blunder.
Wow. Shocking. Shocking.
Maybe I thought this was an easy draw. Clearly, I don't know enough.
Well, your naivety is actually a strength.
Yeah.
You know? The less you know, the better.
I would have gone in a different. I think for you, maybe it's more intuitively obvious, honestly. Like you were closer to the generation which worked with machines a lot. And I mean, for me, I began looking at these endgames with books. And, you know, in books, they would say great winning chances for white, but perhaps, and so on. Yeah. So I come from the other direction.
Yeah.
And I had to adjust to the engines just telling me, no, you have no chance here at all. Give up.
That's true. I grew up knowing, like, engine always saying triple zeros here, so I never had a hope he could win this.
But then again, hold on, we're shortchanging ourselves. Imagining Magnus Carlsen was on the white side of this. And Magnus is famous for grinding out wins with very, very narrow winning chances. Would you say draw with Magnus?
Improves white's chances a little bit, but I still think
Against MVL?
Against good defenders, and MVL definitely is, you know, qualifies as a good defender. I don't think he wins this, no.
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
Is the best chance to trade one of the pawns? Like trade the G and H pawn and leave yourself with one pawn, or try to get the king over to queenside somehow?
I think it's getting the king over to the queen side. Let's pause.
Let's pause because Cristian is with today's winner, Bogdan-Daniel Deac.
Bogdan, first of all, big congratulations. If I'm not mistaken, this might be the highest rated player that you've ever defeated in a classical game. Is that correct?
No, I think I beat
Rapport, okay. And he was higher rated
Yes.
than Anish at some. I know you beat the MVL a couple of editions ago, but obviously this is a huge victory for you. Let's start at this point, because this was right in the heat of the moment, in the heat of the battle. 6 minutes against 3 minutes, but it felt like he was putting some pressure. How did you assess this position?
Okay, during the game, I feel, you know, I need to continue to fight.
Yes, of course. And
just to create some counterplay.
Show me how you did that.
A5, look necessary, I think. Take queen b5. During the game, I think about queen c8. Take, and this should be equal. Okay, d4, take. Okay, of course, bishop g2, take, and this, and d4. And during the game, I appreciate this position unclear.
Unclear, yeah. No, that certainly looks very unclear to me. But he shocked you, for sure. With this move, rook to b8.
I forgot about rook d6.
But what was your reaction when you saw that he thought for up to the moment he had 3 seconds, and he played rook to b8?
I calculate rook b8 during the game, but here I don't know. It's rook b6, take, and this. I forgot about
that's a nice trick.
Because, okay, take. Maybe it work. I just check and this.
I think he has to go to h6, right?
Maybe. But without time, it's not easy.
And you play the move e4,
Yes.
and at this point, he sort of panicked, it felt like, and after knight to b3, rook to d6, it felt like you were in
First,
in the
I
lead
want to.
at this point.
First, during the game, I want to play rook d6, and after, I can think.
Yes. And
here,
did you understand you're winning at this point?
I understand I took some chances during the game. Because during the game, you appreciate, you took chances, not +3.
Right. So you understood you have good chances to,
Yes,
to
yes.
win this one.
But I need to see e6, very important move.
Crucial move.
Yes.
Yes.
Take queen g5. Okay, queen f8, take, rook d1. And here all my pieces looks great.
Yes.
Okay, f6, take, e5 necessary, I think. Okay, also rook f5. But here...
But I do
can
think
be-
e5 is the cleanest by
Yes,
far.
yes. Here it can be unclear for me.
Yes. No, e5 was a very good move.
Some sort of necessary. Okay, a4, queen g6. This, take, rook e6, important move. c3 and rook c6. Another important move.
Yes.
And it's over here.
It's over, yes.
Okay, c3. Queen d5 necessary, I think. Check. And here I want to show one beautiful mate, rook b6 and rook e8.
Very
That
nice.
mate.
Very nice.
Because, okay, if rook e7, rook f6.
Now he's back in the game,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Well, Bogdan, I think this one, in fact, this victory concludes your tournament because tomorrow you're playing Alireza. Obviously, that's a forfeit victory for you. You will be finishing on, I think it's 50%, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, yes.
So that's a very good result for you, I would say. How are you feeling about this result and facing all these incredible players?
Okay, at the beginning of the tournament, I don't play so good, but after the round 5, I start to play much better.
Did you do something specifically? Because it did feel, at least from a time management perspective, even in this game, you did much better than the first 5 games.
Yes, that's one thing that I tried to improve, my time management. Because, okay, you need time in the middle game.
Exactly, and especially towards that 40th move. Bogdan, congratulations, and congratulations for playing so well here on home turf.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
I think it's touch and go, actually.
Thank you, Cristian. Our congratulations, Daniel. Very, very nice victory. Your comment about, well, he had defeated Richard Rapport at higher reminds me very much of an interview with Danya Naroditsky. Danya was playing in the U.S. Championship and defeated Fabio on the black side of a King's Indian. And after the game, Maurice asked Danya, so is his the biggest victory you had? And he said, no, my 3, maybe 4 victories over Magnus trumps this one. Just kidding, just kidding, Danya said.
Yeah.
We've got 1 game left, and unlucky us, it's a queen and pawn endgame. And
Every tournament we get at least one of these.
right.
We almost finished a tournament without it, but
Yeah, in each life a little rain must fall. And it's raining, raining, raining all the time. F2, F3. We've been talking, Peter, about Prague making a sprint.
Beeline for the A4 pawn, yeah.
But
Needs to be
I'm going to
prepared
have
first,
to.
no?
I'm going to have to put my queen elsewhere. I don't want to walk into a skewer, I mean. Is it at all realistic?
I don't know. I'm also mystified by apparent differences between the black moves. Like, to my mind, King f6 and King g7 are the same move in the current position, King g6, King d3 check. But the engine shows that there is a little bit of a difference between them, and I'm
mystified as to why.
Yeah, I just don't understand why, because I understand if you blunder the h6 pawn, you will lose. Like King f7 loses. This part is obvious to me.
Okay, this is good.
Yeah, but why would King f6 be slightly better than King g7 is very, very non-intuitive.
Wow.
But yeah, as I said, should be a comfortable draw, I guess, but...
There was a much more complex queen and pawn endgame, one of the worst moments ever to be a chess commentator. That was me. And I was at the Tata Steel event in Paikidze, and unfortunately, it involved Anish Giri, who...
Against Wesley, right?
Yeah, yes. Against the Dutch home crowd, I had to be there for the 8th-hour flight, and it was against Wesley.
Was he on the winning side of it, like extra pawn?
Anish had the extra pawn, and I just apologized to the audience, and I turned on the chess engine, and instantly the chess engine said plus 47.
Mm-hmm.
Plus 47, not plus 2, plus 3, 47. And it was like, what? And then, of course, Wesley played, Anish played a move, and it was instantly triple zeros. And I was like, what? And this continued,
Each move kept going,
this
right?
continued for another 30 minutes.
The quintessential experience of casting a queen ending. Yeah.
And what
It was
type
terrible.
of queen endgame was it? How many pawns?
Yeah, it was complex. There were pawns on both sides, and Anish had an extra pawn, and his king was marching towards one of them. And it was a difficult ending, but it was shocking how 27
Yes,
80
even
players.
if they can figure out who can.
Exactly.
Which always begs the question, is queen endgames even worth studying? Like, besides the
I think you have to have
foundation of
some practical knowledge,
Yeah.
and but yeah, at a certain point, you can say, forget about it.
Because you can spend your whole life studying these.
Spend your time studying rook and pawn endgames.
Mhm.
It's far more beneficial in the long run. You're going to have a lot more rook and pawn endings than you will queen and pawn endings. And just do your best. I think Michael Tal in his 1960 book, it was sort of like, okay, you know, when you're down in the position, you know, give up the rest of the guys and play for perpetual checks. You know? Don't worry. If
That's
you're
the
one pawn
strategy.
down, don't worry about being 2 or 3 pawns down. You've got a perpetual
Peter,
check.
what's your take on this?
Well, I think it's important to know, and honestly, I thought I was hoping to say like 1 or 2 core concepts, but I think it's actually just one, and everybody knows it anyway. If you're playing queen and pawn against none, the idea that your king belongs in the opposite corner.
Mm-hmm.
Like if it's a g pawn for white, your king
Right.
should be on b1.
Mhm.
But pretty much everybody knows this by now.
Right.
Because you need to be as far away from the stronger side being able to interpose a check with a check.
Right.
That's the logic there. I mean, obviously, the best place for the king is in front of the pawn, then you're safe. But if you don't have that option, it has to be as far away as possible.
Right.
And then I kind of searched for a second concept to mention. And I was coming up very short. I don't know what the second concept would even be.
Yeah.
And yeah, you just have to stay as fresh as possible and hope your brain doesn't glitch.
My brain glitched when I read the article by John Nunn explaining that in a queen and pawn ending where white has h2 and g2 against nothing,
That it's a draw.
that it's a draw.
Mhm.
That just totally fried me after that. I couldn't think properly.
That's so much worse than finding out that bishop and pawn is a draw.
Exactly. Yeah, because you think, okay, I've got these 2 connected pass pawns. I'll just nurse them up the board very confidently.
And the king can't even hide behind them, not get perpetual check.
It's like, what?
Yeah.
No. Yeah, crazy. Queen d3 check on the board, whether it's king g7, whether it's king f6, I'm sure MVL is going to choose one of them. I noticed that Prague is down to under 2 minutes. So in a sense, he's going to have to keep up the tempo, right? He's just played the move Queen E6. I'm guessing we keep up the checks for a while, don't we?
Yeah, you don't really. I think you just put the queen on b4 and you stay that way.
Queen
also,
on
interestingly, I think you, in most cases, will be okay with trading h6 for a4 if you don't immediately get mated after it, because the moment black acquires a passer, there's such a timer on white, because like, unless you make immediate progress, it gets to a3 and you start giving perpetuals.
Okay.
So let's say queen b4, queen c6. You can even play king f7 here.
Well,
and queen takes h6, queen. I mean, there's a queen e1 perpetual actually.
Yeah.
But queen takes a4 is also a draw.
One thought I would have is if I manage to, I don't know, include some pawns as a checkmate.
Yeah, but your king
queen
is all
d4
alone.
is a draw, but cleaner, I guess, is queen a3 check and then queen c1.
Yeah, I like that. You're defending the pawn. Queen d4, my heart might skip a beat and think, okay, I'm back in with a shout.
Yeah.
But
and in practical terms, I think you are, but it's still zeros.
Again, against a human being, absolutely. So this is the current position, by the way, queen e6, and Maxime has 16 minutes.
16 minutes against minute and a half, yeah.
I'm trying to think about correspondence games, correspondence chess. In the old days, they used to play chess by mail, and every week they would send out a move. And I'm wondering if the correspondence players ever got into a massively long...
That would last a year.
Queen,
or
queen
more.
ending would last 2 years.
Yeah.
What do you mean, 1 year?
No, it would take longer, yeah. I think at that point they just agree to a draw. Or maybe back in the day they would think, oh, I have an extra pawn, it's winning, and the other just resigns.
Maybe, I don't know.
And this when you said chess by mail, this is for the olds among us.
Right.
Do you remember King Bishop and the Squares?
This
is an American band which I think recorded only one album.
Okay.
With songs only about chess. They clearly had someone on the band who was a chess player of some
Obviously
repute.
the writer.
The references they make are these are not outside. These are people who know what they're talking about. And they had a song about chess by mail, which was quite good.
Nice. And they're called King
Bishop and the Squares.
King Bishop and the Squares.
They don't make chess songs anymore. There's very few that you can find.
Well, I still remember the whole chess album by ABBA. And was it Murray? Who was the singer for One Night in Bangkok?
I'm no help here.
Right. But it was really, really crazy. I was at the Murano World Championship in 1981 when the writer, gosh, now I'm spazzing, Andrew Lloyd Webber and who was a psych? Andrew Lloyd Webber and, oh, come on, the two greatest script writers of the world, Andrew Lloyd, and Tim Rice, Tim Rice. And long story short, I'm in the bar at the Hotel Palace in Murano, and we're sharing a bottle of wine, and he's saying, Yasser this and Yasser that, and what about this and what about that, and blah, 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 and what's your story? I'm writing a musical about chess. This was the most hilarious thing I ever heard, because now stop and think about it. If you went into the playing hall where Victor Korchnoi and Anatoly Karpov was playing, there were signs everywhere that said, Silencio, don't talk. So you're making a musical about a chess.
The quiet game.
Yeah, and I thought that this was so ridiculous. It was absurdly ridiculous, of course. And I said, okay, give me some ideas. And he started talking about the songs and the Arbiter song in particular. So I don't know if it was the wine or something, and I'm thinking to myself,
can't believe it, but this guy is not crazy. This is actually really reasonable. What he's suggesting. So hours went by, and the bartender's like hits the bell and says, "Out you go. The evening's over." And I go, "I'm sorry, you have me at a disadvantage. The whole time you've been calling me Yasser. And what's your name again?" He goes, "Tim Rice." "Tim, a great pleasure to meet you. Thank you so much." I walk up. Wait a minute. Tim Rice? Evita?
That's when
Wait a minute. You're going to write a musical about chess. He says, "That's what I've been telling you for 2 hours." And he invited me to the opening of chess. It was in London. I couldn't go. And then it became a musical that lasted, I'm not kidding, like 15 years.
Is that the one we saw here in St. Louis?
Yes.
A couple of years ago?
Yes.
That was an amazing musical.
Exactly.
And I'm not a fan of musicals, but I enjoyed every second of that.
And it's all about chess.
Yeah, that was wonderful.
It was really crazy.
And I think it's on Broadway right now in New York.
I think they're doing
Or
a second life, but in the West End in London, I think it ran, I'm not joking, 15 years. It was really, really very popular. And
yeah, the musical's about the match between Fischer and Spassky.
Yes, it has that overtones. Yes, absolutely. The Soviets. But great stuff. Queen E8.
Yeah, time to play F4. This is the first time in a long time where white can play F4 without allowing a perpetual. So I think we should do it.
Up to date on the. So we got Queen E8. And guess what? From your lips to Prague's ears.
Yeah, and if you go Queen C3, Queen F6, you've lost.
And that's the most natural thing in the world to do.
That's easily understood, because after King H5, if you take on F4, have Queen G6 takes H6, which also takes queens off the board.
Yeah, already. Isn't that interesting? The most obvious check in the position gets you into a lost.
Actually, you already lost after Queen 3, King H4, apparently.
Yes.
Even faster.
Yeah, and as you were saying, Peter, you're ready to go check in case of Queen takes F4. And otherwise, you're ready to go Queen E5 and get the queens off the board and with an easy win. So F4.
There's still a bunch of moves which are okay, like King H7 is okay, Queen D2 is okay. I guess the point is you need to stay tethered to the F4 pawn, not to allow King H4.
Wow.
As long as you keep an eye on, the fact that King H7 is okay here is actually kind of...
That's shockingly
shocking. Unfair, yeah? Shockingly unfair.
Like, what? King H7 is a good way of drawing? We're in table-based territory.
No, it's 9 pieces.
Extra pawn.
9 pieces. 9 pieces is a bit too much.
1, 2, 3.
It's 7, right?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, 7 exists online. I think there is an 8-piece somewhere on the server, maybe, I want to say, but I don't think it's freely available as a website. Let me check.
Wow, F3, F4. So, King H7, we're told, is one move to draw.
I mean, Queen D2?
Let's see, I'm going to turn on a chess engine over here to see. King F6, apparently, is a draw. King H7 is a draw. And finally, Queen D2. Those are MVL's choices. If he doesn't play one of those 3 moves...
I think there are more.
You think so?
Yeah.
Because white is kind of on the edge of playing F4, F5 and threatening all kinds of nasties.
Yeah, but I mean, all the moves you mentioned are very natural moves. He's going to pick one out of those, right?
Queen D2. Queen D2, I would call Queen D2 natural.
King H7, I understand in some situations when white gives Queen F7 check, you're then playing for stalemates, right? King goes to H8, and then you just play for stalemates.
How do I ever get a stalemate with an H6 pawn, though?
Not easily.
But Queen D2, very understandable.
Yeah.
And MVL understands also that he needs to keep up the pressure on the clock. Like, you don't want to go into I don't know if he can go into a 5-minute think each time, because then Prague will have already prepped his move. So he played King G8 right away.
By the way,
yes,
if Prague goes F4 or 5 here,
yes, which is a very natural move,
frankly.
yeah.
On my screen, there's one move that doesn't lose.
one move.
This is now very challenging territory, actually. It's a move which I think you can find. It's not impossible, I think, to find that specific solution, but it's strictly the one move here that doesn't lose.
Give us a chance here, Peter. The one move that you can find, I'm not afraid of king h4, but I'm really afraid of f6. I've got one move to save my life. It can't be queen b4, can it?
No.
This is very hard, yeah.
I've got one move.
You need to keep in touch with the pawn on h6 because otherwise you will lose it. You will lose it.
No.
Queen c1. You can't simply. Queen c1, yeah. It's findable specifically because you tell yourself, okay, what are the conditions? I can't blunder h6 with check. I can't allow the king to progress further.
And that means you have to be able to
You have
check.
to be able to give a check from behind. Yeah.
So essentially, at the moment, your queen's on the ideal square.
Pretty much, but it's your move.
But so you have to ruin your ideal, but you also have to maintain connection with the pawn and to stop king h4, h5.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everything else loses.
Wow.
Well, I think Pragg probably will repeat a couple of times, and then I really would like for him to play f5. I think it's a good spot. Maybe he tries to find a better square for the queen, but I don't think a better square exists. E7 does look like a very, very good square.
Well, as does e5.
Yeah, e5 is also pretty good. Yeah, e5, king g8, f5. But
Okay,
then, but then there's
he
I
has
think
played
he
it
goes
once,
f5 here. I think he goes
and
f5.
he's ready for his f4, f5, and he's done it. By the way, a very, very practical play by Pragg here, gaining the 30-second increments. He just repeats once, twice, gains a little time on the clock.
By the way, somehow king h8 was cleaner than king g8. King g8 gets a question mark on my screen. Both are a draw, but for some reason it kind of dislikes. It says king h8 was better. After king h8, f5, there's now two moves that make a draw. King c1 and king g8.
Queen c1 and king g8. Because you're in you got the tempo,
Yeah,
right?
It's amazing.
Oh.
Queen endings.
Whereas I'm assuming now queen h8, king h8 loses.
King h8 loses to f6 now.
Simple.
Yeah.
Okay.
Will he find queen c1?
He has 12 minutes. He must know
But
this is a very critical position. He should burn through as much time as he needs to find that decision. I think he is probably...
Guys, you were
I mean, he's
telling
definitely
me
capable, yeah.
triple zeros, and I was saying some practical chances, and you've got the worst h6 pawn versus the 2. So
To be honest, I did not like him allowing h4, g takes h4, queen takes h4. I thought
Yeah.
maybe he had a chance not to give white
To
even
avoid
that.
that.
Yeah. I thought that was maybe not as
it's clean.
methodical as...
Well, I mean, you got to tip your hat. If Pragg were to win this game,
He'll be in that
he's done something
monstrous
that's
tie, yeah.
incredible.
Yeah.
I mean, he's outplayed a really gifted technical endgame player in Maxime. Somehow you don't expect that from the juniors. That's just not fair. You know,
That they're also that good in endgames?
Yeah, you can checkmate me, you know, by doing a fabulous combination. I get that, but you can't beat me in going up on endgame that the computer was saying was a draw.
Theoretical endgame.
Took him a minute.
He found queen c1. He found it. See.
Took him a
Queen
minute.
C1 exclamation
Awesome.
mark. Awesome.
He studied the queen endgames.
That is just incredible. Bravo, Maxime. Wow. It doesn't mean
he's
it's
confident because otherwise he would have spent a lot more time.
Yeah.
No, but I think just exclusion, right?
Yeah. This loses, this
I think he
loses,
can pretty
this loses.
clearly see everything else loses. So.
Yeah. Okay. Can we do? Okay, Queen C1 is on the board. Can we do one of these nifty tempi, placing our queen on the good square so that we can move our king
He's
towards?
played f6
He's
and
played
now
f6 straight away. I might make my appointment
there's a
now.
repetition now, according to the engine, right?
Well, Queen
He's
G1
going
came
for it.
instantly. Pragg is looking to go king to D6, and
I think the problem is at some
Somehow.
point queen takes e7 and king f7 will become a draw.
okay, so let's
Maybe
take a
not,
look,
actually,
see.
maybe not. I don't know where the white king needs to be for that.
Well,
to be true.
I'm going towards the d6 square. I'm
But
marching.
you're not hiding from checks, I think. Queen F2?
Queen F2.
Ah, by the
king
way,
E5.
yeah, if you go king e5 here,
yeah,
you have checks from everywhere. Only 2 of them draw.
Queen E3, I'm just going to
G3
stick
and
with
E3.
this.
Well,
you wouldn't consider Queen B. Well, you would consider, but stay with the flow. Queen E3,
Queen
just follow
E3.
the path.
Okay, and I'm
Queen
staying
B6,
with the flow.
just stay on that diagonal.
Queen B6. Now I want to kind of wrong foot you a little bit.
Queen B3.
You
Okay.
can't
you
cross the
congratulate.
And then back to E3.
And you.
And if you go forward to D7, it's Queen B7, King E8, Queen C8, Queen E6. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you go
I
forward.
think he just makes a draw now.
Yeah. It's all checks.
It's all checks. Sorry, I'm going to refresh
Just don't
my
give fancy
board.
checks.
Don't give
You
the
started
fancy
with Queen D1, so far that's fine.
So it went F6, check. King F3. Ah, we've just, players are just a step behind us.
King F4, do you take the pawn with a check on A4?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would probably take the
Because
pawn.
then King G3, King H4, I can hide.
But I'm not going to give you
There's
the
no
pawn.
more checks.
I'm not going to give you a pawn with check if I go King E3. Are you
I just
playing
wanna
Queen
hide
D3
my king.
check? Ah, that's what the
Because if
problem.
I'm threatening mate and promotion, so if I hide from checks, how do you save the game?
So you're saying King F4, Queen takes A4 check,
King
King
G3,
C3,
and
no
then King
more.
H4.
And you're
Oh,
threatening.
you have Queen B3, Queen F7. That's what you had.
Only
Otherwise-
check that makes a draw in this position is Queen G1.
So Queen E1 is losing.
Queen E1, King D4, you've lost, yeah.
See?
Okay, this is hard. This is hard.
That's
why I liked giving
remarkable.
checks from the dark squares. Stay on the path.
Oh my goodness.
But how could he?
Instead
After
of Queen
F3?
D1.
Yeah. F1, E3 is the same position, right?
Yeah.
Only G1,
Yeah,
G1
just-
works anyway.
Yeah.
Only G1.
Because now you're tempted to look at Queen B3, Queen E1, Queen C1.
Yeah, okay, you limit your own options, which is good.
Exactly.
Which is good, yeah, no,
Yeah.
I'm with you on that, yeah.
Yeah.
So this is the second time in the game where there's a correct move and a bunch of wrong moves, yeah?
A whole bunch of wrong moves.
Yeah.
And it's not obvious. And B3 loses as well.
King F2, King G3, King H4.
What Nancy was saying.
Yeah.
Just
And for some reason it only says +2.
And he's done it.
wrong check.
Queen B3, that's the wrong move.
Now
and
only
the
King
chess
F2.
engine
No,
just went through the roof.
Actually, we can always get back to F2. Pretty much
King-
everything apart from going to the 4th wins now.
So King's going to hide on H4, right?
Yeah,
That's
so
the
King
idea.
F2, we go Queen C2, King G3, we go Queen D3, King H4, we go Queen G6.
And then
This
how do
might
we
still
win?
be a draw, you know? It says +1.2.
Okay, plus 1.2 is not winning then.
Yeah, that's
here.
not winning, yeah.
Yeah, it's still a draw. But it's just not with the checks.
Yeah, he could have made a clean draw on the spot without having to work anymore.
So how is it King
Just
H4?
Queen G6. And then how do you make progress?
It's a queen. Queen G6, and King H4 and Queen G6, and my turn. Okay,
But he has to go for King H4, right? There's
Yeah.
nothing else.
right.
Yeah, if you don't do it now, MVL will no longer allow you this chance if you...
So can I change direction and go after the A5 pawn? So
With
let's say you
what?
go Queen G6, yes? And I go Queen E5.
King
and you go
F7.
King F7, and I go Queen check.
Wait, you also?
Sorry?
Never mind. Doesn't work.
Yeah, King takes F6, Queen takes A5, and then...
Yeah, that was what I was
Whole
aiming
new
for.
Queen
position.
E8 or... This still is a draw somehow, despite White now having a
Passer
nice
over
outside
there.
passer, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, this is what hope does to you. For a brief, glorious moment, I thought I was making my appointment for sure, but now we start chapter 2 of this endgame with the A pawn. There was one brief, glorious moment when I thought, okay, this is almost over.
I feel like a gladiator in the arena, after Queen G6, and now the gladiator says Queen E5 and says, "Shall we begin?"
Yep.
Well, 30 seconds for Pragg. What if he forgot about his clock?
Don't say those things.
I think it becomes a part of your, as a professional grandmaster, it just becomes a part of your feel at the board.
Down to 15, by the way.
Okay. Well, King H4. There's
Yeah.
nothing else. King,
Okay.
excuse me. Ooh, I will do that for sure. He played King G2.
He came down to 2 seconds, by the way.
2.
Because when you're sitting there with the king on F4 in your hand, the clock doesn't stop.
No.
It continues running down.
Oh,
did he go down to 2
seconds.
Yeah.
I mean, talk about your heart skipping a beat. I think Maxime skipped 2 or 3. 2 seconds.
At that point, intrusive thoughts that like knock his hand over.
Yeah, exactly.
Why didn't he go to H4?
Yeah.
He seems very undecided.
He does not want to go to H4 for some reason.
This Pragg. He went to H3, to G3,
He
H3.
has to. He will eventually, because there's no choice.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But he's got to see King H4, Queen G6, Queen E5, and keep kicking the can around. Okay, finally.
There we go.
And now, there's only one drawing move, Queen G6.
Well, I mean, allowing mate in 1 would be a mistake.
Good
But
point.
he would make your appointment.
No, I don't want it. I don't want it that bad.
That would
I don't.
Yeah. MVL suddenly not playing Queen G6 in this position, I think, would upset me more than
missing a haircut.
the potential late fee from the barbershop.
Okay, so he
it's-
gained 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, but he's down to 30 again.
But the clock ticks quickly when you're in time trouble.
Yeah,
It's sort of
I do
like-
think we're going to see the whole chapter 2 with white taking the A5 pawn.
Right. It's kind of.
But it's an easier draw, right? Because there's no mate threats.
I'm not sure, because the evaluation actually kind of,
Keeps
not
increasing?
bottomed out exactly, but it's... and for that, we will have table bases. So we will be
Ooh.
Yeah.
enjoying the swings with every move, yeah.
Yeah. But if you do want to really have a bad day, do go over that Anish Wesley game from a Tata Steel Queen and Pawn ending and turn on your engine and just watch the engine go plus 47.
You know what? I think it's
zeros.
lost.
What?
I didn't want to wait, so I set it up elsewhere where I think I have access to table bases. And I mean, the only word on my screen is losing, and then the list of the entirety of black's options. That reads to me like this is not a draw.
Right.
I'm in the position after,
Queen
let's say,
E5.
Queen E5,
King
King F7,
F7.
Queen D5 check, King takes F6,
Yes.
Queen takes A5.
Queen E6 check, King F8 just played. I'm sure we'll see another check on D6.
But how do we take the, does it matter when we take the A5 pawn?
Well, we would like to do it with the king on F6 so that black didn't have checks.
Gotcha.
Exactly.
So the cleanest way to do it is to play Queen E5, wait for King F7, then play Queen H5. Really limiting the black options, forcing black to play King takes F6, and then we swing.
That's actually pretty funny because after Queen H5, you're
just
actually
go Queen H5.
This is
here.
the only legal move that doesn't lose on the spot.
And now we swing over.
And now we swing over and take the pawn.
And
this was the question I was asking.
I'm
Is
not
this winning
confident
or
in my
not?
reading abilities when it comes to table bases, but I have a suspicion this is lost.
Wow. Wow. Well, on the other hand, it's not that surprising. If I
Again,
have
he made a move with 3 seconds, by the way, Pragg.
if I have the threat of Queen F5 check,
Oh, King H3 was played. Now Queen H5 is a check. Sorry, I had to react that way because current position.
Yeah, but
Current
black
position.
does,
position,
you can't force. Oh, and then queen c5, and it's a
Yes,
better
yes.
square.
Queen h5 right now.
And MVL.
What happened?
Queen h5 check.
Also, h6, h5 is shockingly maybe
Queen
a good move
h5. He played queen c2, didn't he?
No.
No. Oh, what do we have on our board?
Strange. I'm not seeing it on,
On the
my
live board. Okay, my live
no,
board.
his queen is on g6.
I'm up to date. You're saying that.
Queen h5 here.
And also h5 is a draw. h5, g5, queen d3 check, and now with the pawn on g4 gone, we will have enough squares. And I guess stalemates are coming. Yeah. We force you to take on h5, and then we start
We're trying to
the
get rid of
desperado.
that pawn.
h5 is a draw now.
No, I don't think so.
Yes, it is.
Why?
Queen e7 check.
King g8.
f7.
Yeah, we take everything.
And take on h5.
Yeah, king g7, king h6.
Draw.
And then
I'm in time.
I think I'm in
right
time.
on time.
I think I'm in time, yeah.
Really? No. Can't be. Seriously?
Yeah, that's a draw, yeah.
Oh
But
my
I
gosh.
really like queen h5, queen c5.
Yeah, that was.
That's
Honestly, I think h5 is easier to find, though.
agreed. It's easier,
even if you see queen h5, to realize that with the queen on c5 you're not losing anymore, that maybe is not as obvious. And if you spot h5 exists, if you realize that pawn ending Yasser was referring to is a draw, getting those pawns off the board makes your life so much easier.
Does it ever? Oh my. So h6, h5 draws, but as does the crazy move
That
queen
is very
h5
beautiful,
check.
by the way, yeah.
If we take the queen, instant stalemate. That was a stalemate that you wanted.
That's so exciting.
You got your pawn on h6. And if we move our king, now the queen actually comes over,
Much better square.
defending the e7 pawn, defending the a5 pawn, and it's just a much easier defense.
Yeah, no, this is,
for
compared to queen e7 and king g8, having the queen on e6 and the king on f8 and no way to shift it is such an improvement for black.
Big moment here. Queen h5 check. Kind of reminds me of Spassky versus Ribley, Montpellier in 1985 candidates tournament. Spassky's just losing a queen and pawn endgame trivially, and Ribley allows a stalemate. Oh. Cold shower.
I think MVL's calculating it now, h5 or queen h5, I don't know which one, but probably h5, like Peter said, it's practically makes more sense. Trying to get rid of that pawn, then you have so many stalemate ideas.
Right.
Rather than trying to do queen h5 now, but of course white's not forced to take, and then you still have the h6 pawn.
Great.
10 minutes. So king h3 was a mistake then by Pragg.
Yes. Yes, it was.
But he had 3 seconds, he just made a moves, you know.
But he had that chance to go queen e5 and queen h5. That was just hilarious.
Nope, queen d3 was played.
Queen d3 check. Oh,
Now king g2, now it's a draw
Oh
again.
no!
Now we
We're
can go
back
queen
to a
c2, queen
draw.
c5. We don't even need to be very imaginative. yeah.
Exactly. Oh no!
Yeah, he had to go back.
He could have gone. He could have gone back, repeated, and oh no!
Yeah. Shocker! Even queen d8 is zeros now.
But queen d2 isn't, which he played.
What?
Yeah, now the king gets back to h4.
What?
But I don't think either of them
Hang
know
on.
or understand that king on h4 is for some reason winning.
Because specifically, if the king is already on h4 when we play queen c5, we lose to queen e7 check, and white
Pawn on
gets the pawn on
h6, yeah.
h6.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Wow.
But yeah, MVL is kind of happy with that setup that he thinks is holding, just with the queen on g6, so he is not even looking for anything smarter.
Wow. So king h4 and Pragg is back in business. Oh my goodness.
Down to 1 minute.
More twists and turns than a novel
The
here.
thing is, like, you'd think I'm learning something from this end game, but
Right.
I'm not, because if I get it in the game, I'll still be making exact same mistakes. It's impossible to learn anything.
It doesn't go hardwired into the brain. Ah, yes, I remember I was in a studio in St. Louis once, and I had this ending.
No, unless it's exactly same position,
Yeah.
you know, you'll be making same mistakes.
Right. Well, that's my
20 seconds.
my philosophy. You should make the same mistake at
King
least
F4.
twice, just to
It's not
be
enough,
sure.
yes.
Now,
more
once,
times.
once again, queen d4, queen c5 is an immediate draw if he wants, but he doesn't want. we know he doesn't want.
Well,
So
queen g6 should be easily losing now, because queen e7, you take on a5. And
queen
king
g6, you lose to simply queen e7, queen g8, queen takes a5, and the queens come off if you take on f6.
Sorry, I apologize. Why is queen c5 immediately drawn?
No, here we go queen d3, I guess.
Because this is where
No, I meant queen d4, king back, king queen c5.
Okay. So queen d4 check, king f5.
Queen d3.
Queen d3.
Yeah, and you don't get back to the previous setup.
Right.
Queen e4, I have queen d7, and if king g6, I have queen f7, and this holds.
Yeah, queen d3 check. So again, this is the current position, 45 seconds for Prague, 9.5 minutes for Maxime.
It wouldn't even make a big difference if Maxime was also in time trouble.
Yeah,
Because they just play this intuitively. You can't calculate everything.
No. But the crazy part was in those critical moments when he needed to find a move like queen c1, he did. That's amazing.
And we're on move 109, approaching.
I said 135, you
I
went?
said 140.
Yeah.
I went over.
And Peter remains remarkably
I
quiet.
somehow,
Didn't
managed not to make a bet in this particular raffle, and I think
still
it would be
have
unfair.
time.
if I had an opinion now, when we're already at 110,
a bit
I think
unfair,
I would be unfairly preferenced.
Queen choosing the over.
Yeah,
It's
queen d2
only
check.
bad.
Now he has to go back to h4, but I
not
don't think
gonna
he
see
believes that is winning, so I
Yeah.
don't know what he does even. Honestly, if he liked his king on h4, he wouldn't have departed that square.
So once again, king f5, queen d3 check, yeah? I can't do any brilliancies. Queen e4. What's
queen d7, queen f7?
Queen d7. Switching first king.
7 seconds. King e4 chosen.
What? King e4
Back to,
chosen.
yeah. Now once again, queen c2. By the way, queen c2 only move that makes a draw.
Whoa.
Only move that makes a draw.
Whoa.
Everything else loses to the king swinging over to the queen side.
So the desirable queen e2 check, king
loses
d5.
to king d5, yeah.
And it's over. It's just done.
+7, yeah.
It's just done.
By the way, I just heard from our colleague Irene Sukandar that at the Beal Open, she had a very similar endgame. She was down a pawn like MVL. It took her 8 hours to make a draw.
What?
The entire game took 8 hours. So that's not good news.
Our production team is calling in ill tomorrow.
He found queen c2 there.
Queen c2, only move. Amazing. Wow.
And the thing is, he can still, probably in practical terms, he can still come back to h4 because MVL is not going to play queen c5. But I think he will try something else and allow a perpetual. I think he'll go forward here. And if you go king d5, it's just straight up a perpetual after queen b3, queen b6.
5 seconds.
No, goes
King, he
back.
didn't go up.
Yeah.
He's going to almost by force find his way back to h4.
And now, actually, I think maybe he is not in time because he might be allowing some three folds. I don't think he gets to h4 anymore. Because like king g3, queen d3 might be a three-fold by this point.
Yeah, well, king f4, queen d2, Maxime
Yeah, we definitely
says,
had we definitely had that before.
A couple of times.
Let me check how many king g3, queen d3s I see. One, maybe not a threefold actually. Maybe if he does this now, he can still get back to h4. I think
King
if he does it
G3.
immediately. I don't think king g3, queen d3. I think it's the second time. As far as I can tell, it's the second time.
He must go king g3, queen d3 check, king h4 to get back to what we think is the winning ways.
Okay,
and he's done it. He hasn't
now
done
I think
it.
it's a draw.
King e4.
Once again, c2 only square, but MVL has already shown that square.
Right.
And
by the way,
I think he's going to start running into three folds now.
MVL has done very, very well at keeping up the pressure on the clock, I want to say, not going into a 2-minute think and letting Pragg reconsider his options, but keeping up the constant time pressure.
Yeah, I'm sure he's had similar queen endgame before. I don't know from which side, but we all had it at least once, right? In our career, maybe more.
Oh, yeah. I'm just somehow, even without knowing, I'm suffering along with Irene. 8 hours.
Yeah, we should share though. Like I felt her pain, but at least hey, she held the draw.
Well,
imagine playing for that long and then losing.
Yeah, and then it gets worse. All the restaurants
Then
are
you just
closed.
wanna quit chess.
You don't even get a cold cheese sandwich.
No, just the vending machine food for you.
Yeah, exactly.
C3.
Protein
he should
bar.
try going via F2.
He is trying that.
Yeah. Another problem is correct way to do this is Queen C5 at some point. Otherwise, you're still allowing Queen G3, Queen H4 anyway.
Around
if
these
you don't
parts, don't you say I'm going to make a move Queen D2 check, and that will be a draw, just to understand
going back to the same position.
Where the repetition is and what number we are
isn't even checking for three folds.
No.
He is just happy with. Hang on, is
we're in the same position
now we're ready for King H4. We are ready for King H4 at long last.
Yeah.
King H4, Queen G6, and we're back to the Queen E5, Queen H5 business.
But he's not even going that way. He went King H2.
No.
Okay, now it has to be. Hang on, he can do it via H3 now. He can do it via H3. So he's gaining time, and he's also, so far he managed to avoid three folds. And
okay, here it goes, King H4, Queen G6. We've seen this position before, but we haven't seen Queen E5 by Pragg.
we have not seen it with this move, by the way. I think it was never white to move here.
Right.
So this is a new position.
So what we had thought about was the move Queen E5, King F7,
Queen H5,
Queen H5, forcing King takes F6, and now when we take the pawn, we're threatening actually Queen F5, and this is why it's actually a winning position for White. But
we think.
Yeah. Pardon me. From the current position, we think Queen E5 is a winner.
Well, many other things as well. It all leads to the same position, basically.
Right.
You can do it via different squares as well. It's just the fastest way to get there, I think.
Gotcha. Whew. Boy, losing a game like this, you feel like you lost 3 in a row. Winning a game like this, you feel like you've won 2 in a row. Losses hurt more than the wins.
Yeah, wins don't feel as good as losses hurt. Yeah, that's always
right.
the case.
Ouch. So once again, we're looking at Queen E5, giving Black the move, taking away Queen G5, also keeping Queen E7 check.
Yeah.
After Queen E5, we're anticipating
It is
King
trickier
F7.
to play King G8, actually. I think it's, in practical terms, stronger than King F7.
Guess what? We have
Queen
Queen
E5.
E5 on the board. And now the key move is that after King F7, which everybody plays, there's no...
I'm not sure. I think MVL goes King G8 here.
MVL goes what?
King G8. I think he'll play King G8.
You think he'll play King G8?
Yeah, I don't think you want to calculate King F7, Queen H5. Well, we'll see.
Nope.
King F7.
Nope.
King F7.
Wrong again?
Hey, wait a minute. I was right on that one.
No, he was talking about himself.
No, I'm always talking about myself.
So I've invented a new pool.
We know
it's called the commentator's pool.
Yeah.
And it's $100,000 for best guesses.
Ooh.
Right now, I'm counting a lot for myself. I don't know about you guys. But
So
I
you
mean,
invented a pool, you counted your wins.
exactly. And I've also suggested that you're fighting for second.
Yeah. Yasser is the Larry Bird of
the Larry Bird.
the three-pointer
by the way,
competition.
he did play Queen D5 check.
Yeah, and now I think you're supposed to play King F8 and make him work for it.
Exactly. Whereas the move Queen H5 forced King F6, which is what Pragg wanted to do. I don't think he saw Queen H5 because he would have played it. It was the most forcing. I certainly did not. I played Queen D5 the first time I got to this position, hoping for King F6 and Queen A5.
Yeah.
What was your longest game, Nasi? I mean,
Actually, it's funny. My longest game, I was 9 years old. With European Championship at under 10. And it was queen against 2 rooks. I was playing for a win. Like, I had an extra pawn, too.
Right.
It was over 9 hours long.
Oh,
I won it, and I won the championship with 2 rounds to spare.
Oh, my gosh. Were your parents with you at the time?
No.
So 9 hours?
Yeah.
Who had to suffer alongside
My
you?
coach. Yeah.
But you were the hero of the evening, 9 hours. That's, wow. And you, Peter?
Longest, I played a couple of tournaments with the Germans.
Yes.
I caught the very, very back end of a German still being a thing.
Right.
But still, I don't think I played anything much longer than maybe 6.5, 7 hours.
Oh, my.
I must have played one or two of those, not even very many.
I was way, way beyond you guys. I had a German at the Olympiad that went for like 4 Germans, 200
Is that
moves.
the one where your captain got married?
Yeah, my captain eloped during the game.
You
That's the
made
one.
him wait so long that he got married.
He wanted out it. He wanted to escape Thessaloniki, and that was pretty funny. Yeah, the game that couldn't devour China. That was hilarious. So Queen D5 check. MVL is thinking. We believe that King takes F6, Queen takes A5 is a dream position for White because White is going to be threatening Queen F5 check, and he's going to have a passer in any kind of queen ending. So we think that MVL should be playing the move King F8 right here and right now as the most challenging. And he's done
King
that.
F8 back, yeah.
I really have to talk softer.
Somehow he still has 9 minutes.
Yeah, he's
How
always.
does he always have 9 minutes?
And Pragg is perpetually under 1 or just at 1.5 minutes. Yeah, that Queen D5, Queen H5 move would have been a beauty.
Yeah.
It was not spotted. It might occur again, though it might come up one more time. So, for example, a move like Queen C5 check, I would not advise King F7 because of Queen H5, but Queen C5 check, King
I think MVL
G8.
thinks that's a draw, so he'll play King F7.
I think so too.
Yeah, like
unless he
sees nothing that worries him.
Right. Unless, and Peter, if Pragg is absolutely naive, takes the pawn, takes the pawn, goes King H5, I'm winning.
But then we give up on H6, and we probably have a perpetual on an empty board. I think we go Queen F7, King H6,
yes.
somewhere, and with the White Queen as misplaced as this is, I have a feeling we should have a perpetual on an empty board somehow.
I can't.
20 seconds.
I can't hide behind one of the pawns. I guess not.
He goes back to E6.
He goes
Okay, now
back.
Queen H5 or H5 is a draw again, but I don't think Maxime's
No,
looking
H5
for
maybe
that.
not, right? But Queen H5, yes.
Or Queen G5 and
Yeah,
Queen C5, yes. So it's King was on H3 last time we had this position, yeah.
So I'm trying to leave my board on automatic. Have I done good?
He did play Queen G5 check. Okay, I think, can he play H5 now? No, he can't.
H5
Queen
loses.
E7, F7.
Yeah, absolutely.
But he can go Queen H5 check again and then Queen C5.
That move, Queen
I just
H5
like it so
check,
much.
is just such a beautiful
Such a
move.
visual.
Wow. It says, you can't take my queen
He might just go back to G6 because he had this position before. No, there we go. He put the queen on the right square.
Wow.
Now he's not going to lose the A5 pawn anymore.
Well played by Maxime. Wow.
I'm very surprised Pragg didn't try to take the A5 pawn.
Agreed. Totally agreed.
Maybe he thought there was no rush, but there we go. Now we can see why he had to take it when he had the chance.
Exactly. Queen C5, much nicer square. We're not attuned on the G6 square. We're protecting E7. And we're already, maybe we're even ready to play H5 at a certain moment.
Yeah, I think without that pawn, it'll be easier to, for sure it'd be easier to play.
Exactly.
For black. Pragg's down to 15 seconds again.
15 seconds. Ooh, now I just don't see
If you go king h4, I'm going queen h5, and then back queen c5. There we go, king h4 on the board. What do you think, Yasser? There's only two moves that draw, queen g5 and queen h5.
I'm sure he's going to go queen g5.
But why not? Why not h5?
Maybe he doesn't see it. Who puts their queen on free? In two different ways, too, by the way. That's pretty funny.
It is funny.
But queen g5 and returning.
But if he gives queen f2 check, he loses.
Yes. Queen f2 is a terrible blunder. This would allow Pragg's king to march triumphantly up the board towards the g6 square. The queen g5 driving the king back is the most natural move in the position.
He went to g5.
It almost felt like
he dropped it on e5?
Yeah, like it exactly. Oh my gosh, what a horror that would be.
Yeah, if you, well, as long as you don't click, oh yeah, actually if you drop the piece, that counts as a move.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, if you release the piece.
Yes.
Yes, once you've moved the piece and released it.
If you drop the piece and it doesn't fall, then it will count as a move, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
All right, king's gone back to g3, queen c5, quickly played.
And again,
I think now MVL's going to hold this. He's going to keep the queen on c5.
Yeah, I think he's found a perfect setup. Although there was a king f4, queen c1 check test.
King f4, queen f2, and keep the queen on the same diagonal.
I don't think he can test him any further.
Okay, king h3. Now give queen h5 check. I'm waiting for this move. Please. He doesn't have to play it. He can just go queen c7.
Yeah, even queen c7
or
is
h5
fine.
right now, Peter, right?
Yeah, h5, but h5 is a bit tricky because the problem with h5 is that after g5, we start giving checks, and it's very obviously a draw if white goes king h4 takes h5. But if white tries to run through the bottom of the board.
Ooh, he played queen h5.
Oh,
finally.
he saw it now.
Ooh, at long. And by the way, without hesitation, king g2 by Pragg. I mean, he said like, I know I'm not going to take your queen and make a stalemate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Maxime gained time. He has more than 10 minutes now. No, he's doing great in this endgame. Because normally that's another thing the weaker side does in queen endgames is they spend so much time.
Exactly. You're frightened of every kind of ghost that exists. So you have to reassure yourself. But that's not the case that's happening in this one. Maxine is playing very quickly. By the way, they're up to 127. They're getting very close. And actually, within the next few moves,
it can be decided.
It might be a 3-move repetition.
Well, we hope for that, but I don't think Pragg is leaning that way. Now he's going to try running with towards the center with the king.
Haven't we been there and done that?
You can do it
Queen
again.
e4. The big question here is king f7 a draw or not? But you don't have to.
Well, you go queen h7, give h6 pawn.
Yeah, but that's the wrong pawn. We wanted the a pawn, not the h pawn, actually.
Right.
King f7 is a draw. But it's simpler, actually, just to go queen b4.
Queen b4?
Yeah, queen b4 is a
Which
very...
actually was a setup that MVL had in the past.
MVL is very aware
I mean,
of that,
this is a familiar old friend.
Yeah.
And in these kind of endings where you're getting very, very tired, and you know that you had a setup like this, I think you gravitate to what you know. Queen b4 looks like a... King f7, I agree. It just like,
Yeah, you don't want to change the seal. I think by this point maybe you've convinced yourself this holds,
right?
And therefore you kind of want to stick with it because
Exactly.
why would you swap if you didn't have to?
So besides King F7 and Queen B4, I'm assuming there's
Queen C7.
Queen C7.
Mm-hmm. Also holds.
Dang, Queen C7. Wouldn't have guessed that one.
Queen A3 might hold.
Queen A3.
Yeah.
Chess is hard.
Yep.
Queen A3, Queen A8, and Queen takes A5.
Yeah, but it's a much better version for black because in the position we were discussing, the queen was extremely passive on G6. And here we start with a very good square on A3 and the white king back on G2.
Good point. Very good point. No, seriously, I agree.
Now Maxime in deep think.
So somehow
It's only been 2 minutes.
I find it funny that you played the longest game of your life as a 9-year-old.
Yeah.
Like, the games got shorter thereafter, easier. But after a 9-hour game, you weren't upset with chess so much. So you.
No, I won the championship with that game, so I was very happy.
You're very happy about it. not one of those.
9 hours straight or?
Yeah, straight, absolutely, yeah.
Good Sitzfleisch.
Hey, when you're a kid, time means nothing. I was shocked when my coach told me it was 9 hours.
It was like, oh my gosh.
What must have been the time control there?
Well, it was
You get a
started with 2
perpetual-
hours, then additional hour, and then
Every-
there was 30
And sort of just
seconds.
additional hour forever, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like 2 for 40 and then 1 for 20 for the rest of the game, basically. Yeah, whichever 20.
And it was a draw, just I tired my opponent out. That's how I won.
That's the approved way of doing it, yeah?
Approved by many grandmasters, I assure you. Exhausting the opponent is a time-honored King F. It looks to me like he's reaching for his king.
I thought he was
MVL?
reaching for his queen. Kind of hard to tell. Move 128. Is this the longest game we've had so far?
Yeah, I think so. No, hang on.
There was one long game.
Yeah, there was the
Rook and Knight.
Rook and Knight, but I think that was
Yeah.
from move 57 to move 107.
114 or something.
Yeah, he
yeah.
goes queen before. Yeah, I like queen before.
Nice.
Yeah.
I like queen before. You can't even go king f3 here because that allows queen c3 takes f6.
Right.
Which is a very comfortable immediate draw.
King F3, Queen C3 check, and
Yeah,
nailed it.
You're kind of stuck here, and
Back to 15 seconds. Yeah, Pragg can't really gain time because every time he gets a new position, I mean, he tries to get a new position, so he has to use that 2 minutes that he gains. 5, 4,
3.
Oh, okay,
Oh.
okay.
We're starting a new endgame.
No. This actually ends in a draw very quickly now.
Are you sure, Peter?
Yeah, A8 checking f7, and I'm not sure you're even winning the h6 pawn.
Well, talk about
Okay, I believe you.
to the final drop.
No, this is
there.
a very comfortable draw for
King
black
E7.
now. Yeah.
Even I can draw this.
Yay. Yes. But by the way, 133.
You're going to win.
No,
Well,
I
I
think
said
you're going to
140.
win.
I think it might be a draw, frankly, because by the time they
This
trade
queen B2,
everything
queen
off,
F6.
Yeah.
it will be like 137 and both of you will win.
No, come on, it's got to be 138.
No, yeah.
Competitive. I like
Here we
it.
go, king h4, that's 137. I win,
Oh, why didn't he go king
G5.
G6?
I'll take this victory.
Wow, well-deserved victory. Congratulations, Nasi.
I mean,
I was a
these
close
players
second.
are amazing. They lasted this long and such a hard-fought game.
I think it's amazing you guys lasted this long.
Barely, but we made it.
Wow. Keep in mind.
And I want to pat myself on the back because my first idea was to schedule it for 140. And then I thought, no,
You're still
not
gonna be-
not safe enough.
You have this intuition, Grandmaster intuition.
I had a feeling.
He's well trained.
Mm.
He's done this before.
Hey, look, $20 is $20. You know, you don't show up in your
Absolutely,
appointment on time. You know.
Absolutely.
Oh my
I'm
gosh.
curious to see the standings going into the last round.
Well, good point.
This is a two-way tie, right?
It's
Yes,
Fabi
two-way
and
tie.
Vincent at the top.
Fabi and Vincent with 5 points. Now 3 players half point behind. It's Sindarov, Wesley, and Jorden van Foreest. So everything will be decided in the final round.
But
Some very interesting
looking
pairings as well.
ahead-
Javokhir playing Wesley. Jorden playing Keymer.
Yeah,
Fabi is
Keymer.
playing...
Sindarov. No, sorry. Fabi is
He's
playing
playing
MVL.
MVL. Yeah. MVL, yeah.
Sindarov is playing Wesley. Ooh. Am I right in looking at this that every single round could be a round for the
Yes.
first place?
Well,
Potentially.
almost, yes.
Sindarov and Wesley could potentially
here we have
be
the
playing
pairings, and you
first
can
place.
see Vincent Keymer is playing Jorden van Foreest, Fabi with the black pieces against MVL. Then at 4.5, it's Sindarov against Wesley. I think those 3 boards are mostly competing for the first place.
Exactly. Wow. And again, the potential for a playoff tomorrow looms large.
Absolutely.
I would
yeah.
say. My goodness. I don't know if we're going to have final thoughts from Bucharest for this, our longest match of the...
I think we are there getting ready.
To set them up.
I'm sure it's like midnight.
I know. They want to go to dinner. We're keeping them at bay. What a game.
Was it us or was it Praggnanandhaa?
That was crazy.
Let's go over to Bucharest, Cristian and Anastasiya.
You guys are definitely right. We are just about ready to go to dinner, and we're hoping that we're going to find some restaurants that are still open. Just one more amazing round, a lot of twists and turns. Obviously, Sindarov's win is huge for the standings, but also Vincent's escape.
Vincent, yes, managed to escape today as well, and so the same happened to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in the longest, actually, classical game of GCT events. We just checked the stats with Leonard, and it turned out that the longest game before was played between Wesley So and Jan Nepomniachtchi during Sinquefield Cup. So it was 132 moves. This one lasts for 138 moves or 9. So it's definitely the longest one in the history of GCT. And now it's over. And tomorrow we're going to have a fantastic last round.
And don't forget, 2 hours earlier here in Romania, as well as you guys. I know you guys probably don't enjoy that because you have to wake up super early in the morning, but we will be here. You guys will be there as well. And I think the last round will deliver. So for the moment, good night from Bucharest, Romania, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Good night, Anastasiya and Cristian.
I don't know what they're
Records
talking
are
about.
made to be broken.
I'm very excited to wake up at 3 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you everyone for watching, and join us tomorrow 2 hours early, 6 a.m. Central Time.
That makes one of us happy. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Wow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.